me, Pump. I like black and white or just all white. And then I put it in the chat, and she goes, why'd you say that? And I go, oh, it's gonna trigger the sneakerhead to watch. And like all three of you guys were like, what do you mean too colorful? What do you mean? What do you mean? I said,
Honestly, they are a little too comfortable because that's honestly like I tried wearing them a few times and I was like, man, I don't know.
they're too
I'd
colorful.
rather have something
They
else.
pop too much.
I don't know. I have a weird thing that when I kind of get over a shoe and I'm just like, I like to sell it and then get like a replacement for it.
Yo, my
That's the way my mind works. It's kind of messed up. I'm like, nah, I don't want to get rid of it. I don't want to deduct the shoe from the collection, but I'd rather swap it out and buy something else.
Yo, so Cat in that video the other day, all black and white with the black and white pandas, that's why I like the black and white pandas. It kind of just goes with what I like to wear. That was a sick video, by the way. Thank you guys. That shit was dope.
No, I appreciate it, man. It was that was a family outing to Little Tokyo to get some boba and ramen.
Well, Little Tokyo is fire.
Boba
Get some
slap.
shabu.
Super slaps, open hand, wet hand slaps.
Where'd you guys go eat tonight?
We doing something light. We picked up pizza for the kids. We going out tomorrow and gonna go into Catch.
What? Catch one or whatever out in LA, something like that.
Oh, Catch?
Yeah.
Which one? The steak or the other one?
The
Seafood joint?
one and yeah.
Like,
Oh, they have
that's
a seafood
Catch
one now
LA, right?
too?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. It's just probably the one on like Melrose, near
I
Melrose.
think it is the one on Melrose.
Oh, that place is fire.
Yep.
You're vegan, right, though, Dre?
No. I'm pescatarian if we had to put a label on it, but I just don't eat beef or pig or chicken.
Yeah, the sushi there is pretty good, and then they have this pasta. I don't know if you like mushrooms, but mushroom pasta slaps.
Nah, yeah, I definitely do. My wife said he only eats the kitty. He likes to get greasy when you guys are on the phone. But nah, yeah. I don't know. I just don't eat meat. I mean, I used to love steak, man, but higher elevation, higher frequencies requires discipline.
I had to retire the meat too, not because of that, just higher cholesterol.
It's all elevation either way, right?
Yo,
Yeah, it works, I guess.
Trey, do you feel like adding these layers of discipline throughout like different areas of your life just kind of helps all around in general?
100%.
You know what I mean?
100%. 100%.
Because in a tendency that people like you can discipline one thing, but then you end up slipping up on something else, right? But if you kind of strap it all down, you're saying that you could kind of reach a little bit better. What'd you say? Higher level of frequency?
Yep, 100%. It helps in all forms of facets of life because it's like playing a video game, right? You got to level up a certain point in each portion of the stage that you're on in that game in order to prepare for the boss, right? And then when you get to the boss, you have the necessary equipment or utility required to beat the boss. And every level up requires some type of new discipline or newfound trait or something, right? Like in Zelda. Oh damn it! Am I getting rugged?
No. I hear you.
No, no, you're good.
I'm switching to my Wi-Fi. But yeah, like in Zelda, there's certain parts of the board that you can't get to without special equipment, and that special equipment comes from a new discipline or a new thing that you learn from a certain discipline, and that's how I look at life. 10 years ago, I was doing totally different things, and it suited for whatever I was doing 10 years ago. But now I have to change it up to suit me for what I'm doing now and getting prepared to do next.
Clip that.
I was gonna say too, food also does control your energy. What I noticed, bro, like if you eat a burger or a steak compared to like a normal, lighter, healthier food like a salad or whatever that you might not want to eat. Like for example, if I eat a steak or a burger, I'm like my day's low key kind of ruined. I'm out. I'm sitting on the couch, can't move, can't work out, and then the other stuff is more so like a balanced, I guess you could say. As much as it doesn't taste as good, you definitely feel better eating better food. Got to get on the Dre wave.
Yo, Dre has a challenge going on for the month of March. How's it been going, Dre, for everybody?
Wait, hold on, mate. I'm back in the house and people are loud and talking. So
No, you're good. I'm gonna say what's up to Baron and Justin. Take your time. Baron, that's a good looking reptile, bro. I feel like I've seen that before.
Yeah.
Yo,
I don't know. You may have noticed him around, or maybe it's just a fro, like from another clone or something.
yo, I'm just gonna say, how does it feel to part ways with your reptile, make some moves, get a mutant, get like 2 more clones, and then land back on your reptile, dude? That's baller status, bro.
I was so happy when he got his reptile back. I was like,
I
when he
didn't
sold it, I was like, man,
believe it.
fuck Baron, man. Come on, man.
I couldn't believe it was on there. I was having a regret ever since he was gone. And the guy that bought him is just he's in the Discord a lot. Bobo York, I think is his name. Anyways, he said he loved having him, but it was a little too much for him. So I saw him on basically the same price and just got him back.
So he like overspent on him, is what he's saying. He like
He's like, he messaged me. He's like, I'm glad you got it back because I loved having that clone. I've always loved that clone, but I just, after having it for 3 or 4 days, it was a little too much for me. He didn't like having that much invested, which I mean, you know, most of us wait 3 or 4 weeks or months before we figure that out. You know what I mean? It took him 3 days, and good call, I guess. So
I understand that.
He has so much IP.
No, dude, I understand that. Like, especially when you're seeing all these different discounts and like opportunities with people just kind of capitulating, like having that liquid to kind of make another move, like or 2 moves instead of having it all tied up in one rare. That's not a bad play.
It was cool though. Like, there should be something to selling clones and then being able to drop like the AR filter to the person, all these past renders to the person. I was able to give him so much stuff. Now it didn't matter, but like at some point I can see people like marketing their clones that way. Be like, here's just a package.
Dude, I've seen it. I've seen people, post in the Discord and they're saying like, hey, here, this clone's for sale, and it comes with all these renders and different like filters, like ready to go. Like I've already paid for it. I've got these renders done. Comes in like a little IP package. It's kind of dope. Like I never even thought, to add that into the sale.
Does it ever do you see it ever like draw attention to that clone over? I mean, I guess it's hard to tell, right?
I mean, if the clone is something you want, right, and somebody's offering to throw in a bunch of renders and the AR filters and other things into the deal, like it kind of spices up the deal a little bit, right? Like I might pay like 0.1, 0.2 over for a dope clone that has that already done, so I don't have to go chase it down. I don't know, dude. I don't see why not.
Create a folder on Microsoft Office or whatever Apple uses, so I can add everything into one folder and send them out. It'll be my marketing package.
Did you get rid of that MK clone?
No.
Mm-hmm.
Let me know when you want to, because I might grab.
Bro, I already said it to him too. I said, I'll trade you an angel. We'll throw some meat. We'll figure some deal out. Like, let me know. No, but I'd rather Dre have it, dude. He's been trying to upgrade his clone for a bit, so that'd be dope.
The clones that have been being listed from
for real.
yesterday and
It
today
would
are
be.
fucking
That's why
insane.
I'm willing to trade those tinkers to see if I can possibly get some different Air Force Ones or another clone or multiple clones or whatever.
They're in your size. I saw you posting them today. What's that trade value on those?
It's size 11 and a half, and they're selling from anywhere from 17,000 to 23,000. So
how liquid are they though, Millie?
how liquid are they?
Yeah. Like, are they like? Because I know it's a super rare shoe and it's like super high value. So, like, can you dump them in the market really fast, or do you have to wait for a buyer?
You have to wait for a buyer, for real,
Just like
because
clone.
it is there.
Just like clone.
Yeah,
You gotta find a buyer.
it 100%. People got to know what they're looking for. You know what I'm saying, or
No,
know what
because
they're looking at.
with StockX, you can basically weave your shoes on StockX.
But they're not even on StockX. They're only on Goat, because Goat is connected to Fight Club. So
Can't you upload the shoes on StockX?
if I send it to them and have them add it, yeah. But again, like I said, people got to know what they're looking for.
Do you ever like? Do you guys have friends that have stores that would let you just pop those in there without you having to? I mean, most places I know do consignment and stuff like that, and it's just a complete gouge. But is that ever an option?
Yeah, I know the guy who actually owns Flight Club. He rides bikes with the crew. So yeah.
Well, like Johnny's boy owns that Yankee Kicks, and right on. Well, there's one in New York, but the main one's right in the middle of South Beach. He's got the sickest sneaker. Like you walk in and there's like doors that open up. They're like these big like metal doors, and you walk in. He's got every shoe imaginable, all the LVs, the mags. He's got those, but they're selling shoes like that on the regular. So maybe hit up Johnny.
Dre, I'm
Yeah. But
working on
even
it for you. I actually got a friend who's got I don't know, he's got like 4 or 5 pairs of Tinker Auto sneakers, and he did some YouTube videos with Tinker and stuff, so he's obsessed. So I sent those to him, and he's in Sweden filming a YouTube video right now for Mercedes on a frozen freaking lake. And he's like, bro, he sent me a picture of him in his off-whites sliding around on the ice on this lake, and he's like, bro, let me hit you back about those sneakers you just sent me. So I'm trying, bro. I'm trying to help.
I appreciate the love as always, man.
God, the color. I mean to go too deep into sneakers, but the colors on those shoes are insane.
They're signed by Tinker, aren't they?
Yeah,
hand sign, yep.
green and like it's like a rainbow around the pump in the back.
Yeah, no, they fire. If they're in my size, I definitely would have worn them already. But
Hey, those are pump size. Just a little bit over pump
You
size.
would have worn them with the
yeah,
signature
man,
on
I'm
them.
a mint maxi, bro. Don't pull out game is big trash. So if I can keep it in there, I'm gonna keep it
Hey,
in
that
there.
was Chris that night with us, man. He was wearing his CIRLs with Tinker's Auto on them, running around the club.
Yep. With the autograph on them. Yep. I feel him. I would do the same thing, man. You only live once. I get a pair of mags. That's a wrap. You're gonna see me doing everything. I'm taking showers and all
Wait,
types of
Millie.
shit.
Did you rock all your solars? Like, did you beat them, or do you
Bro,
still have any solars?
to the ground. Skip
That's my
to
dog.
my Lou. I used to go to the club in those. And then I sold them for way more than I paid for them. My Red Octobers, all of those, man. Like it hasn't really been a shoe that I haven't worn if I got it. Like cause
Same. The
like
only Yeezys I
the
had were the Blinks and
uh
the what's it called? The tan joints, the Yeezy ones.
yeah, yeah. Only ones I haven't had were the Blinks. So I had every other one. The Platinums, the Nets, and all of the Air Yeezy 2s. Only ones I never had was the first Blinks.
Are you team Nike too? I don't fuck with any of the Adidas drops for
I
the
fuck with
Yeezys.
the 750s are dope. The
Yeah, the
750s.
boots.
Yeah, no, the 750 like the high top version.
Yeah. They're kind of like look like boots, don't they?
They kind of look like I mean, because Jerry was heavy in the design process of them, so they kind of look like Jerry's Fear of God
Yeah,
ones.
Jerry Lorenzo. Yeah.
Yeah, but I really like. I still have a pair of those, are the triple blacks. But um, the 350s, man, I can't lie, they were some of the most comfortable shoes I ever had. Even though they look like little gnome shit kickers, but they was super comfortable.
I just picked up a few pairs of Yeezys to flip.
Max Mint, Anya, don't worry about it. It's something we shouldn't discuss.
Can you hear pump, Dre?
No, I do
I
not.
said, Dre, I just picked up a pair of slides and
I'm
foam
about to
runners.
jump off real quick and jump back.
Damn, that's crazy.
He can't hear you, pump. He gonna step back down and then come back up.
All right. Well, I'm gonna send it in the chat for you to see.
Shit. What's up, Felix? How you doing, brother?
Just another day in paradise, walking the dog and the baby.
Dude, how isn't it? It's summer there in Australia, right?
I'm in LA. So it's almost like summer.
Dude, it is dark right now. What are you doing walking the dog in the dark right now, bro?
I had to wait for a break in the rain.
I've been out in the rain. I just spent like a bunch of time out in the rain trying to get my water heater running on my RV so everybody could shower because I let the propane run out at the house. So thanks a lot, Artifact, not reminding me to fill up my propane.
Artifact's fault.
What does your propane have anything to do with your hot water?
That's how bad his bags are down.
I don't know, bro, but lately everybody just blames it on Artifact. So thanks a lot. Hey, what do you mean? Propane runs the house, dude. We're in California. I live out in the county, dude. So like,
So you have to get your tank filled.
yeah, I live in the county.
So that you don't have like a beeper that goes off or something that says tank low, motherfucker.
No, bro.
It actually uses that audio, Baron. He recorded your voice. It just starts screaming that.
It's just gonna be Aaron saying tank low, motherfucker.
No, but I'm serious. Like, there's not like a something in the house that's like fill the propane up.
Dude, if they make something like that, I should get it, right?
Dude, I could have ordered one of those on my barbecue as an extra.
Yeah. Like, you just like
That's
you're supposed to go out there and check it, and I really slipped up, bro. I've been spending too much time on Spaces. Now the whole the whole property's out of propane.
So could you, if you wanted, sorry, this is going to get it, but if you wanted, could you hook that up to a main line so you didn't have to have it on a tank?
No, bro. I live in like San Diego County, like out in the
So they don't have that infrastructure out
out in the
there.
blue collar parts of San Diego, bro. Like I live out by the nurseries and like ranch, like farms and stuff. So we have like septic on the property and we have propane. And the only thing that we have from the city, obviously, is electric. And we do get water from the city. Like, so, but everything else, you kind of just have to be self sufficient.
Yeah, that's the same for me,
Compound.
but that's on my farmhouse in the middle of nowhere in Scotland, and I have more
Yeah.
services than you.
Yo, Baron's mind is blown because I'm in California and he's like, wait a second, what?
That's why it truly is like, I know, I mean, a lot of places they have, have to have a septic and have to have the propane, but where you are, I mean, that's wild.
Yeah. Honestly, minus the cities in California and like the major areas, it's kind of common like to have a septic on your property and maybe have propane tanks. Like it's pretty normal. All my neighbors have the same thing. Um, I don't live like I say San Diego, but I live up in North County, like North County area. You know California, Baron. So like there's Oceanside, and then if you go more inland, you got like Vista, the Vista San Marcos area.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, there's no like natural gas that runs out here. You just have to get propane delivered.
Nice.
Yo, Compound, what events you going to for NFTLA?
I was just about to interrupt and ask the same exact question. That's crazy.
Bro, I'm gonna go to the other block party. Let's go. Shout out Nana. I just was in his space the other day. They're putting on another block. He did a space about it. It was pretty dope, bro. And it was fun as fuck in Miami, so I'm really excited about the LA one. I am going to whatever CloneX LA is doing, whatever Alpha Vibes is doing. I'm there. Whatever, and then from then, dude, I'm going to Valhalla, the Valhalla party.
Oh, I'm going there too. Yeah.
Oh,
So I'm doing other
I'll
block,
be in there.
my event I pinned up top, and then the Valhalla party the 21st. And do you know the date for the CloneX thing? Is still up there?
yeah, I don't have a date yet, dude. CloneX LA. I think it's the 24th. The night of the 24th. I've heard some word about it. Um, I will find out more from Dre when he gets back.
I'm so confused. Does the week NFT week stretch out that long? It starts like the 18th and
Yeah,
then Jesus
parties
Christ.
start like the Friday before it, and then other blocks 18th. There's the 19th, and then people do stuff during the week, bro. There's mixers all during the week. There's dinners. There's brunches all throughout the week, and then it goes into the next weekend as well. And that's how Miami was. I was out in Miami for like a week, bro. Like you can catch all week. You don't need tickets to the main event, dude. You guys have enough friends and connections out here that you can find things to do all week, man.
Bro, the main event was the most terrible thing I've ever been to in my life, so I don't suggest it to anyone.
Yeah, I went last year as well, and it was a waste of money.
I mean, unless you're going to see like a homie speak at the panel, I feel like the main event's not worth it.
Bro, it was free, and I was still pissed that I went. So, I'm just saying, I'm just warning you in advance.
Hey, Dem,
The best thing that I got there was a MetaMask t-shirt for free. I'm not going to lie. That shit is fresh.
When Mask airdrop did say that on the
hey,
shirt.
Baron and Demi. I don't know if it's full, and I hope it's cool that I'm saying this, Nana, but the other block still has opening slots, or at least they did last time I checked, to get your ape or mutant on the mural that's going downtown LA. So you come off the freeway. Once you're on the exit, you can actually see the mural of all the apes they're going to be painting up on the wall. And there's
Wait, do you know how much it costs?
0.69 ETH to commission. But
Damn.
it stays up there, dude, and your ape's like on blast for the whole event, dude. So
That's actually fucking kind of worse, dude.
you don't like it?
Man, that's kind of worth
Oh, that's
0.69 for like your
worth
ship blowing up.
what, bro? That's dope. And especially Baron's ape would be sick up there, bro.
How long is it up there for?
I'll confirm, but the ones in Miami are still there, bro. Like from the other block party, they had a whole wall, and they're still up there.
No way.
Yeah, and it looks so good, bro. These artists are so good at what they do. I'll find the.
Do we have to contact Swicky for that?
I got the link. You ain't got to bug them. It's a public post, but it would be cool to get you guys at least submitted if you want to do it, and then I think like if a bunch of people submit, they're gonna just pick it through a raffle. But from what I heard, they didn't have a full lineup yet. They're still trying to get full.
I might need to look into that.
Yeah, use them. Hey, use them Dookie stat or those Dookie Dash profits and get that Demi ape up on a wall. Hey, both your apes so ugly would look so good on that wall, man. I tell you what.
Dude, Baron's immune is insane. I forgot he has a multi-grain. I forgot how many asses this fool has.
So it was on the floor.
It was on the floor.
It was not, bro. You did not buy a floor mutant.
That was not the multi-grain on the floor. Like that should have been sniped. Like even at 18, that thing's gonna be gone.
Hey, what's up, Nana? I enticed him up here by talking other block. How's it going?
Hey, yo. No, I'm actually, I handed my daughter off to the wifey real quick so I could jump on. Yeah, I'm about to give her a bath. But yeah, dude, first of all, I'm excited to see Compound Demi, you as well, and also roll up to the Alpha Vibes event. I'm going to try and make that. But yeah, what's up, everyone? And the whole like other block thing, the mural is still up from the Art Basel Miami one, and the intention is to kind of like leave it up for the entire year. But I'm not 100% sure for LA, like what all the details are and the expectations. But Swicky is. So Demi, if you want to hit her up, she's the one that's kind of like getting everything together. Yeah, 0.69 ETH. It's a raffle, and there's 10 spots, and then they're going to select, 10 either BAYC or MAYC, and then get that going. And then, someone tags over it and stuff like that. Like sometimes like murals and things like that happen. So artists usually come by and touch it up and things like that. So we'll see how it goes. I mean, the main thing is to just, commission art, get artists some ways they can get involved with the community. And that's what they're doing. They're getting some dope artists out there and doing a commission, like securing a wall and getting that mural up to where it's nice and visible in LA as you exit off of the freeway.
I pinned it to the top, guys. If you want to get into the raffle or whatever, I asked Shauna too, see if she wants to get her ape up there, so she's checking it out. We'll see if she wants to do it, but I know we got some apes in the clones that I wanted to share with.
Dude, how sick was it that the Lays of BAYC and the Queens of the Clones did a space together that like rocked it for like 4 hours long?
Bro, that was so special and it was so needed. On International Women's Day, it was a fire space too. Like they were dropping so much knowledge, and I don't know, it was just good to listen to. I listened to the whole thing. I'm glad they
Yeah.
had that, man. I hope it happens more. Like I think out here in Web3, we tend to, and like it's really fueled by a lot of like sometimes people, but like it's not a us versus them type thing out here in the communities. Like that kind of stuff is so powerful because we have so much crossover. Like we have apes in the clones, and we've got clones that have apes, and like that kind of community crossover is dope, man.
Dude, for real. I mean, it's all happening. We're in this shit together. Just, different projects, different times, different crossovers. But there's usually things that bring us all together. And I remember you kicking off Bad Take, man. It's just been awesome to see that too. And you were even kind of mentioning like the perception of even having only clones when the intention was to really gather everyone too, but also leaning into the clones. Like, what does it mean? How do you find that balance to be inclusive but also put it on for the community of clones? And I think you do such a great job with that compound, as well as everyone else that jumps in and supports. It's one of my favorite spaces. It's turning into something that's just larger than what anyone can expect, because I think people are collectively putting into it. So dope to see the growth, man.
Appreciate you, bro. Yeah, no, dude, Nana was in the early days when I think you were coming into the spaces when I wasn't even calling it Bad Take, and vice versa. But then I did start calling it Bad Take, and I told, I looked up to Nana. He's been hosting spaces for a while, and I remember asking him like what he uses for a mic and like how he got the confidence to start talking. But what I did tell him was I like wanted to start this space that has an ironic name, and also is not specific to Artifact or CloneX, and so anybody feels welcome to come in here with any PFP. And that's kind of what we built here. And I hope everybody feels welcome. And if you look at it, if you look down like throughout, like you can see the clones do show the heck up, bro, and they support like crazy. But we have all different kinds of projects in here. So that was the mission, dude, and that's what we're shooting to do. And like everybody in here every night is like integral piece, like super important to the entire mission in general, man.
I gotta just turn up every now and then to represent the little feathery friends.
You're our moonbird, bro. Like there's not a lot of moonbirds that come in
Hootie
here.
hoo!
He's the token moonbird.
He is our token.
He looks like a token moonbird though. It's
Token
sick.
bird. How many
Yo,
how many
sick
Yuga assets have been purchased since Bad Take started, you think?
Oh, so many apes.
A lot by clones.
Bad Take, bro, by clones.
It was like breaking the seal, as they say.
Well, dude, so the intention was to cross, like, obviously, I really wanted to empower clones to get out on spaces and feel comfortable to talk and have a stage that they feel like they can request and practice public speaking. This shit's hard, dude. And like that has like worked, but also I wanted a place where you could learn about any project in here, right? And it turns out we've had Demi buying clones, we've had my girlfriend buying a mutant, Baron buying a mutant, Jace bought 3 mutants, like the cross pollination of all the projects has like I didn't even expect it, but it's been really, really good in here.
And Forging Season 1, bro. Come on, don't forget that compound.
And me buying 6 pairs of Air Force Ones from
Turning you into a sneakerhead. I love that.
I love it, bro. Compound's gonna have so much drip. It's not even fair.
His name is Panda now.
Bro.
Companda, what good, boy?
So okay, I bought 8 pairs total, including the CIRLs. It's not stuff I would buy. I would never spend money on shoes, white Vans, but you hang out with a bunch of sneakerheads like Demi, Pump, and Dre and Baron, dude. Like you're gonna spend some money.
That's right. Hey, we met at the Dot Swoosh event, dude.
Oh, I know, bro. And you had
That's
some.
where I met him for the first time as well.
Nana had some kicks on. I remember complimenting his kicks.
Oh,
I bought my
yeah, you're rocking
first.
the acronyms, weren't you, Nana?
Yeah, the acronym Prestos.
Yeah.
Hey, dude, always a pleasure. Just wanted to fucking give everyone their kudos, and it's thanks for letting me tap in and listen. I'm gonna be listening in while I give my daughter a bath.
All right, man. Go do
Yo,
responsible.
thanks, Nana.
Take it easy and Big Non.
You got an
I bought my
artifact
first pair of
taking over.
sneakers. I bought my first pair of sneakers 2 weeks ago. I normally rock boots, and I got the low cut Nike Voodoos, which I was pretty stoked with.
Which ones are they? I've never seen them. I gotta Google them real quick.
I think it's their Voodoo Cross or something. I can't remember exactly.
Wait, are they J's? I didn't hear what type of kicks you said.
Nikes.
Nike's. What model and what's it called?
I think they're Dunks. Yeah, I'm gonna look them up again.
Yeah, because Nike Dunk, there's like thousands of them, dude.
Oh no. Yeah, Air Jordans.
Do you know what number? Do you know what style?
The retro low, the Zion ones.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, those are general release, though, right?
They were general release, but I think they were capped at. It was like 4,000 or 5,000.
Oh, a DNA clone just sold? That's crazy.
How much?
35 ETH.
Damn, is that the floor right now for DNAs?
Yeah, it was.
It's a lot of money, man.
Yo,
Mm-hmm.
crazy in the bear market, you kind of chalk that up and go, wait, that's like, I could buy like,
$51,000.
yeah, but in the bull, like 35 ETH DNA would have been like nothing, bro. People buy that like nothing in the bull.
In the bull at 80 ETH, DNA was considered like a snipe.
I know, bro. Isn't that crazy how the mindset changes as things start to tighten up liquidity wise? Or just kind of your mentality, right? You're like, I need to start actually like thinking about this stuff instead of just closing my eyes and buying it.
It makes me want to buy it because it's like, wow, someone really paid a $250,000 for this, and now they're flipping it for $200,000 loss. Shit,
Was it the
let me
bald
get it.
one?
No, it's the female. It was a female. It was Larry H's with the VVS Panda and like the flower head, the girl.
Shake saying it was Larry H's clone. That one. Yo, did you guys check on the eBay bids on those CRLs? Did Demi even see it? Baron, are you winning it?
No. Remember, I got outbid last night.
Demi, were you in here last night? No, that's dope, Demi. Glad you were.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, bro. I got front ran. I doubled it real quick, and then someone tripled me, and then I just said, "Screw this, I'm out."
Last I checked, the Space Matters were like $19, and then the blackouts were like $1,400 or something around there.
Damn. Does that mean we need to buy more of those off OpenSea too? Like the Air Force is going to start shilling the CIRLs?
I don't know, bro. I don't know why these are special, right? Because they're Drake's pair, so they're Drake pairs. They get Drake on the box, so.
But like, bro, I don't think those work. Like, when I say work, I mean just because they're the sample pair. I don't think they have all the features that our pairs
Yeah.
are going to have when they touch down.
No, you're right. You're
They
right.
will
They'll
when I put
definitely
a
have
size
samples.
12 in there.
They usually have like a sample line that they give to like all the celebrities that's different, custom made, and
Yeah,
they'll
it's
put
more
some
so for the way they look.
Yeah, and they probably have sample on the inside, but we're just gonna get the general release or the regular
Yeah.
version. But overall, I think they're dope. They get a lot of hate that people think they look like Nike Adepts, but I just feel like it's dope because it's self-charging with that little pad and then self-lacing, and it reminds me of like Air Mags kind of.
I'm going to rug myself and wear them in the rain. See what happens.
And I heard there's like firmware updates to the kicks too, like you can have different lighting and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, you can update the lights from like an app on your phone. I'm
Yeah,
pretty
that's
sure
tight,
Zap was
dude.
like showing someone.
So to get those, do you still have to get the Monolith X? I know you guys were talking about it. It's like you guys have to cop a different version. It's called the Hub.
No, you just go to find the Crypto Kicks IRL, and then just choose an hub version, and then find the one in your size. And then there will be another date where you would put in your address for shipping.
Do you know how much those are running for? Like the stone joints? Probably want to cop the stone ones.
Like
I got.
half an ETH.
That's not bad.
It's just hard to come across your own size, honestly.
I'm a 9.5, so I'm pretty much
Oh,
screwed.
I've seen some 9.5s, but yeah, pretty much they're hubbed by size and not by what you request. So you have to like filter it out by what's listed in 9.5.
Word. That's because I still do want a pair of the Crypto Kicks IRL. I haven't bought shoes in a cool minute, and I think it'd be dope to have those.
Dude, I don't think they're 1 ETH. I'll have to check. You can check. Someone can check. That seems like a lot for right now, but I got
No,
the
for which?
For the stones,
No, I said half an ETH.
that
They're like
sounds about right.
yeah,
$100
like
right now. Oh, half a ETH's about to be $400 here, guys. So we're gonna be all right. Dude,
Jesus Christ.
is were you guys kicking yourself not buying more ETH at $800 in June or whenever it dipped down? Just the last dip.
I kind of want to buy it here.
No, bro, I was just so bummed. I was so busy at that time. I didn't have the liquid to just stack ETH. But now there's some more fear coming, ETH coming down. Like I'm not gonna miss that opportunity again, bro. Jace bought a ton of ETH at like $800, and he went on a clone buying spree, and now he's got mutants. Like, dude played it right.
Dude, I see some of
Damn,
these
when it
go
was
for
800 for 2
0.35.
minutes.
Yo, pump. They're going for like 0.35 ish.
Stone?
I think so. I'm looking. Well, I need
Wait,
to
make sure
calculate
it's
it.
hubbed. Make sure it's hubbed.
Oh, let me search it right now because I'm using mobile. Shake just gave me the link.
You need some Air Forces too, Demi.
Yeah, the Ramoa bags got pricey overnight.
What? Someone swept after bad take, of
Yeah, I don't think
course.
someone did something. Yeah, the Undead's 2 ETH now.
Yup, I'm so happy. I just got a pair last week for 0.7.
I'm seeing like 0.38 and up, Demi. But yeah, once you find your size, though. Yo, nobody's sweeping anything from bad take, man. This is not
That's cap.
a pump space. Just because this man's name is Pumpisha doesn't mean we're sweeping any.
Buddies, yeah.
This is for you.
No,
Yeah, we're
Fadisha
all.
also Pumpishas. You see what happened to the Murakami Drip Air Force Ones weeks after shilling them, weeks after weeks, and now you see people want to sweep them at 0.45.
Hey, no, that's my bad, dude. I was trying to mute my mic. Pump, come back to us, dude. I'm sorry. Come back to us.
I'm
Should
here,
should
I'm
I
here,
throw
I'm here.
Wreath at it or should I just buy it spot?
Weave
I see,
it,
see
bro.
my size.
Don't
You-
just weep it.
Wait till you make it, bro.
Wait, are these on Blur?
I'm not sure.
Yo, Pump, what's that
Yes.
dot swoosh IG post?
I think it's those Air Forces that leaked. There's a pair that was like on Sneaker News, and it's a pair of Air Forces. They're actually pretty dope. They're black and white. I'll send a picture in the chat. And on the side of the shoe, it says "not a JPEG," and it's like a dot swoosh designed Air Force One. I'll send it right now. They leaked.
I'm trying to look on Blur right now. Crypto
What
Kicks IRL.
What do you mean? Yeah, what do you mean it leaked and now what? They're trying to play catch up on an official announcement?
Yeah,
Well,
but
no,
pretty
Monday they
much what
said
happens
they're.
with
Go ahead.
what always happens with Nike shit is it gets leaked always before they announce it. For example, like these Tiffany's, someone had a pair before anyone, Nike even announced anything or anyone knew. They're always just pairs that end up getting, whether it's stolen, leaked through the back end, someone from the inside. It just like they beat Nike to it every time. I'm gonna pin it 1 second.
All right. While you're looking for that pin, hey guys, don't pin it just yet. So at the top, I've got the boring security by artifact class. Jerry has set up this security class for us, and Rose has curated the loot pod that we're going to be doing it in. We got 50 spots, and I would love for everybody in here to secure their spot before we go public on the timeline and like it gets filled up. It's a free Web3 security class, guys. It's being done in like one of our loot pods. You know, the boring security team bought a clone so that they could rep the clone during the class. Like it's a really dope opportunity to kind of get clone visibility out there, but also like teach our community some of the security principles. So if you can or if you want to and you're available during those times, sign up for that, like register for that. And if you have any trouble, just message me or Jerry or anybody in the chat that has signed up and we can help you. But it's really just a Discord verification. You verify you're in the Artifact Discord, you verify you're in the boring security Discord, and then you verify like a burner wallet because they're going to send you an NFT, kind of like a POAP at the end of it to show that you completed a class, kind of like a certificate of completion. So the link's at the top, and I'm gonna move it back to the front after you pin pump. So like sometime later in the show, I'll repin it and we can retouch it. But I think this is important for the community to kind of protect and learn just some of the fundamentals of security out here in Web3. And these, boring security is doing it for free for our community. So it's dope. And everybody on stage has to already be signed up, or I'm booting you.
What happened?
Yo, how you getting those dark blue shoes through the tag?
What happened?
Yeah.
What'd you say? Like,
I'm just stupid. I said, "Well, how are we getting access to those shoes?"
Probably through our .swoosh accounts. Duh. Come on, Baron.
That's what I said, dude.
No, it's probably gonna be like a mintable / forgeable shoe on .swoosh as like the first drop on that platform, I'd assume.
So essentially token gated access through the Swish ID, whatever, and then you can buy.
Yeah, I think it'll be like a mint / buy, and I think these also have like an NFC chip in them.
Perfect. That's dope. Show what they can do. Love
The
it.
alpha that we got from dude in Utah, the guy who was married to the woman who runs it, one of the people who run it, said that up to a certain number of people will receive access to get these sneakers, depending on what your swoosh ID number is. So up to a certain number, once they reach, I think he said like 50. I don't know, but he said something like that. He was giving all type of alpha when I was in Utah, but yeah, it was kind of broken up.
I heard that if you have .swoosh, you can get them, but if you have a clone, you're actually not allowed to get a pair at all.
I saw that.
Yeah, it's exclusive to Doodle folders only.
Top.
Clones get last bid.
Some people just want to see the world burn. You know what I mean?
Thanks a lot, Artifact.
Dre, I don't.
It's hard for me to believe that, Baron. It's hard for me to believe that.
I don't, man. I don't.
I've seen you ignite things out of stone and flint. So I don't know about that.
True, brother.
The actual shoes dropping, because I did see somebody say that they're like a concept, and now they're real.
Look what I pinned to the top. I think that's the shoe.
Yeah, that's what I saw too.
Dre, they don't look very buttery to me. You know what I'm saying?
Man, you know what? I like these a lot. The simplicity of them. It's the same colorway as the fan favorite pandas, but it gives it that clear sole, and the way the color blocking gives it more edge.
It's almost like I get a retro vibe from it.
I mean, yeah, because those clear souls used to come out a lot
The
back in the
honest
day.
hype, the honest hype beast in me is saying that I would never buy them if they weren't dot swoosh. But since they're dot swoosh, I'm gonna buy them.
I think that's a extremely valid statement, Pump.
One little
Yeah.
a little sewing on the side, and then the soles say dot swoosh, and that's enough.
But
Like
that's
I'm
Nah, bro. On the
that's
back it says
It is
certified
because
JPEG. It's
I like
hard.
the check mark ends up on the toe cap, like for certain Air Maxes, and like yeah, so that dot swoosh might turn into something for us.
but think about it like that's streetwear in a nutshell because streetwear is about flossing, right? Status, right? Like so, yeah, like those little subtleties gives it an upper edge. Those extra laces, those extra loopholes that you have on the off-white dunks, it gives it an upper edge. You know, it's off-white dunks. If those were just regular dunks that Nike came out with, people would probably be like, "What the fuck is up with that?" But that's just how it is. I mean, you can apply that thought process to damn near everything in everyday life. Same reason people will buy a Mercedes Benz over a Kia. It's gonna drive the same for the most part, but it's a Benz.
gonna be honest with you guys. I really like these a lot. So
Me too, man. They got the color scheme of compound, the compound color scheme.
Max Mint.
I'm gonna probably get those. I don't know if you guys are, but I probably will.
No, I'm definitely gonna have to, especially if it's the first release, and the leather does look kind of good too. It's giving off like those Space Jam vibes with the dark blue stitching, almost like that indigo, and the clear soles.
This is still speculation, though, right?
It's all speculation until we receive it in hand.
Right? Because they just showed a picture of a box. They didn't show what's in it.
So, so here, so the next part of the speculation is this tied to what Zap popped out of the hole about today?
No, it's not. I was just about to say something. I replied to Benoit's story with the whole emoji when he posted that like Air Force swoosh thing, and he replied, "This has nothing to do with that." LOL. So there you go, Baron. Confirmed has nothing to do with that.
No way.
Let's go.
But I do think it's quite coincidental for Dodge Swoosh to post up this like hint, this teaser, the same day that the founders post up their teaser. You know what I'm saying? But it could mean nothing, of course.
Bro, I swear, if any announcement is another shoe, we're gonna have like pan riots in the streets, bro.
I mean, what they expect? We got a pair of shoes. We got multiple pairs of shoes in the queue to come out. Like people gonna have to deal with this wearable side of it. It's part of the program. It's part of the process. And you know what? At this point, man, what I haven't set any kind of bar because I feel like no matter what they say, people find a reason to FUD it. It's like when LeBron went to Miami. Even when he's winning championships, he's still an asshole in Cleveland. It didn't matter. You know what I mean? They're gonna find a reason to be upset when they want to find a reason to be upset. But if the temperament was changed, if the floor price was at 24 instead of 4, I think everything will be great. Oh wow, I can't wait. So
Yo, and I'm not saying this to shade any other projects, but bro, we're still like as much FUD as we're getting. What the hell else is every other quote unquote blue chip doing? I'm just seeing like, okay, sure, they're so nice to their community and they engage with each other, but like at the end of the day, that we do that too,
yep.
obviously. Plus, I feel like we're getting something more valuable that takes time. So like I don't know what the FUD is. I was just talking to Locked In earlier. We're like, yo, Artifact gets all this FUD, but what are all these other? I'm not gonna say names. What are all these other brands doing? Literally, like, am I wrong? Can you someone please correct me?
Nah, you are hitting on the head. You know what I mean? Outside of Yuga, who's doing
No,
everything
yeah,
right.
no. People are doing their things in their own areas, but if
Right.
you want to FUD, bro, like come together with the facts, please.
Nah, that's the truth. I agree. But it
I
is what
think
it is.
I think expectations for Artifact are just really high, and people expect a lot of them, right? So the disappointment is high of like they're not feeling like their expectations are met, and maybe it's a lot of the people that are bringing up the FUD maybe need to look inward, right? I think it's just that when you're a major player, dude, you're under the spotlight, and ever since Monolith One, they've been an easy target to nitpick. Or sorry, Monolith Two, nitpick everything, man. Dre's
Yeah.
right. No matter what, they could change the world with an announcement, and there will be somebody in the comments that's like,
Yeah.
change, but like, what about the universe? Can't change any other solar system? Like, I don't understand. Like, what, you only care about Earth? Like, I don't get it. You know what I'm saying? Like, there'd be a way to fud it, bro.
That's a fact. That's
Yeah,
a fact.
yeah, you can change Earth, but did you forget about Pluto? Pluto ain't a planet anymore.
Yeah. What about them? They don't like it. They don't need it. Yeah, it's always something. It
I
don't
don't
matter.
care about Pluto, apparently.
It don't matter. So no, I'm just excited that we have some movement as a community for something us to rally around and speak about and enjoy together. Period. Like it's exciting times just to get the blood pumping, whatever
Yeah.
happens.
I mean, I'm glad that Zap didn't get stuck in that hole.
It's funny.
You know what I
I
mean?
I was thinking when I saw that, like, damn, would I fit in that hole?
That thing, I mean, they're not. I was just surprised, man. Just
I know. Look at Bear.
like
I thought you.
right? Like at first, I was like, "Damn, is he going to go back down in there? How? Like, is he just standing there? He's like, whoop, see ya."
That's funny. I thought you didn't start fires. Look at you. You like to avoid the flames. You like to avoid. You like to spark up a little and then walk away like it wasn't you with the cigarette.
I'm a big fan of how the main account and Zap kind of like had fun with their posts today, bro. Like, cause
Yeah, man.
kind of like trolling, but like having fun. Like, in my opinion, that kind of stuff builds culture. You know, that kind of stuff builds. It's fun, dude, and they're being held to the standard of being so serious with their posts. And today, the main post come out with like a joking kind of post, but an announcement nonetheless. And I don't know, I had fun with it, dude. I that's
Yeah.
these main accounts should kind of interact because there's humans behind it, right? Everybody wants to have fun. When you turn everything into like strict, like it just kind of takes away from why we're all here in the first place, right? When every little move is being watched and everything is under a microscope, it probably like makes them afraid to have a little fun. But now they're just
Mm,
well, let's have a little fun, man. Let's build some culture out here. And multiple posts a day were fun. It was fun.
I agree. I agree. I'm
You,
uh I'm having these so I listened to you compound with the alpha and I got a pair of wired earbuds, but I don't know if I like this.
what do you have? The Apple ones that come with the.
Yeah, I went and bought a pair for $20, but I don't know if I like this, man. It's kind of weird. When people talk, I can hear like I feel like I'm interrupting when I say something like something with the sound, like it sounds kind of weird.
Like it's too crisp.
No, like it's you know how say you in a car and the hi hats is hitting too high and it kind of clips the speaker. It sounds like that, like I'm clipping.
That's honestly fire.
No, you sound good, dude. You sound really clean. You're not
Uh,
clean on our end.
Well, you sound like you clipping to me. Sound like my tweeters ain't tweeting like they need to be tweeting. My tweeters ain't tweeting.
Am I clipping anybody else? Because I'm plugged into the power right now. That's probably why.
I don't know. Tweeters ain't tweeting.
So, Dre, how's the in-hand review of the Ashy Forces?
Honestly, bro, they ain't even that ashy. I was really surprised. I was really surprised. But I will say this: they still give me black Air Force One energy, right? Like I feel like I should be doing something that I shouldn't be
I
doing when I'm
love
wearing
it.
those.
Go
Just
rob the
doing,
Tiffany store.
yeah, I mean, like doing something elegantly wrong, like maybe like something in the stock market where
Oh,
I'm,
like Nancy Pelosi Air Forces?
yeah, like
Okay,
that next
okay.
level robbery. Like, yo, I'm about to really take away some generational wealth and be clean at the same time.
Okay, okay. Wow, I love that.
No,
Now I
yeah, it's
can't
nice.
wait to have them.
It's nice. They
Nancy
nice. They
Pelosi, bro. You're wrong for that, but so right.
everybody know what it is, right? You just line up and take it. What else we
Who
gonna do?
doesn't like money? Come on now.
Dude, look, did you
You know
ever
what I'm
There,
see
saying?
Whale Watchers? They built a portfolio tracker to watch her trades in live. They got sued to hell and back for it.
Did they?
Hell
That's
yeah.
crazy. That's crazy. But
Was
no,
I
she eating.
here?
Wait, see, I didn't hear what you said. I'm clipping. That's what I mean. My tweeters ain't tweeting.
No, I interrupted you. My bad. I mentioned the Tiffany's earlier, but I felt like I might have ruined a surprise.
Oh no. That was just a joke. She knew what she was talking about. That was
Okay.
No, I was just joking, playing with it because it's her birthday and I'm still getting gifts. So that was the inside joke, but no.
I got my pair on the way to the crib right now. I'm excited to wait for it to stop fucking raining first and foremost,
Yeah,
because
I
I
know,
can't do
right?
shit with it. Can't do
That's a
shit with
fact.
these with the rain. But yeah.
I'm interested to see your review on them too. I got my second pair is coming tomorrow, and I got to decide on if I'm gonna keep those or if I'm gonna flip them for some season 1 Air Force One drip. I'm ready to risk it all for season 1, man. It got me out here hella frisky.
I mean, it's got to be soon, bro.
Oh yeah,
That's
it's
what I'm
gonna be
saying.
lit.
That's what I'm saying. I think that just might be the best position for me, best move for me to make right now, smartest move for me to make right now. Because I'm not really that hype on the Tiffany's. They're cool, and I know it's gonna be a staple because it wasn't that many. But like I said, it's still giving me Black Air Force One energy, and I would rather have Murakami drip energy.
Now
Well,
I need the demons.
you already got one too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, yeah.
I mean, I always like having more than one, but I don't know. I feel like in today, when you get them both at cost, it's like,
I know but I already sold the one that I got.
oh,
Like,
you did?
yeah.
Oh, my
So
bad.
yeah. So and the pump, man. Pump is the connector to all things in the
Oh yeah,
streets.
I was about to say that Zell's on the way.
And so
How is Pump not sold your green shoes yet?
because they $17,000 is the lowest amount that people are taking for them. So it's gonna take that one guy. It's gonna be a special guy.
Yo,
We'll
that
go.
would look good with your reptile pump.
Nah, I don't know if I want to keep the undead pair or the reptile pair, because I know the reptile pair matches my clone, but the pair that I know I could wear is the undead one. But at the same time, bro, if they go for too much money, shit, I'm just gonna rock with the Genesis or the Demon, just cause like, bro, I don't need 5K shoes.
Did you see in the chat? Shake just sent like the settings you need to set on your headphones to make them sound better. Yo, Shake's a G, bro. He's all over it.
No, that's a fact. Where did you get these blue slides from? Pump, what is going on?
What
Oh,
is
bro, I just came up on 3 pairs of Yeezys that are never coming out, and yes, they're real. They just got shipped to the crib. I'll show you the other ones. There's some foam runners and some other stuff, but
What
yeah,
is going on? Where do you
Oh,
get these wonderful toys?
shit. Step in my office.
Nobody has big enough shoes for me, man. I step in the office and I feel like I'm in a clown car.
No, yeah, definitely you are gonna be in a clown car because the biggest size they got was a 12.
I can't do nothing with that. And the slides, they run small anyway. I wore like a
yeah.
16 in the
Yeah,
slide.
16.
No, you think they run like almost 2 sizes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, I wear 16. That's not a joke. I legit have a pair of 16
And you're a
Yeezy
14?
slides. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy.
Yeah, no, the slides fit terrible. I'm not gonna lie.
But they're comfortable.
Yeah, nah. The first run ever was comfortable, and then when they started releasing with that new material, it kind of got
Yeah.
ruined.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Let me go to my settings. I'm going to hook this up.
Where,
Shout out to Shay.
where are these pictures at?
Where they at?
in the Yo, what up, Cram?
Yo, what's good, fellas? Man, I had popped in, and then my son started kind of going crazy. So yeah, I'll just listen. But actually, I was gonna ask, like, what's going on with the Murakami Air Force Ones? I saw those things kind of pick up a little bit, like even with everything else kind of pulling back. Did anybody know something?
Cram,
People getting hip.
every
Yup. Pumpisha was Pumpishaing them.
Yeah,
Pumpisha.
yeah. I know. Every time Pump comes up, he definitely brings up the Murakami Air Force Ones. So I guess he's been pumping these shits for the last few weeks because I was looking at them at like 0.37, and now they're like 0.47 or something like that.
But with ETH,
Yeah.
down in USD, it costs the same pretty much. So that's
So they
why it's
just
like,
held their value.
ooh. Yeah, pretty much. I said it's a stable coin. That's what they are. I'm telling you guys, trying to put you guys on.
That's a fact.
It's more stable than USDC. That's the crazy part.
This is super silly. But hey, welcome to the game. No,
Yup.
yeah,
Now sell me your guys' pairs,
I
please, bro. They're gonna tank.
I think that's the next way for real. Like I'm thinking, and I'm trying to tell all my sneaker homies about it. Like, yo, I know y'all don't rock with NFTs, but jump in this, don't miss out. And they just look at me. It's like crickets. It's like, damn,
Just don't.
cool.
Just say here, this is the pre-order link, and you hold this. Basically hold this as a pre-order, and then you put your sizes in and ship soon. Like, don't even say the word NFTs and
Yeah,
see how.
no. I say that to them, and then they're like, "Nah, just sell it to me when you have your pairs." And I'm like, "Okay,
Yeah,
bet. It's gonna be $3,000, sir. Please
exactly.
buy
I'm
them."
I'm I'm going to bust your head wide open to the white meat. I'm cracking that thing open.
No, that's too complicated. I don't know how to get ETH. Just sell it to me once you get it, bro. We're too early, yo. We're so early that people be looking and like at something they know they want, but the barrier of just getting Ethereum is too much for them. They'd rather just wait to pay with like Venmo or eBay or something.
Yeah, that's
Damn.
true. That's true. We saw earlier that Drake is selling his pairs of his glass case CRLs on eBay. What are they going for now? I ain't even checked those.
The Space Matter is almost $1,900 now, and then the blackouts are 1,300, something like that.
Oh yeah, it's going to. I'm saying they're at least going for 2,500 a pop, especially Space Matters, at least 2,500. But
Yeah, I think
blackouts might
Space
might hit.
Matter ends higher.
Yeah, blackouts might hit too. They maybe. But I don't know if it says Drake on the box. Somebody might just pay just to have that box that Drake used to touch or put his breath on. You know, how people get down.
Yeah, bro. It's because it says Drake on the plexiglass box, like the display case. So I don't think anybody zoomed in. Like maybe someone didn't zoom in and see it, but somebody
If
in
it
the
was the DJ Khaled pair, they probably would have ended for $60.
Been in the red, eBay would have had to pay somebody to come and get them.
Hey, is anyone in here like a Solidity dev?
no, bro. Let me look down here, see if I recognize anybody.
Can we get some retweets of the space just to let them know that they missing out?
Yo, bro, if you need a dev, I know like five. Just DM me.
Well, Quit is looking into. So I noticed something today, and maybe everyone in here will be like, "God damn, that's a really huge coincidence." So there was a project that minted. They were partnering with OpenSea called Mayfair Witch Pass or whatever. They were part of the Orange Comet whole conglomerate or whatever. So the Mayfair Witches just minted their passes. The one of one, so they stopped the mint halfway through. The company, so AMC/Orange Comet, minted over 3,500 of the passes to their wallet because the mint had stalled out. So instead of burning them, they minted them to their wallet. That's the first thing that was fucked up. The second thing, and this is the really thing that I don't know if it's coincidence or what, but there was one of one. The wallet that got that one of one hadn't minted or done anything in 91 days. 3 days ago, it became active, minted one single NFT, and got the one of one. Which that's weird on its own. If you trace the funds back, the funds that started that wallet was the same person that started the Autoglyphs contract and the CryptoPunks contract. That's where the funds came from. And I'm like, that seems weird.
What was the 101 mint from what project? Sorry, I missed it.
The Mayfair Witches Pass or whatever it was called.
Yeah, that's weird, bro.
Like, Quit's looking into it right now with me, like in messages and shit. But like, that's just odd that the wallet that got the one-on-one was the same one that started the Autoglyphs contract and CryptoPunks contract. Like, what the fuck?
So, are you looking for a developer just to kind of check the contract to see if it was like programmed in the contract, or?
Yeah, that's what Quit's looking at. Like, they use something from Chainlink that supposedly like guarantees, you know,
It's Chainlink
randomization, but
VRF, right?
yeah, but they knew the number that the one-on-one, like they had the metadata tracked for the one-on-one, So they could have ran the VRF or whatever until it appeared in that wallet. That's all they would have had to have done. And he's saying, "Oh no, we didn't do that." All right, well, let me see it.
Yeah, man, that's definitely weird. Some weird, shady stuff going on, man.
Did you mint that project? Are you involved in it? So like it feels kind of extra, like an FU.
Yeah, pretty much. Like I minted a shit ton of them, more than I could have, more than I afforded, more than I could have afforded. Like I minted 50 of them. So
Wait, what was the mint? What do you mean more than you could have afforded? How,
sorry, I minted more than I could afford. I minted more than I should have. Like they
oh,
were point.
you're
Yeah,
in
they were.
is what you're saying.
Yeah, like I did not should not have spent that much money on them, but yeah, they were 0.033, and you were allowed to mint up to 777 or something.
So who's the project by? Like who's running the project? Like who?
Orange Comet, and that's what made me start thinking about it again. I had forgot about it for like 10 minutes, but y'all were talking about shoes. Orange Comet's the same company that did the Scottie Pippen shoes and shit.
Oh, Orange Comet's the same company who did the Walking Dead shit too. They're literally an NF, right?
Yep,
I'm not
yep.
crazy.
The Walking Dead and AMC, like AMC are the ones that did The Walking Dead. They're partnered with Orange Comet, and AMC slash Orange Comet are also the ones that just dropped the Mayfair Witches because it's a show on AMC.
Yo, so my guess with Orange Comet is they're buying licensing rights and dropping NFT projects, or these shows are licensing to this NFT company, Orange Comet, and they're dropping them for them or some shit. Because they be dropping all kinds of random shit all the time. Scottie Pippen, those two, like I don't know.
Yeah, I just thought it was strange. Like when I looked at the wallet, like it didn't even have that many transactions on it. And like I said, it had been inactive for 91 days. Sorry, my daughter's yelling at me.
Dude, I've learned between Cram, you, we have a lot of parents in here. Like, mad respect to you guys, Dre too. But for some reason, the kids know, and Anya, oh, there's a lot of parents, Baron. But this, my point is, the kids know as soon as you request to be speaker, they go, "Ooh," they sense it, bro. They know,
Yeah, it
right?
was my fiance's fault, man. She was out here telling my daughter it's time for bed, and usually, like when she says "babe," then my daughter will start yelling "babe."
They just sense, bro. Oh, yep, Dad done requests to be a speaker on his little call. Time to get rowdy. Let's go. I've noticed it because every time they go, well, he was just calm a second ago. As soon as I get up here, he's starting to
Dude,
go crazy.
I literally had a call, a work call, like at 5 p.m. and my wife was gone with the other kids, so I had the baby. And the whole time I'm on the call, he's just like right, and I'm like, guys, I'm so sorry. Like it's a work call, so I'm trying to be as professional as I can. But I'm like super flustered, and yeah, it was a disaster, man. I didn't get anything done on the call. Long story short.
Y'all see how Rolly jumps up on these spaces all the time, man. My son Pharaoh, he does the same thing to my wife when she got her work calls and she does training, and he just be in that video with him, like, well, hey guys, what's up?
I need a decision to make. Either I cop these CryptoKicks IRL or I put my ape up during other block.
Wait, you do what? During? Oh, okay. You're talking about put your ape on the mural or cop the crypto
I think I would
kicks.
go for the CryptoKicks, right? Just the fucking most smartest answer.
What's
One
the
of them.
mural for though? What's the point of that?
Well, dude, the other block party that we're going to, they're taking submissions for 10 bored apes or mutant apes to have their art done on this giant wall outside the party in LA. Like big,
What?
big old murals, bro. So it's pinned up here to the top. There's 10 spots, and if they get over 10 submissions, it's going to be a raffle, which I think they'll probably get over 10 submissions. But it's 0.69 ETH, and the murals are still up from Miami. Like, so the thought is the murals stay up for a year until the next event, you
That'd
know.
be dope because I'm trying to get my mutant plastered everywhere, so it's kind of hard
And
too.
I would reach out to Swicky and just see the time frame that they're up, because it's kind of dope to have your mutant up on a wall. Yes, 0.69 is a lot of money, man. But The murals are big, bro. I remember them in LA. They were cool, bro. They were super cool. And but if you want something like that, we actually give you a return on your money. There's one thing: visibility for your mutant, or the kicks. So I don't know, dude. That's a hard one.
Right?
I'm
It's like
not.
brand recognition and all that stuff, or just the crypto kicks. I've been wanting the crypto kicks for a minute now, and I've been
Well,
getting like a bunch of tips from Dookie Dash because the score is locked. So I got some like extra ETH to spend.
question though. So you have to like, is it like you have to stake your mutant in order to put them up for the mural?
No, no, dude. So other block is run. Me and Fawn and Boo and a couple others went to the one in Miami. It's run by a bunch of street artists, and they do these big murals of NFTs. So they're doing the same thing in LA. They have a wall, like a giant wall designated to put up the 10 bored apes or mutant apes, like graffiti or street art on the wall. So, you just have to pay, you have to commission the art. So it's 0.69 ETH per,
Ah, okay.
there's 10 slots, and it's one of the exits you get off right near the party, and you could see this wall as you're getting off the freeway in LA. It's big old, so.
I don't know, Demi. That's a hellified flex, man. And you out here too, so ooh, I don't know, it's
So
spicy.
Dude,
imagine your family or friends down that exit and go, "Oh shit, there's my ape. No big deal,"
Yeah,
Like there it is.
Yeah.
I just know a lot of people take a picture
so
and tag me, and like I don't know.
Demi. So like, all I would say is like, you've had that mutant for a while. I think most people know you for this mutant. Do you value your brand, your digital identity more, or some shoes? Right. And granted, the CryptoKicks IRL, that's like new tech. They look pretty dope to me.
You have a pair, right,
Uh,
Cram?
I, yeah, yeah. I was able to get some.
Well, what colorways did you cop?
So I just got the
Oh, the
blackouts.
blackouts are
I just
sick
got the
too.
yeah, I just got one pair. I was gonna get multiple, but I mean, either way, I know we did a lot of talking about like just IP and kind of leveraging IP, especially in the bull market. I mean, if you do this now, this could if like let's just say you did the other block thing. You talked to Swicky and she's like, yeah, it's gonna be up for 6 months, a year, or something like that. That could roll into the next like bull cycle.
That's a fact.
That's right.
That could create opportunity. Because they're gonna be like, man, I've seen you all over the place, and
Yeah.
LA is a hub. LA is a hub, so that'll be huge.
Yeah, Cram dropping some real gems right now. And plus you doing this Dookie Dash run too, and everybody needs to know it and see you doing that.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
woo, it's a doozy.
It's a
I was gonna
doozy.
I was gonna ask though, since there's only 10 spots. I know they said they're gonna do a raffle after. Let's just say you don't get picked. Let's say there's 20 people and they only pick 10. Do they refund the
Yeah,
0.69?
yeah, of course.
Oh, okay, cool, cool.
Yeah. So, Demi, he's right though, bro. That you getting up there and sharing it on Twitter, social media, have anybody else that like takes a picture, throw it up there. It may open up an opportunity where you make another 0.969 or 0.38 or whatever it is.
That's a fact. That's a
Yeah.
fact.
If you
Like it
build a
works with you, man. It works with you and your brand that you already created, Demi. I think you should just flow what you're already doing. It would be different if you was like knee deep in clones like you are with your mutant. It financially, business wise, brand wise, it makes sense to me. Like
Yeah.
I plan on working out and appearing my CRLs with the CloneX LA Fit Clubs because that's part of the brand that I've created, right? So it wouldn't really make sense for me to go after the commission mutant if I wasn't doing things with my mutant previously. But you out here killing shit, so you know.
well,
I'm not, I'm about to say this anyway, like just because I'm mid maxi. Go ahead and get the shoes, man. It's all good. Fuck all the other dumb shit. Get your kicks. Forget about everything.
yo, get
Dude,
them.
and your Millie would come out.
Do
Dre
both.
Millie would come out for sure on the dark side. Damn.
You're going.
Uh,
So, or we can just tell Jace about it and Baron, who are some whales, and they can front run you real quick.
Yep. Congratulations. You played yourself.
Jace, you want your mutant up on a mural in LA during NFT LA and the other block party?
Nah, I'm gonna put mine on a castle in Scotland.
There you go, Demi. You're good to go. Baron, do you want your mutant up on the mural?
I mean, yeah, that'd be sick. I if I lived out there or I had, I mean, I just don't have much going on with this thing. 69 ETH, 0.69 ETH is valuable to me at this point. I think it's a great deal. I'm surprised that they didn't fill up. I was looking at under the announcement, it says that like you had to get it in by Tuesday, and they were going to draw winners like Thursday. So, Demi, maybe we should ask them if they don't have it all filled up. Can we get a little 2-for-1?
Yeah, I mean, I know Swicky. Let me actually text her right now.
Dude, ask him if they've got a couple spots. I might do it. I mean, I think that this is the type of thing, at the very least, I almost just kind of want to support in general, because I hope that, we start doing that as clones. I'd love to get, find some artists to start doing that. Aunt Ben can do it if he had more time.
It's
You know what,
definitely a
Demi?
tough one.
Demi, just get both, bro.
Yeah, you'll be able to get both. I was just about to say, like, you got time on the CIRLs.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
dude.
true. And the CRLs will probably dump because the market's crashing. Everything's falling.
Yeah, like the chances of you getting made fun of for the CIRLs are a little bit higher than getting made fun of for having your mutant on a building. No, dude, they're both fire. You can do both.
I told you, Baron like to
I'm
start
dead.
fires, bro.
I'm
He's
dead. I'm
he's
dead.
an arsonist, man. Some
Dude,
people just want to see it burn.
I think myself as like as a man that brings the people together. Fucking arsonist, like that.
Demi just came in here to try to split us all up, dude. He was getting both in the first place. I know how Demi was playing. Tried to come in here, split the crowd. No, Demi, you do both. And get the Murakami drip. Air Force Ones.
Oh shit, man. Honestly, that is a good deal. I've been thinking about it. 0.69. If it's gonna be up for a year, I think that's completely worth it.
Got too big.
You just got to create a marketing campaign with the whole situation, man. And this is how you capitalize as a mutant, and you know what I'm saying, get some content of it when it's on the wall. Post that shit everywhere on social media. Let people know what you're doing with the Dookie Dash. You know what I'm saying? You can build a lot more income off of this one move. So, yeah, man, like I said, with that being said, go ahead and pick up some CRLs and fuck everything else.
You're killing me, Dream. Limerick. God damn it, Limerick.
Yo, Limerick out here dropping bars, though.
Reverse psychology.
I got to stay loyal, man. You know what I mean? I can't. You know what I'm about. So
I gotta.
I need to be
reach out.
nice to Dre tonight. Dre's gonna do me a solid tomorrow, so I got to be super nice to Dre tonight. So
What's he
it's
doing?
Mr. Dre Millie to me.
oh, look at that.
What's he
Retired the
doing?
Limerick.
Hey,
One
yo,
night
you
you can do it.
Just
trying to get Dre to sell you shoes for like $15K?
anything I can do for the homies, I would do it for anybody in here. For real. Hold down the home squad like the home squad hold me down. You feel me?
Wait, Dre, I actually know the owner of Riff LA, Jeff. I can hit you up with him.
Yeah, for sure. I met Jeff. I told you back in when I was doing Shabu Shabu with Q. That was a long time ago. But yeah, that would be live. I'm just looking to, for real. I can't wear these, so I'm looking to do something. I'm looking to make a Demi move. You feel me? Something that makes sense with them. It's only 120 pair. They're going for a little under $20,000, right? I can make more moves with the conversion than me just sitting on them. So yeah, man, that's what I'm looking to do. Man, I might buy a mutant shit if I flip them like that. I might have to put my shit on the wall somewhere.
Go right into a mutant, yeah.
You know what I mean? I might have to do it.
Yo, maybe they.
Run it.
I gotta see if they'll put a Murakami drip on the wall for us, like a little mural.
On
You know
some
what I mean?
for real.
Put my girl on the wall.
We gonna have
Yeah,
to.
I mean, if they haven't finished this mural yet, let's get one together.
That's what I'm about to say. We gonna have to just do that. We gonna have to make a major move like that for real. and just because it's not out of touch, it's
I'm
not out of reach.
I'm curious. How do you go about like figuring out what building wall is available for paint?
Yo, is Aunt Ben still in here? Aunt Ben's a street artist, bro. Like that's his world. No, he's not.
And there
Uh,
must be like things or something, right?
well, they have a network, bro. Like it's a community, and they reach out to probably people who own local businesses and who own the property, and they kind of have a network of walls that they
Yeah.
use. And there's a whole like method of keeping them like Nana said earlier, is that sometimes these hoodlums will come spray paint over like art, and you have local graffiti artists who like volunteer their time to go touch up and fix things that get kind of vandalized. That's a whole community, just like us.
I was gonna
I
say
got a
it's also
homegirl.
a symbiotic relationship, just in the sense that the business that's going to drive traffic to the business and help them out a bit. I'm sure you mean some instances you may pay for the space, but also the businesses often will profit from it as well.
That's a fact. I got a homegirl who paints murals, um, and I know she knows a lot of people. Like, and women seem to open up a lot more doors than men do when it comes to the situation.
I just
I
added
mean,
Aunt
you
Ben.
learned that on that ladies of BAYC space that doesn't
Yeah.
actually work though, Joe.
You know what though? I think it just depends on the sector that you are in. When it comes to tech, I understand the points that they were making, and I agree with those points because it's a lot of men in this sector who think and move a certain type of way, right? But in other sectors, I think it's undeniable that it becomes it can become a benefit in certain situations, right? I'm in an interracial relationship. My wife comes from a different culture than me. So please believe we have utilized the 1-2 Othello step when it worked to create leverage for us, right? Somebody coming and doing an inspection on our house, the inspector happens to be from the same culture or ethnic background as her. Guess who's opening the door? Guess who's doing the talking? Guess who's doing the walk around, right? In the same situation in reverse. A homie come through that I can relate to on a different level. Guess who's doing the talking? You know what I'm saying? It's just part of this world that we are in. It's a undeniable factor. And I have known for it to be a utilization of a plus to create leverage, just depending on the situations you're applying it to. But yes, I can agree with the points that they were making when it comes to tech, because it's a lot of assholes in tech. You know what I'm saying? A lot of nerdy dickheads. Pardon my
So
French.
many, so many.
So yeah, it just depends on the situation.
It's because they know they
I mean,
smarter than us. That's why.
that's my situation, right?
Facts, 100%.
I
And no, they do. They, like Snap said. Sorry to interrupt, Jace. They know that they're smarter than us, and a lot of these dudes, they utilize their intelligence as how to equate who they are or their importance in this world or in this realm. So it becomes an intimidation factor when a woman comes through and she's talking her talk. They got to do something to make themselves feel better about it. But I don't want to go down this route. What did you about to say, Jay?
mean, same thing. So let's change the topic. Because living in Hawaii, being married to a Hawaiian Filipino, there was definitely times where it was like, you know what? Not best place for me to step in first. So let's change it up.
100%. It's chess, not checkers, man. 100%. And I'll definitely send my wife in on a mission. We gotta honestly, when I got Kendrick Lamar in Cincinnati, the business owners, I had her there in the meeting, running the meeting. I was just the one supplying the information, right? She didn't know shit about hip hop or that side of it, but she knew what she had to do to make sure we secured the venue to get him here. It's just part of the leverage, man. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. It's business tactics that great conglomerates and corporations use all the time.
What is up, Camino? How's it going, man? Welcome.
Man, my butt hurt right now. Like I did a tattoo like 3 hours ago for you guys, Man, it's crazy. I got tattoo wag me on my butt, man, because I'm a troll, bro.
Pics or it
Did
didn't
he just
happen,
say he
man.
got Wagme tatted on his ass?
Pics
Yeah,
or it didn't
bro.
happen, bro. We got to see some wag me cheeks or it didn't happen.
Okay, man, I'm gonna post it at the top. Are you ready? We don't see the
Bro,
asshole, man. It's just the butt on the side, bro.
bro. I
Are you
mean,
ready?
what kind of troll says they're a troll? Like, you can't come
Yeah, yeah.
say you're a
The
troll.
French Canadian troll, man.
Don't
Cheek
give
Oh,
nothing at the top, Camino.
cheek
yeah,
it
it's
up.
You do not have
man, it's on the jumbotron right now.
you
Cheek
don't
it
have
up.
it's out here.
Man, it's my beautiful butt, man.
It's just some skin, man. We all got some. It's all good. As long as it ain't no orifices, I'm cool with that.
Oh, it's okay.
Yo, bro, I'm gonna delete it. So
Oh, it is for real. He was serious. I was just
Man, I'm not here to joke, man. I'm here to build.
I
Yo,
looked just in time to see it pop up and see it drop off.
Oh, shut
yeah,
up.
man, the tattoo artist was like, "What the fuck are you doing right there?"
Oh my goodness.
all right, tell us something normal, Camino.
Yeah, I love getting rug, man. I love getting rug. Like I got rug maybe I got rug maybe 2 times since like the start of the year. One time was by my ex-girlfriend. So yeah, and the second one was like a rug, man. Like all of us right now. Yeah, NFT. Yeah, I'm feeling good. Everything is fine. What are you guys doing tonight?
Getting rugged, baby. What do you think? I just got rugged on the jumbotron.
Yo, man, you didn't get wrong because I put you. I tell you the real story. I'm not here to joke. A little bit, maybe. So yeah. Have a great night, man. I'm gonna stay here with you. If you have any question or if you want to see other tattoo, hit me up.
Yo, he was serious. That's
I thought he was
wild.
kidding,
Oh
bro.
my God.
That's wild.
He said I'm a troll, and then like he wasn't trolling. He was dead
Right.
serious. How
It
you gonna
was
call yourself a
serious.
troll, but you telling the truth?
That's how you pump fake, right? To make you believe that people they're not gonna listen to what you got to say. Yeah, right. Get out of here. He
He
came
had me in the
through with it.
first half. I'm not gonna.
Oh man.
There is nothing like a good pump fake, right? When you're watching a basketball game, when you see a solid pump fake, I need to go back to that.
Oh man, that's crazy. That brought some real tears to my eyes. Some man cheeks on the screen.
Yeah, I hate to go back to the mural topic, but I do the math. It's like 1K USD basically, pick 0.69 ETH. Is that worth like? Could I use that 1K otherwise to like build brand awareness, or is the mural worth it?
I would say the mural's worth it, especially if you got other apes or mutants up there. I would say it's worth it. It just depends on how you flip it, because
I mean,
it
dude,
by itself, you know what I mean. But if you, like I said, create some content, create a campaign behind it, you can really do some damage.
I mean, and you could arguably write it off as a business expense. I mean, you're operating a business now, so it's an advertising marketing expense
Check this out, Demi.
to write off against the income from Dookie Dash runs.
As you're gonna do this. If if you get selected, you're gonna meet the organizers, right? You're gonna have to coordinate with them. You're gonna meet the artists that are actually doing it, probably. You're gonna be at the actual event, and you're gonna be able to tell people, "Yeah, my ape's out front. Like, this is mine." Like, it's gonna be a talking point. Um, you can flip it a lot of ways to make it pretty cool. Honestly, it may open up some doors while you're actually at the party and with the event organizers and the people who are putting these things on, as well, right? Because now you're supporting their art, and they're putting your ape up there. And yeah, dude, I think it's not a bad idea. I would put one of my clones up there if they were taking clones. I got a Murakami, like a female Murakami clone that would look dope on a wall.
The one with the wings, right?
Yeah, she'd look good up there.
Oh, damn, it's solid. It looks solid for sure.
I should reach out and be like, "Yo, throw a clone somewhere around here, right? Like, I know it's an ape event, but like, rep the
Dude,
squad."
We just do it ourselves.
Yeah, I'm
Let's,
sure we could find a street artist, bro, and a wall.
no, we definitely gonna do that. We're definitely gonna bite off this idea. Signed, sealed, delivered. We're still in it. I can't believe dude put his man cheeks on the big screen. That's funny. Friday, this is nuts.
I bet
Yo,
you won't
man,
get.
I fucking put my butt on Twitter, man. I'm like, what the fuck is happening with you, Camino? Like, stop it.
I bet you won't get my clone tattooed though.
Oh, man, don't bet on this.
Demi, you want? I mean, I know you want the big mural, but do you want your ape on someone's cheek?
Wait, what?
Yo,
Custom
his
joints?
cheek is so red. You all right,
Yo,
Camino? You need some ice.
yeah, I really need some ice. Yo, what is happening with like the big like silicone thing? Did you talk about this tonight?
Nah, dude, we're not smart enough to be talking about that kind of stuff
Yeah.
because we don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
No, there's some people talking about it in the chat, but I don't know.
So
I don't
funny,
know.
man. Camino, your cheeks, man. Tears to my eyes, man. I'm sorry.
Oh no, it's okay. It was for you guys, man, to make you laugh, and it's just funny because we all say wag me, but it's really stupid at this moment. And man, I'm here to bring like joy, and I don't care. It's on my fucking ass. It's always hidden.
You know, do we not believe in WAGMI anymore? Do we think that we're not all gonna make it?
No, I'm not gonna make it for sure.
Uh, well, there you go.
Yo, when Camino requested to come up, I'm like, I follow Camino. I don't remember ever talking to him in spaces, but I follow him, so he's probably funny or said something smart or one of the above. And I'm glad that you didn't disappoint, man. We've had some crazies come into space before,
You
and
gotta.
so I was worried, but then you just came up and put your butt on the jumbotron. So surprisingly, it's not the worst thing we've ever had happen in here.
Oh man.
If you read his description, you understand why.
Dude, I had to read it before letting him up here, and I'm like, all right, we're gonna let someone up here with a description like this. Like, all right, here goes nothing.
Man, I paid like $60 on the Fiverr for this.
You paid $60 for someone to write your description?
No, 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 man. I did it myself because I take time. Yeah, yeah. I think it's looking good, but man, the rose in the background with Camino, it's really looking good. It was for Valentine's Day, but I think it brings girls a lot in my DM, so it's good.
Oh yeah, the banner. No, I like it.
Yeah.
So, do you have NFTs or where? How come you have a human profile picture?
Yeah, I changed it last night because I have a root through, and I don't know if you know Bijou, but it's like a dick NFT. It's weird, but yeah, he put it on my nose, and I was like, it was really too close to my mouth, so yeah, I deleted it. It was really weird because Root Root is like a kangaroo, so his nose is going down, and yeah, man, I don't want to go too far in this conversation, but yeah, I have a Root Root. Before I have a Sappy Seal, but I got rugged, man, by myself because I bought on Gems, and it was like a flag one. So yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm really good. I'm good at losing money.
Well, dude, I'm sorry to hear that. I can relate. I can lose money too.
You're in the right place.
You're in the right. You're at home here, Camino. If you want to lose money, you're home.
Yeah, I
Keep
feel
coming
I
back.
feel good. Yo, the first NFT that I bought was a Lady Ape Yacht Club. I was like, oh man, this is a big utility right there. And man, no yacht, no nothing. And you know what? I got rugged by myself because I didn't like write my seed phrase. So after that, I bought it, man, for like 2.5K when it was pumping hard. It was my first bot, man, first day in NFT. My account got disconnected from MetaMask. And man, no seed phrase, no nothing. So there's like a Lady API club in a fucking empty wallet right now. Yeah, this
We
is
all
my
have a
life.
story, bro, of getting rugged like that. I'm glad you shared.
Yeah, but it was my first buy. Like it take like 10 minutes and I got rug in the space.
No way. My first was like an ape derivative too, bro. It was the little baby ape club, and it ended up being a someone stole the art and just launched the project. It wasn't even the real project I bought, and I lost like half a ETH at the time. And luckily, I had done well in shit coins, and I was like ready to play with some ETH out here, and I had to just write that one off as a learning experience, you know. And then I went on to get rugged a few more times, and ended up down bad here with you guys.
Yeah, man. Seriously, my journey in crypto and NFT is really bad, and I don't know how to move. Like I bought Cardano at like 5 cents, and I put like I don't know, maybe around 10K, maybe a little bit more. Watch that, man. I'm really stupid. I put it in future in Binance, man. I lost it in like fucking 5 minutes, okay? But yeah, man, it was pumping to like $3. Imagine, man, from 10K to 10K, 5 cents to $3. I would be here today, like, what the fuck? I would be like on a yacht right now and popping champagne with Dan Bilzerian.
So you put it in futures and got liquidated before it pumped.
Yeah, I got liquidated really fast, man. Like,
Were-
like my life in general.
Dude,
Like, man,
my buddy bought no, you would have been set, you would have been doing good, dude, but it really isn't like it goes fast, bro. My buddy bought Cardano at 3 cents with $70,000, and it pumped up to like 1.5 mil, and he like pulled it all out and thought he was like the greatest trader of all time, and tried to put it in other stuff, and like was out in Vegas just kind of blowing it on Lambos. And it goes fast, bro. Like he wasn't ready for all that, but you did learn a lesson on buying spot instead of futures, right? You got to buy spot. Just buy.
yeah, but I think I hope I'm gonna have my chance again because it was just in front of me, man, and I bought it and I lose it, so it's bad, man. When you think about it, so yeah.
It's that FOMO that you already missed out on. You're like, oh, I could have had this much. We all got stories like that, dude. But I tell these guys all the time, you just stick around out here, bro. Stick around through this bear market, and you're just gonna become smarter by picking up knowledge from other people, or you're gonna learn yourself, and you're gonna be in a much better place to make a good decision for the next bull run. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's right. We're building right now, and if anyone want to like promote their project, just hit me up. I'm gonna tattoo it on my forehead. I don't care.
Yo, Demi, you hear that, bro? Who needs a mural? Got Camino's forehead.
Yeah, let's
Camino's
go.
Camino's
Oh,
just he's the best, man. I love his description of how it was like it was put it on my nose and but I'm a kangaroo. So then it got pretty close to my end of my nose. Guy's just like
yeah, man.
perfect
Yeah,
description of the situation.
I'm a French
similar to the
Canadian and
goat
I
from
have
Solana.
difficulty to speak in English, but I'm trying, man. I'm trying.
Oh my god, dude, your English is great.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
good.
people like at the bottom and they're shy, man. Don't be shy. Like, fuck, man. I fucking got one me on my butt. Like, we are here to build and to have fun. Like, what can I say more than that? Don't be shy. Come here, talk. Let's bring like it's just fun to like brainstorm around like people's mind and idea around the space.
The
Yo,
kangaroo picture reminds me of the goat in Solana, and the face looked like a penis. You guys know what I'm talking about? The artwork looked very similar to the OK Bears.
dude, I feel like I've seen Camino's Rue Troop before.
Yeah, it's a red one.
I've probably seen it, dude. You probably had it as a profile picture when you first came and just based this.
Yeah, probably. Like, but it's weird, like because I changed my PFP, and the little blue check mark just got done like for a couple of days. Maybe in like 7 days, I'm gonna be back with the blue check mark. And this picture is representing me. It's good. With the sunglasses. Like I was talking in a space last night, and people were like, "I'm gonna throw you in water, you fucking like idiot." I was like, okay, man, it's good. You see, it's in Paris. It's really beautiful. Did you go to Paris, compound?
Dude, that's not very wagmy of those guys to be talking like that. You
Yeah,
know,
I don't. Yeah, some people are stupid.
Dude, we won't push you in.
me and Baron will take you to Paris. You know what I'm saying, Camino?
Yo, we're gonna be like at the Eiffel Tower,
Yeah.
popping some champagne. Yeah, let's do this.
Camino, j'ai habité à Paris pendant 3 ans, 1980, quoi, jusqu'à year 2000. Gosh, forgot my French.
Yo, you're not like born there, right? No.
No, no, no. Born in Canada, but grew up, became an American citizen when I was 17 years old. But then when I was 18, I moved to France, ended up there almost 3 years doing construction work.
Yo, you travel a lot, man. And where are you from? Like Toronto or like from the
Edmonton.
West?
Edmonton.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I live like I was born in Quebec and I live in Toronto for like 6 or 7 years. After that, we moved back to Quebec. So yeah, but Quebec really sucked, man. The mentality there and the people are just stupid. It's fuck. I want to go like live in the US with you guys or like in Europe. It's really beautiful. Man, I need to see something else than this little shitty place.
Yeah, man. Seeing different places is a good thing. I do have to go back to that profile picture comment. I think Dre Millie needs to go check his hidden folder. Just because I think there's something like that in there, but I don't know. I couldn't really see it.
Oh shit! Is it the Narc Dino?
Oh, baby.
Oh, dilly dilly.
He could sell it. Put it towards the new club.
Yo, why aren't you playing in this Fortnite tournament?
What's up?
Why aren't you playing in that Fortnite tournament? Why didn't you put
The
a team in?
the homies that are actually under my team, they're playing in the Valhalla event.
For who? Who are they playing for?
They are playing for Valhalla, I think, or they're just like I don't think they signed up for like a specific like team because we haven't really organized everything. I was talking to Nan about this yesterday. He told me to make a proposal to the ApeCoin DAO to see if we can have like an ape centered esports team and just throw it out there, make a really dope presentation.
Yo, that would be dope. So the tournament's tomorrow though, and I want to watch it like as a group because CloneX has a team that Clips put together with some pro gamers, and we got some delegated clones going to that, and then we have isn't Orangey playing for Valhalla with his
Yeah,
crew
Orange is playing for Valhalla.
with the gamers that you know?
Yeah, so I think he's playing with Cutie Claps, one of the other boosters in that server, and I don't know. I'm not really into Fortnite really, but it'd be dope to see like CloneX win or how many communities are part of that? Azuki's, Beans, or Apes in there too?
But no, Yuga doesn't have a team, bro. There's a bunch of people playing. I'll pin it at the top, but I want to watch it. I don't know. I want to watch it as a group. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Sounds like some nerd stuff, dude, but I'm down. Like watching live streaming, gaming.
Oh, I see CloneX. Yeah, it's dope. PXN, Valhalla, Beans. Oh, even Noun has esports.
Yeah, bro. Everybody but Yuga's on here. What is going on? Do you guys
Yeah,
even
but
over at Yuga or no?
I'm gonna front run everybody and make that proposal like next week for ApeCoin DAO.
Yo, you should be leading this charge, bro. Like actually putting together this team. And even if you got to put like four dudes or whatever, like a team full of like players that are better than you at Fortnite, like you're managing it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so far I have 3 people that are really good at Fortnite. Is this a 4v4 tournament? I mean, like 4 player max, or is it threes? Is
I
it the quads or trios? Do you know?
I think it's fours. I thought I saw four in our little flyer. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I don't know where we're gonna watch it though, but
It's tomorrow. No, it's on Monday. Yeah.
no, it's tomorrow.
Oh shit.
96 players, 21 NFT communities. So Alex says this might be the biggest inter-community NFT event to date. So tomorrow live at 12 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. California International only time on Twitch to support your community.
It'd be dope. Did you see the clones that Clips is using?
Yo, can we find that render and pin it to the top? That'd be dope. Anybody who knows where I think it's on
Give me
Clips.
a minute.
I'll find it. One sec. I'm multitasking here, guys. I am sorry.
Hey, Baron, while he's doing that, I went on to some art projects I actually wanted to collect, but didn't do it a ways back. And so I went and picked up some of their art on the much cheaper than it was, of course, during the bull, right? And then I've been curating my Lux Pod. Have you cracked yours open yet? Or are you waiting?
No, I haven't touched it. I will.
I'm trying not to talk a ton because I know the road noise in my van. I'm driving through like a crazy windstorm. It's like making my windows whistle.
No, you sound fine, Jay.
I pinned
For
it
real?
up.
We hear it, dude. It's not like, it's not that bad, actually. I've heard worse. Oh, yeah, I stayed at the top. My bad. I pinned back over it. Camino, what's up, man?
Yeah, I just want to say, like, man, it was nice to talk to you guys tonight. Like, man, I only slept like, I don't know, 8 hours all this week. So, man, I'm tired right now. Yeah, I'm really tired. I need to go. So, talk to you soon, Compound.
All right, are you going to go show your butt on other spaces? Or are you really going?
No,
Because, like, I don't
no,
want to feel like you're abandoning us to go cheat on us with other spaces.
no, I'm not gonna cheat, man. No, not tonight, man.
Okay, well, I trust you, and I don't want to see your butt on any other spaces but ours. So, thanks.
Yeah. Have a great night, guys.
We're attached, Camino. Good night.
Good night,
Peace.
Camino.
Man, that shit had me in real tears, man. I'm really.
Sounds good.
I'm happy, man. This was the goal.
Oh my
Peace.
goodness. All right, bro. Peace. Ah, what a time to be alive. That's funny.
Dre, did you check your hidden folder yet?
Man, no, I have not. Not at all. I have not. No.
Do it, Drake. What you got in there, bro? Share with-
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, it's like that, guys. It's like that.
Oh yeah. That's cool.
Dre, you watching that tournament tomorrow or what? How's this gonna run, dude?
I didn't know anything about how to even participate in watching this tournament tomorrow. To be honest, I'm just gonna cheer from back here.
It's gonna be streamed on Twitch, but I wonder how it's gonna run. Are they all playing at once, or can 69 players play at once, Demi?
I thought it was 96.
Oh, it is
It
96.
should
Huh?
be 96, but they might. So Clips might be streaming it on his personal channel.
I've never
Yeah.
watched anyone stream anything on Twitch. Not one time.
Same.
But I'm not opposed to it, to be honest. But I do want to know, like, I guess I'll have to figure out how the tournament will be ran, like the breakdown of the brackets and who against who, or is it every man at the same time, every team at the same time? Like, what's the details?
I would assume they do multiple rounds, but it could just be a one and done thing.
No way, bro. That'd be crazy. One and done. Yeah, they got to do multiple rounds. Maybe elimination or somehow.
4-person teams.
No, they usually do it by score, so they'll have like one round, Whoever gets like first place gets X amount of points. You have kills, you get X amount of points, and they all tally it up between like five matches or 4 matches. But I know Clips is on there. He's part of FaZe. It's crazy.
Yeah, bro. CloneX rolling deep out here.
So are we doing a watch party or what's up?
Are you down, Alts? I don't think you actually want to watch it.
What?
Are you gonna?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, those clones are repping are ETH Lorians.
Dude, we're gonna be watching it. Do you want to watch it with us?
Hell, yeah, that's what I see. We're getting a watch party. Let's go.
Are you showing up? I'm down.
Yeah, dude, I'm 100% down.
I got to do some birthday activities tomorrow again.
Oh, that's true.
I don't know how down I am going to be.
How do you plan to watch it, Alts? Are you gonna just watch it on Twitch like a normal human, or are you gonna be in VR watching it?
We know the answer to this question before you even asked it. We didn't have to ask this.
No, dude, I have to know.
I mean, it would be fun if we could get it streaming in a pod or something.
Yeah. So
super.
Can you stream into a pod? Like, is that from Twitch? I know you can from YouTube.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you can from Twitch or not, to be honest.
Yeah, that'd be cool, dude. I feel like we have a pretty good chance, man. Unless one of these other communities has like some real pros on it.
Yeah, the Clips made it sound like he's bringing in the ringers, so we might be favored in this bad boy. I don't know.
Well, the Valhalla team is stacked too, is what Demi's saying.
Nice. I'm really curious how they're going to structure it. Hopefully, it's like multiple rounds. It'd be fun.
What's the grand prize? What do they win?
It was like 12 or 15K, like prize pool. I think. I don't know how it's distributed.
12 grand.
That's crazy.
To the winning team. So I don't know if that means that there's some other money to go to the other, but it sounds like 3 grand a head for the winning team. I just think it's awesome, those clones, man. You see that East clone with the vision goggles, like that thing's coming at you. You're definitely getting out of the way. And then those 2 girls are like baller. Girl clones are so dope.
Well, I know Pump said that we put it to rest that the swoosh.nike post had nothing to do with the post, but Benoit did put it up on his Instagram as well. The same Air Force One post, so whatever that means. Probably nothing.
Pump, you hearing this?
Sorry, I was showing my mom the Tiffany's. What happened?
Did you just get those from Dre?
Nah, I have to meet Dre tomorrow. I just got my size 10.5 that I think I'm gonna wear.
What do you think?
Bro, I honestly can't stop looking at them. These shits are beautiful. I know. I'm on that Air Force One, black Air Force One activity, so it's like perfect for my personality.
Yeah.
I like that little 925 Tiffany silver hit on the back. My mom's a jeweler, so she was just like, "What the fuck? This is Tiffany silver on your shoes. Don't wear these." I was like, "Yeah, about that. I don't know."
That's the whole point. Did you get any of the accessories? Did you buy any of the accessories?
Nah, but my homie's been trying to sell it to me, and he seems like he's stuck with it. So good. I don't want any of that shit.
How much was it?
I think he was selling like a toothbrush. I like him, and now I don't. For like $600.
What?
And then, what are those things called that go like in between the laces? You know, the metal thing.
The lace locks or the yeah, I know what you're talking about.
On the Air Forces, yeah, they sold those separately as well. I think he has that, but like, bro, that should have came with the shoe. I'm not buying.
It should have exactly, but you know what that's about?
The bag.
The ultimate stunt. Like, oh yeah, I got all of this
ultimate stunt and securing the bag for Nike.
Always securing the bag. How much did those go? Did the accessories come together in a pack, or were they selling them all separately?
All separately. So you could buy a whistle, you could buy the lace things, and then you could buy a toothbrush.
A whistle? Like, what you whistle while you twerk? What you need a whistle for?
Yeah, I don't know, bro. That's if you just have too much money.
That's crazy. Yeah, nah. Those lace, the lace, I forgot what they're called too. Those definitely should have came with the kids.
Are you talking
Bro,
about it goes on like the end of the laces, like the
these are
little?
premium.
In the front, yeah.
Yeah, the
You know,
front,
they
like
they
on every Air Force has that little metal hit and lace.
yeah. Says Air Force One on that.
Yeah,
But
okay.
they're pure Tiffany silver. That's wild as fuck. That is kind of hard. How much are they selling those for?
Which ones?
For the laces.
Let me find the post, but it seemed like it was pretty easy to get for the most part. So I'm gonna check out. I'm gonna look for it.
That feels like an item someone took out of the box and is reselling, doesn't it?
No, they all sold all the accessories separately.
I
Tiffany
know,
did by
but that's
itself.
crazy. Doesn't
Yeah,
it feel like it should have been in there?
a
I know
hundred
you were just
percent.
saying
I don't
that,
know
but
why
like,
they gave extra yellow laces with these though. That shit looks terrible.
I mean, somebody gonna trick it out. You gonna throw the Tiffany blue in the joint? What you
Nah,
gonna
I'm an all black guy. I wear like all black every
do?
day. So
Yeah,
I'm gonna just keep it factory.
I might have to. If I keep these pair, I might have to just
The
throw the
the
Tiffany blue
thing
in
Man,
is,
you
there.
guys
dude,
talk
the
about
Tiffany
shoes.
laces are like regular Jordan 1 laces, whereas the
Yeah.
ones that are already laced in here are like rope lace, which I like that
Yes.
style more.
Super. Yeah, they premium. They feel premium.
Yeah. So I think I'm gonna just leave it like this.
I went from thinking about
Yeah.
copying the mural, and now I want the crypto kicks. I'm looking at them right now.
Yo, we got the man, the myth, the legend himself, and Ben up here. We're talking
What?
about street art and we're talking about murals. And I tagged him and, he came through. He posted some dope stuff in the comments. But maybe there was a question earlier, Aunt Ben, about like how a lot of these artists find walls, like walls to graffiti on or do art on. And then also maybe Demi run him by your thoughts on getting your ape up on the mural and see what he thinks on it.
Yeah, so basically, like, I've been talking to Lucifina about this, and she's like, it's a complete waste of money. You can probably use that 1,000 USD in marketing somewhere else. She's like, give me the hard numbers of like, is this gonna get you followers or whatnot? And I told her it's more of like brand awareness, and like, my ape's gonna be up there for a year. It's like less than $100 USD a month, basically. So, no, I'm still thinking about it.
So are you saying that somebody's charging you
0.69.
that
Yeah, to
money?
have a mural at Other Block, which is an event in LA during NFTLA, and
Oh
my ape's
yeah.
gonna be
But
up.
that how long does that
The
last?
mural should be up for like I
What's the
think a year.
so I guess what's the question? Is it worth the
Yeah,
money you're
yeah.
saying? I mean, they're gonna probably get somebody else to do it.
So there's a event for Other Block. It's the Board Ape Yacht Club like community event, kind of like we have them,
Right.
and they're auctioning off, not auctioning, but raffling off 10 spots for either board apes or mutant apes to go on the wall that they have already, set aside outside the event. It's right off the freeway in LA. And
Right.
so basically they're looking for 10 apes, mutants and board apes to get spots. It's 0.69 ETH, and Demi's been back and forth all night whether he should enter the raffle to try to get his mutant up there. And then I think the question had come up of like, how do they even find these walls? And I looked down to see if you were in here, and I was like, I'll see if he'll come back and tell us like how they even like find these walls to do this stuff.
Well, I started finding walls because you know, I had some spray cans in my book bag, and there's walls everywhere. Um, but that was when I was younger. Commissioned walls. Um, for me, I started getting commission walls probably like 10 years ago when people started accepting graffiti as artwork on walls, which was a wild time for me. Um, and so it really started with like showcasing my work in galleries. And then, I had enough collectors buying my gallery work that eventually a lot of these people were business owners or executives or whatever, and I started doing murals on like their business, inside um, businesses, and I've just done so many murals. So it really just starts with the artist having some notoriety for doing murals. Um, and it's really just like businesses reach out to artists that they feel like they like their work, and it's really that simple. Like, hey, can you do this wall for me? Sure. It's 10 grand, whatever, 15 grand or whatever. Depending on the size, I like the walls that I do now are huge. Like the next mural that I'm working on is a 10-story building. Um, Replacing a mural that I had done that was 120 foot by 24 foot, that I did like 7 years ago. Um, so I mean, it's as easy as like if people see your work and they feel like it scales well, um, they reach out, and the walls are typically like, the outer wall of their business or something. Like the one that I posted to show you guys like scale that I'm in that picture. I was commissioned by the Chicago Transit Authority. They have like this huge walkway under the L train, uh, in the North Side neighborhood, and they commissioned me to do one of the walls. It was called like an art walk, and pretty cool. They put like a plaque with all the artists' names and like their backgrounds and that stuff. So it's like you can start off small. Like my first legal commissioned wall was 130 foot long by 30 foot tall. So, but they had already seen my work out in the street, um, which wasn't commissioned by anybody, but it was out there. Hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, no, that's dope. That does answer the question, I think. So for
But
this,
for Demi, like he's paying the 0.69 to have his ape up there, right? That's the
That's the
deal.
price, yeah. But it's
yeah,
a raffle too.
it should be 10
I
of
mean,
them, and then
that's fucking cheap as hell. Like that's like I would never
Yeah, that's not bad at
like
all.
I wouldn't even look at a mural unless it's 5K minimum. Like, and that's like I need to be done with it in a day.
the
That's
overall
just
mural is probably about 10K, right? There's 10 spots at 0.69 and whatever else is being added to it. It's
that's
probably
super
around 10
cheap.
to 12K, but I think they're splitting it up between, each
That's
ape could
dope.
pitch. That's kind of dope. I saw it in Miami. They did it in Miami, dude. And like the artists are really, really good. Like they bring out all the details in the apes, and the same artists are coming out to LA.
That's dope. I think Miami's turned into just commercial. It's like Wynwood is not what it used to be. Like now it's like all the big brands own rights to all the walls. So it's not fun anymore. But um, I mean, Cali's just so big, and there's such a big art scene out there that I mean, I think it's dope as hell. And like for that price, it's like, dude, that's actually pretty cool. I mean, and can you put like your handle and all that shit on the wall, like your ape number, or is it just like the graphic of the ape itself?
From what I saw in Miami, I remember. So she's one of the artists, and underneath her ape, she had like
Oh,
at
dope.
Swicky. She had it underneath her ape, and then all the other apes did too. So I'm sure they would. Kind of
I mean,
cool,
if
dude.
you're using it, yeah, if you're using it for like commercial, uh, for commercial, it's like commercial use, or you're using the IP to build something. Like it's even. I mean, that's a steal. Um, you know, so
Yeah, it's gentleman's feedback.
my,
For the most part, everyone thinks it's worth it.
yeah, no, it's super cheap, especially if it's being used for commercial reasons.
Well, now, Demi, you have to do it because you got all this feedback, and if you don't, then you have to pay Aunt Ben a consultation fee. So, and I take a cut of that.
Ask him if we can get another one in there for me.
Yeah, I pinned it to the top. It's the 4th pinned tweet, and that's how you enter the raffle to get your ape up there. So, I know we got some apes in here that may want to jump on it. What's up, Justin?
What's up, guys? I don't want to derail the conversation, but I've been wanting to talk about this all day. Anybody been following the Silicon Valley Bank, the SVB collapse today?
No, I'm hoping you update us because we don't know what's going on. That's why we bring our Justin Human in here to give us updates.
So Silicon Valley Bank, they were a Silicon Valley based bank, as the name implies, that's been around since like the 80s. Believe it or not, I'll give you a little bit of backstory. The guys that founded it were sitting together one night playing poker with one another and just decided to fucking open a bank, and they did. And it ended up being highly successful. They built it to help handle the banking needs of technology companies. They had like an investment arm and other aspects of their business, but one of the most powerful things that they had was what's called like payment rails, which is basically just like payment infrastructure that ran on their bank's interconnectivity with other banks. And so not only are people who have accounts there kind of screwed until next week and potentially longer, but also tons of platforms that rely on Silicon Valley Bank's infrastructure are just not being able to send out payroll right now. Like there's hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, of companies that utilize their APIs and their connections to Silicon Valley Bank to handle payroll and other financial-based transactions. So the FDIC came in today before close of business, which is not something they normally do. Normally they wait until close of business, but the FDIC came in today and they basically shut down and took control over all the assets of Silicon Valley Bank. To put it into context for you, at the time of seizure today, the bank held $209 billion in total assets, according to the FDIC. What you have to realize is that in America, we had this thing called the FDIC, which was basically, it's the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, and it was established back in 1933 to help make people feel safe with putting their money into banks, because you have to realize the Great Depression and everything that happened and the bread lines. People were very weary of putting their money into banks that could potentially fail and then they lose that money, right? So the federal government said, we have to reassure the public that banks are safe. So they set up the FDIC. And what that does is when you put money into a bank account, up to $250,000, the federal government will back those assets. So in the event that a bank collapses, the federal government will reimburse you up to $250,000, and in some cases $500,000, just based on the type of account. And so to give you a little bit more inside baseball on Silicon Valley Bank, Roku, everybody knows Roku, like the set-top box, and they have like streaming services and stuff like that. Everybody knows what Roku is. Roku had close to $500 million in their Silicon Valley bank account today. It's 26% of its total cash supply on hand, and it's uninsured. So you can imagine, if you had $500 million sitting in a bank account and it's only insured up to $250,000, how detrimental that's going to be. And it could potentially put Roku in a very bad situation. You could probably see Roku getting acquired in the next few weeks. Because I mean, losing $500 million is not something that a competitive streaming service and hardware company can support. And that's just one of the cases, right? So I mean, if you think about all of the holdings that Silicon Valley Bank had, we're talking, what did I say? $209 billion in total assets. That's $250 billion basically. So you're going to see this ripple start to affect a whole lot of other stuff through the weekend and starting early next week. Like I said, contractors, employees, vendors there's a lot of them that are probably not going to receive their direct deposit that they would have normally expected to receive today. and that sucks. It really does. And I mean, there's people that just used Silicon Valley Bank as a clearinghouse to let you know how bad it is. Imagine right now if you went to log into your MetaMask or you went to log into your Wells Fargo, your Chase bank account, and you weren't able to log in, because that's what's happening at Silicon Valley Bank. If you go to their website, you try to access your online account, you get greeted with a maintenance message saying that pending a response from the FDIC and their decision on what to do starting next week, you won't be able to access your account until they make a decision on what to do.
So they're getting locked out like FTX collapse, and everybody got locked out here, but on like a grand, big scale.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you have to think about it like, imagine Roku not being able to log into a fucking bank account that has all hundreds of millions of dollars sitting inside of it. Like, you think about it on your scale, like, most people, we have like a couple $1,000, $10,000, $20,000 in savings. For us, that would be a big deal, just for us. But think about it at a larger scale, because the main clients of this bank were corporations. So.
Hey, yo, Alt, you said something like patch it up or something this morning. Well, what do you mean by that when I mention this bank? Is he here?
I don't remember saying that.
I mentioned the bank collapse, and then I think it was you that you was like patch it up or something like that. I was like, like.
No, that wasn't me. I don't know who said that.
I don't know.
I said it was banks doing bank things, but that was it.
I don't remember, man.
Yeah, but this was a lot different. Like, this is all right. So to put it into context for you,
how does this affect like the normal person?
We're gonna be in the bear market for much longer than we expected. Subscribe. By the way, guys, can you still recognize my voice? Even so, I'm impersonating.
No, I don't know who. I don't know who you are. I don't recognize that voice at all.
Oh, I mean,
who
is that
are
DJ
you?
Khaled? Hang on, Compound. I didn't know you knew DJ Khaled. Like, how did you get DJ Khaled up in here?
But
What?
on behalf of B, who is a CloneX holder, I have to say, I think artifact creators need Justin in the community. Justin, when?
Oh my God, don't bully me into buying another NFT right now. Especially in this market. Dude, banks are collapsing, NFTs are collapsing, crypto's collapsing. Like, fucking, I'm about to put all my money under my mattress and just sleep on it every night so that I can sleep soundly, knowing that no other motherfucker can take it away from me.
Collapsing,
dude.
No.
See, this is when I buy. This is when I buy.
Wait, I'll be honest, guys. I don't have any of my NFTs in SVB or whatever it is, so I think I'm gonna be all right.
Yeah, but my point though is that you have to realize the ripple effect. This is the second largest bank failure in U.S. history, second to the 2008 financial crisis and housing market crisis. And so, while I joke that banks are failing, like, banks across the country are not failing. I mean, our standard banking system is pretty good right now. We're not in a dangerous situation, but the backlash that's going to come from the collapse of an SVB is going to be pretty large, in my opinion. Just based on how many tech stocks were already taking a hit, and when it comes to a bank like this who's so deeply intertwined, like, you guys know how big Stripe is, right? Like the payments platform Stripe that allows you to accept credit cards on your website. Well, Stripe has this program called Atlas where they help you like incorporate a business and build it into the Stripe ecosystem. Well, when you go through the Atlas process, they gave you a Silicon Valley bank account, and that's what a bunch of businesses that got started on Stripe and got incorporated through the Atlas program. That's the bank that they were using. I mean, those are all small fish compared to the big fish that were banking there. And I mean, it's one of those things, right, where banking only works if people trust it. And that's the reason why things like the FDIC exist, because banks don't hold one-for-one assets. They're highly regulated when it comes to assets on hand, but they most certainly do not hold a one-for-one for what they're actually loaning out. It's actually far lower than that. I can't remember what the Let me see.
It's like 10%, right?
Double check.
Why is SoFi trending right now?
I think that the minimum that they can hold is like 20 or 30%. It varies drastically depending on what type of loans they're making. And like different financial institutions depending on risk. But I think that the average is like 20%, if I'm not mistaken. It has changed since I think the last time that I dug into it. But
We have a question from someone listening from Sky. Does anybody know what like actually led to their failure? Or right now it's just kind of speculation. Like
so
what actually happened?
they weren't doing so hot in terms of like their choices of who they loaned to. You know, I'm sure they had a bunch of defaults happening. What really put the nail in their coffin was kind of similar to what happened with FTX in terms of some news broke, people panicked and started withdrawing en masse. And when a bank has a run on them where people are all withdrawing their money or all trying to withdraw their money, they don't have that cash on hand. And so when all of their depositors are taking their money out and they've run out of cash to be able to give out, then they can't give out cash anymore, which furthers this. It snowballs the situation. So on, I believe it was Thursday. Yeah, the bank announced plans Thursday to raise up to 1.75 billion in order to strengthen its capital position. That's an investor scurrying and shares plunged 60%. They tumbled lower still on Friday before opening of the Nasdaq, where the bank's shares were traded. So essentially, their stock price collapsed starting yesterday. I mean, it dropped 60% on the news that they were seeking to raise additional funds to strengthen their capital position. So hopefully that answered your question. Like I said, at the end of the day, traditional banking with like fractionalized reserves like only works if people trust it, and it seems as though people stop trusting Silicon Valley Bank. And so what happens when people stop trusting it? It collapses. More than likely what will happen is the accounts that are there will probably get their FDIC insurance money paid to them, and then it'll go into bankruptcy. I know typically what happens is they try to find a buyer for it. So the Fed will try to find someone to purchase that bank and all of its assets to help basically absorb all of the losses that people would have to face. And then what you would eventually see is that when you go to Silicon Valley Bank, it'll probably redirect you to another bank and your login will work there. Yada, yada. There'll be like a whole onboarding process and all of that. That's typically what happens in a situation like this. But with it being a primarily business and investment type bank, it's going to be interesting. I don't feel like the Fed will throw them a bone. I mean, it just depends. I'm not, I don't work in Capitol Hill or anything like that. So I don't know what the thoughts going through the heads of the administration is right now, but with it being an investment bank, I would think that a Democratic presidency would probably want to take a harsher stance on it instead of attempting to bail them out. If it was a traditional bank that affected average Americans, like just your blue collar, like working at Walmart, mechanic shop employee or skills people, if it was affecting like the average Joe, then I would see like them trying to come in and bail them out. But the fact that it was a bank that primarily served big tech companies, I think that they'll probably just let it flounder.
Dude, I think they're going to bail them out.
I think that the Biden administration would get a ton of flack for that. I mean, it could potentially happen, but who knows? I think when they get in there, like we don't know the depth of the situation. Like, there could be some restructuring and some reorganization that could help make it not seem to be in such a bad position. But if a bank with 200 and whatever, like $210 billion in deposits was out there trying to raise 1.7 billion, that's it's not a good look. You know what I mean? Like that would be like saying, oh, I'm supposed to have, $250 billion sitting in my company, but I'm out here trying to raise, what would that be? 5% of that, you know? So
Well, here's the real question, Justin. And I appreciate you explaining that all to us. You saved me a ton of reading and a ton of research. I wasn't going to do it anyways. I was just going to live in the dark. So you saved me, dude. And I wasn't going to speak on it because I wasn't knowledgeable on it. But here's the real question. How does this affect my JPEG pictures? And will Jace Bennett be able to buy Ethereum at $800 again?
I don't think it'll necessarily have a direct effect. I mean, I will say that the price of cryptocurrencies directly affects NFT sales and floor prices. And with Ethereum and Bitcoin kind of trending downwards a little bit here recently, I don't think that this is a long-term thing by any stretch of the imagination. I don't think this is the big downward spiral that everyone pretends like is coming, like Chicken Little doomsday every day. And I don't think this is that or anything, but I would say like right now, people are probably going to hold off on making as many trades as they would normally make. But just from the fact that basically there's not going to be a whole, like, it's almost like a pendulum, right? When the price goes down, people are like, oh shit, I got to get my money out of there before it tanks even more. But then you have additional people or people return who want to buy in. They want to buy that dip to ride that wave back up. So, eventually everything will kind of start to recover. People will start buying it in hopes that it's going to go back up to the peak that it was at, a few months ago or even a few weeks ago. Because I mean, it's fallen like 10% or 15% in the past like 2 or 3 days. So your pictures of your NFTs, I think, are probably not that bad off. I think that the overall consensus of the market, like I just looked at this last night, but I think we're sitting at a market sentiment score of 31 yesterday. Yeah, it's still 31 today. If you guys don't know, I highly recommend NFT Go, and you look at their analytics under. If you click on or hover over analytics and get a market overview, I highly recommend it. I really like their data that they provide on here. And so 31 is a pretty cool number. That number is out of 100. So the higher the number, the hotter the market sentiment is, the more enticing it would be to get involved in it. The other reason why I really like NFT Go is because under analytics, you not only can see a market overview, but you can also see a marketplaces overview. And I like tracking the competitiveness between Blur and OpenSea. And like just in the past 24 hours, a volume comparison between Blur and OpenSea, you're looking at about 27,000 Ethereum being pushed through Blur, and you're looking at roughly 8,000 being pushed through OpenSea. So that's like a factor of 3x that Blur has done in the past 24 hours versus OpenSea. What's interesting though is the fact that I told you the volume in terms of currency flowing through, but the sales in the past 24 hours, OpenSea has actually had more sales in the past 24 hours than Blur has. Blur has had 34,000 roughly, and OpenSea has had 36,000, which if you just use rational thought, you can realize that obviously the trades and sales that are happening, or the sales that are happening on Blur are higher value trades that are happening on Blur versus OpenSea. One last bit of intel I can give you that's interesting, and I'll shut up about the numbers. In the past 24 hours, Blur had 10,634 active traders. OpenSea had 27,402. So looking at that data, I can surmise is basically that it's more of the power users that are using Blur, because there's almost like 1/3 of the amount of traders on Blur than there is OpenSea. But the traders that are on Blur are spending a lot more money than they are on OpenSea. So I feel like your higher value transactions, trades, sales, buys are happening on Blur, and on OpenSea you're seeing more of the low value transactions happening there. So
Justin, you're a numbers guy. Like I can tell you like numbers. You made a website called Dookie Stats. It would be interesting to see if maybe Dune Analytica or any maybe breadcrumbs could show us how that ETH actually cycling, right? Because saying ETH more ETH is being spent on Blur is almost kind of misleading if it's cycling between like one person's 7 wallets, right? And you can kind of see how ETH is cycling around these wallets, just Blur farming, maybe with breadcrumbs or Dune. But it would be interesting to see that number, right? Like, sure, the volume's higher, but is the ETH actually being spent, or is it just being cycled through a bunch of Wells wallets?
are you saying like wash trading basically, or like
Yeah,
or
it's
just
all wash
farming? Are
trading.
you saying like Blur farming basically? Like
Well, all the volume on there is Blur farming, wash trading back and forth between multiple wallets. So the volume is kind of propped up right now because the Blur rewards are live, and a lot of the Wells are, you know, buying and selling back and forth to themselves to farm those Blur rewards.
Well, I can
So
give you, so on Blur's website, they have some pretty interesting data. So the #1 trending collection on Blur is Mutant Ape Yacht Club, and their 1-day volume is sitting at about 1,100 ETH. Other deeds are sitting at about 1,600 ETH. Then Azuki is sitting at 1,400 ETH, and then Beans is sitting at like 181. Trying to see if there's anything else that stands out. MG Land is apparently looking at 1,400 or 1,500 ETH volume. So if we look at let's see. Well, here's another interesting statistic. So you have buyers and sellers data as well, right? So on Blur, in the past 24 hours, you've had 6,231 buyers. You had 6,721 or 720 sellers. And so roughly you had 10 more buyers than you had sellers. OpenSea, you had 14,000 buyers and roughly 17,000 sellers. So there does appear to be more sellers than buyers by a larger margin on OpenSea than there is on Blur. I want it is interesting to think about whether or not I can't remember. I know that NFTGo filters out. Let me see. They filter some stuff out that they're able to catch. Let's see.
well, I know at least on Blur they try to put some filters in to avoid you from selling NFTs after transferring. It's like an hour long wait before you can post it up for sell and sell. But I'm just saying that a lot of that volume on Blur is wash trading. It was just interesting to see like when those rewards are gone, like how much of that volume is going to disappear. Will Blur be able to actually keep the lead without incentivizing people to use the platform to, buy and sell between themselves?
I just don't understand, like, it's not like that's not a sustainable business model in my opinion. If you can't prevent people from abusing the reward system will continue to be abused, right? And it's just like how in the US back in the day they created this coin. The Federal Reserve came out with this coin. It was uh I'm trying to think of the details of it. I'm a little foggy on it, but basically, you could buy $1 worth of a gold coin for $1, but the Federal Reserve allowed you to pay with a credit card. So what people were doing, like very well-off people with Amexes, gold Amexes and Centurion cards, they were buying 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, $100,000 worth of gold coins, which is a fuck ton, and they're really heavy. They would buy them because they would get the credit card points, right? And then they would immediately dump those coins back into the bank and then just cash it back out. And so the Federal Reserve did not take they ate the fees and they ate the cost to produce the coins, and I think they also ate the shipping too, if I'm not mistaken. And so they had to do away with that. The reason why I think that they did that is because they wanted to push coins. I think this was a dollar coin, if I'm not mistaken. They were trying to push more people into using coins because I think they were having a problem with circulation of like $1 bills. So like coins, I think, last longer, and something else. They had some really silly reasons. But when they did that, they required all government facilities as well to upgrade their vending machines and parking meters and everything to be able to accept those new coins. And then they ended up doing away with it a few years later. I don't know. It was really, really funny. All of that being said, like, it's going to be really hard to offer a reward system or a loyalty system on a marketplace when it can be manipulated in a decentralized fashion, right? Like, how do I know that wallet X412 is not the same holder of wallet 2846, right? Um, and so, until that problem gets solved, you're always going to have people abusing systems like that, which in reality, to me, devalues the Blur token in and of itself just by the fact of that. But I'm not an economist or anything. That's just my thoughts on it. And it's just really shitty because there's people who use the system correctly who should get the rewards, but the fact that somebody else is abusing it and getting 2, 3, 4, 5x what the people that are doing right by it are doing, then that makes the reward that the people that are doing the right thing less valuable, in my opinion.
I think you should be prohibited attending bad takes because you don't have any.
I mean, I can make some bad takes.
I know you do.
What's the turnaround like if a Fed saves a bank? Like,
I think with
I don't even think it's the bottom right now, but like if they do come in and try to save this bank, like what is the turnaround time like, and like what would we see, like a double, triple when it comes back up? Are we gonna look at the price go back to the same price in history? Like what does it look like?
I mean, the Fed kind of broke history with this, and the fact that like they came in and shut them down during business hours and seized everything during business hours. Normally they wait, especially on a Friday. Normally they wait till close of business to come in and start the reorganization and restructuring. Basically, let's see. I want to read this little paragraph to you guys. All right, Silicon Valley's bank ties to the tech sector, stocks have hit, venture capital funding declining. At the same time, Silicon Valley Bank was hit hard by the Federal Reserve's fight against inflation and an aggressive series of interest rate hikes to cool the economy. The Fed raises its benchmark interest rate, the value of the generally stable bonds starts to fail. This is not typically like a problem, but when depositors grow anxious and begin withdrawing their money, banks sometimes have to sell those bonds before they mature to cover the exodus, or to cover the surplus of withdrawals that are coming in. This is exactly what happened to Silicon Valley Bank. They had to sell $21 billion in highly liquid assets to cover the sudden withdrawals. And it took a $1.8 billion loss on that sale. So if you guys didn't know, when banks buy bonds, or if you as a citizen buy savings bonds, there's typically a maturity period that you have to wait in order to cash that bond out for its full face value. If you withdraw early, you pay a penalty. And so that's exactly what happened to Silicon Valley Bank. When they had all these people trying to take the money out, they had to start selling these bonds that they were holding early in order to satisfy those withdrawals, and then they took a $1.8 billion haircut on the sale of those bonds. And so, I mean, it would be almost like if you had like a CloneX that was like a Grail, and it was worth $21 billion, but then you had to sell it for a $1.8 billion loss. So $1.8 billion less than that, when you know that in 6 months or a year, it was going to return back to that, but you were forced to sell it in order to pay your bills, basically. That's how I can
Yo,
kind of equate it for you.
everybody in here has sold way too early before. I know you guys. So they degened their whole like all the money into some boomer bonds and got liquidated because they got margin called by their customers. Like they didn't keep anything on standby. They locked it all up in bonds that had a maturity rate longer. Dude, they straight degened into some
Yeah,
boomer stock, bro. It's
Well, and
like
then they also put all their eggs in one
yeah, they
basket,
were
right?
long
Like
duration
they
bonds, and then they had duration risks. So then when the interest rate rose, the value of their bond portfolio went down, which wouldn't have mattered if they could have held it to maturity, but they were forced to sell, and then they didn't hedge their. The biggest mistake they made was they didn't hedge their risk. All they had to do was hedge their interest rate risk on the longer duration that they had, because the longer the duration, the more sensitive you are to interest rate it's rising, and they fucked it up.
and they were also, you have to think about it, they were the bank for a bunch of tech companies. What has happened to tech company stocks and the tech company market in the past 12,
It's
18
gone
months,
down.
right? And so when it's going down, the people that they made those loans to, or the people that they were banking with, are no longer putting as much money through it. They're no longer paying on time. They may get a little bit behind on their payments, and so that's why I think extremely specialized banks like this probably aren't necessarily a good idea. I mean, they are in theory, because then you know how to take care of that specific type of customer. But then if an entire industry starts to slip, it's going to affect your entire holdings if you're not diversified, right? And so I think it's just a cautionary tale in making sure that, I mean, you have to think about it. If you've been around since the 80s and you've survived like all the bullshit that's happened since the 80s, you probably feel pretty invincible, and you probably feel like you're smarter than the average bear. But in reality, that overconfidence that you have can end up being your downfall.
yo, we've gone through a lot of shit in the last couple of years, guys.
It's like hunter safety. It's like literally the easiest. This is like 101 economic shit. Interest rates go up, value of bonds go down. There's an inverse relationship. They should have hedged the risk, right? They didn't. The Fed's rate rose rates faster than they ever have before. They could have started to hedge. They didn't. And it's like the people that, if you look at like statistics of who gets hurt from like in hunting accidents, it's usually the older hunters, people that have been hunting a long, long time, and they just get more casual and they don't pay attention as much. And that's what happened to these people. They got overly confident, just like Justin was saying. They missed like putting their safety on, like the most basic thing you do.
I mean, hell, they had customers trying to withdraw their money yesterday and were not able to do so. Like, I mean, imagine like rolling up to your bank and being like, "Yo, let me get $500," and the bank being like, "Yo, that's too much. We can give you
It
$20."
cost Charles
Like,
Schwab like 400 million. They had a overnight repo position that they got stuck with.
I didn't see about that. Was that related to Silicon Valley Bank,
Yeah.
or was that something
Yep.
separate?
That's why their stock.
Did
That's
you
why their stock got pulled down. I bought some at the end of the day today because they're going to be fine. But yeah, they got caught into it.
Did you see, were you here when I mentioned that Roku had
Yeah, dude.
500 million sitting in there uninsured? Like, why would they just have that money sitting there in like a non-national bank? Like, I
There's
mean,
so
Silicon
many.
Valley Bank,
Yeah, I mean, you and I both know there's so many ways to spread that money out. and just have it covered. It just doesn't make any sense.
Or don't keep it in a niche bank that you know damn well the Fed's not gonna, save in the event of failure. You know what I mean? Like, as much as I fucking hate Wells Fargo Bank and I hope that they completely go bankrupt because they're a horrible fucking corporation, and I don't normally speak that way about any business, but Wells Fargo is one of the few banks that I will speak that poorly about.
I concur. I'll second you on that one.
Like, fuck Wells Fargo Bank. Like, they literally they set up fucking credit cards, bank accounts, savings accounts in my name without my permission. And because I had business accounts with them and I had personal accounts with them, but I started getting these notices in the mail saying that accounts were overdrawn, and I was like, none of my accounts are overdrawn. Like, that I could see in my online account. I was like, what the fuck are they talking about? Like, what do you mean overdrawn? I thought someone had fucking drained my bank accounts. And then I call the bank and they're like, yeah, you have this account, this account, this account. And I'm like, no, the fuck I don't. What are you talking about? And they're like, yeah, you opened it last year. And I'm like, no, I've had my companies since 2012. These bank accounts have been existing for many, many years, and I haven't opened any new ones since. Like, oh, they're such a crummy company. But anyways, Polly, what's up?
Yeah, I just wanted to add on topic of the Silicon Valley Bank. I'm gonna summarize the story that my friend wrote. He is actually a CEO of a successful startup, and they had $10 million in their bank account, and his life in Bay Area for the past years was kind of narrowed down to, just for example, in his post, he mentions that, it was about little decisions of where to have a coffee with wife, or how to schedule a phone call so he could serve, or, plan yoga with a instructor. And today, he expressed how, like, I'm surprised he even put together a post on Instagram. But yes, he just said that when he didn't really take it seriously when somebody in Slack, expressed that there is probably no reason to panic, but the bank is in trouble. And then he describes that when he tried to log in their bank account, nothing worked. He couldn't withdrawal transfer any funds, and he tried it for an hour. He just couldn't believe in it. Yeah, and then he just told that the day was about phone calls, texting with investors, with lawyers. Nothing is working. Yeah, it is the biggest tech bank for tech industry. Yeah, he just expresses that it's he feels extremely insecure, and now he is not sure how to handle like his Monday, whether he'll be able to make any payment or take his wife to have a coffee. Or so I'm gonna keep you updated. I can share his profile. He's a great blogger and a great entrepreneur. Put it in the chat.
Yeah, so like if you try to log on to any online service for Silicon Valley Bank, because keep in mind they issue credit cards, they have investment platforms, they have regular checking and savings accounts. You cannot log on to any single online service for Silicon Valley Bank. Essentially, it's like the bank is no longer there. You get a message saying system maintenance notice, SVB online banking will be unavailable through the weekend, but will resume next week in accordance with the guidance provided by the FDIC. Please check this page again next week for availability. Our apologies for any inconvenience this may cause. So this, when the Fed comes in and shuts down a bank like this, like they freeze everything. Like everything is halted in its tracks. So cards will no longer work. It doesn't matter if you have quote unquote money in your account or a credit line. That none of that exists when it's frozen like this. So it's a fucking horrible position to be in, and I feel for all the companies that utilize them as their primary bank for everything. If you have a company, if any of you guys build and grow a company to over $1 million, I would say definitely at least have two banking partners that are completely separate from one another, that they don't do any business together, and you split your cash on hand between the two. And like Baron was saying earlier, make sure that you are aware of everything that's kind of going on. And I mean,
a good way to boost that insurance is just to have a joint titling. You can check your state laws, but I'm pretty sure joint titling is the best way you'll get it to 500,000. If it's titled in a trust, you got to have joint trustees. Um, if it's titled in your name individually, it's 250,000. And then they have these programs where you can spread out and buy CDs at various banks, and make sure your exposure remains under 250,000 at each bank, which is something we do for clients. But anyways, um, I'd tell you this is definitely a tragic situation for these companies. But as it relates to the bigger banks, well, it will have an effect on them. I don't think we're looking at a bigger risk scenario.
I don't think this will be industry wide or anything like that. And I'm a big proponent of credit unions as well. If any of you guys ever, buy a car or anything like that, I would say have an account at a credit union. They usually offer the lowest interest rates for loans for automobiles and mortgages and other aspects. Like credit unions are something that I don't think that the average American even thinks about, or they may not know the differences between a traditional retail bank and a credit union. Um, I would trust a credit union far more than I would trust a retail bank.
I have my accounts for my last business that I own right now split up between two credit unions and two banks, and the bank ones are all joint. It's pretty crazy. It's annoying. I can't stand it, but I couldn't do it any other way. I wouldn't sleep at night very well.
I think also wasn't there some collateral with like USDC that was held in Silicon Valley Bank?
Yeah, that's why USDC is depegged to 93 cents right now.
Coinbase
And
won't even let you trade it right now until Monday, I think.
yeah, and then on Uniswap, I've been seeing screenshots of like depegs all the way down to 85 cents. Decentralized exchanges.
I wonder what was it just that some collateral was held in there, or that's one aspect that I've not actually looked into.
I don't even think it was a significant amount, but it has caused kind of like a digital bank run. Everybody swapping USDC to USDT, and
Oh,
I don't think it was significant, but it's caused enough fear to make it, an issue.
it was $43 billion. Holy fuck.
What percent of the total USDC treasure is that? Yo, what's up, Vince?
I'm not quite sure. Circle apparently had like between 1 billion and 3.3 billion tied up at the bank as well.
That's USDC, that
Where's
Circle.
all that Yuga money?
So Moonbirds had some tied up at SBB, Yuga did, and so did Azuki. So
Garga said earlier in the Discord that they had very, very limited exposure to SVB and that it should not affect any of their operations whatsoever. It was a negligible amount that they had in SVB.
I read that 10% of UC was in SBB, but this is crazy.
they said the same thing about FTX. They said it was negligible amount in FTX. They just keep a little bit everywhere, I guess.
So Circle tweeted out like an hour ago or 2 hours ago, following the confirmation at the end of today that the wires initiated on Thursday to remove balances were not yet processed, 3.3 billion of the 40 billion of USDC reserves remain at SVB. Like other customers and depositors who relied on SVB for banking services, Circle joins calls for continuity of this important bank in the U.S. economy and will follow guidance provided by state and federal regulators. They're calling for a bailout. Oh, that's so cute. Like I don't think there's a shot in hell the Biden administration comes in to bail out SVB,
No.
but
I mean, the only way that it happens is because there's individuals impacted. Like it's not a like I know corporations are involved, but there's a lot of jobs and all that stuff tied to it. But I agree. I'm just trying to provide a counterpoint.
just like in 2008, we also saw the credit rating agencies completely shit the bed. If you guys didn't know, there are ratings agencies that rate the trustworthiness of financial institutions, and Moody's is one of those credit rating agencies. SVB had a Moody's credit rating of an A 3 days ago. 3 fucking days ago, man. If that doesn't make you realize that rating agencies are just a scam, like here's the problem with credit rating agencies, right? If there's more than one, then they're just going to shop around. Like they'll just go to the competitor in order to get the rating that they want. And so it's the reason why you can't have multiple ratings agencies, because it won't work, because they'll compete with each other to where they'll just say, "Oh, we'll give you an A," if they were going to give you a B, in order to get that business and that audit and that review. So it's kind of wild in my opinion. Like, I don't know. That shit wouldn't fly anywhere else. Because let me tell you, as a citizen in the United States, Experian, TransUnion, Equifax, they know where you took a piss last night, basically. If you've done anything, when it comes to credit. And yet, like, these credit rating agencies that do these manual reviews of these financial institutions and stuff is just such bullshit, in my opinion. And that kind of goes into, I'll bring this back to crypto so that we don't have to just talk about just solely SVB. The Where was I going with this? The proof of reserves that you've seen a bunch of exchanges brag about doing doesn't mean shit, because just because you know what their reserves are, that doesn't prove their exposure or their liabilities. Baron, correct me on this, but have you seen any of them release anything other than just proof of reserves? And like, how are they going to
No,
prove how are they going to prove their liabilities and their exposure so that we know that the amount of reserves that they do have are even where they should be?
I've not seen anything. And that, in fact, all I saw was a bunch of publications on like what other banks' ratios were, but it was all based on the information that they've released already. Vince?
Yeah, no, so there's just one thing, but the other side of the equation, arguably more important, is proof of liabilities, right? And that's where, like, Alameda, I mean, like they had like 10, or FTX had like a $10 billion hole. Also, DAI is depegging as well, because I think they held a lot of USDC. So DAI is at 94 cents, which is fucking insane.
DAI was making itself whole by holding USDC.
Which is so ironic to say. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, I'm a stable coin by holding other stable coins.
I'm backing up. It's that whole FTX thing of like we're collateralizing our liabilities by giving you FTT. Like, what kind of fucking that's some Adderall infueled like crackhead thought process.
I mean, it's pretty
Like,
genius though, if you think about it. Like,
Wait,
the music was going until it stopped, right? Like, just with anything. I mean, they're able to raise, how much were they valued at? Like 40 billion. So, I mean, it worked until it didn't, type thing. And for the people who accepted that as collateral, it's even more onus on them, to be honest, than SBF and team, because they accepted it and they're supposed to be,
yeah, you get that liability. I mean, you get that euphoria, right? Like, of, oh,
yeah.
FTX is giving us a $10 million, investment or loan. And it's backed up by this. Okay, fuck it. Like, who cares? We
Yeah,
just
and
got $10 million.
you get better terms if you collateralize with FTT. Like, there's a bunch of ways to sell, spin shit, right? But
I literally just saw the funniest fucking tweet that someone deleted and somebody else screenshotted. It's a Twitter account that posts this shit, and it's called VC Brags, which is VCs congratulating themselves.
yeah,
And this one VC posted, keeping our 13 million at SVB. That's all. And then he deleted the tweet like an hour later, I guess, when he found out the news. Like, it's so funny how people want to come to the defense of their bank. Like, I don't know. I guess the same kind of shit applies to NFTs, right? When like a project is crashing,
yeah,
all the holders will make up excuses like Gutter Cat Gang. How many fucking, and I'm sorry for any Gutter Cat Gang holders in here,
yeah,
but
or Artifact. I mean, it's valid.
how much copium have you seen on the timeline from when the sky is falling, and then they act like it's not actually falling? Guys, it's the perfect time to buy in. Buy the dip right now. It can't go down any further. These are so valuable. Like,
Sounds familiar. Yeah, I mean, SVB though is like a super well respected institution. Like I'd interviewed there. Like they spun up an investment banking division. Like they're huge, and they're like that growthy bank. And like, oh, man, it's crazy to see
I
this stuff.
liked SEB. I liked their tech. I liked a lot of the stuff that they were doing. But
Yeah.
obviously, like, that goes to show you that the people on the tech and the infrastructure side weren't probably the ones making the decisions about where they should have their liabilities held, right?
I mean, what about this though, right? Like, so if stable coins are not proper collateral, and like you can't hold your treasury in your native token, right? We learned that from FTT. And even with Luna, like with their LFG, like you can't hold it in Bitcoin either. Like what the fuck? Like what else can you do?
You can't hold it in any crypto, in my opinion, because crypto is not tied to a country with nukes. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, what allows
Which
the U.S.
nudes?
what allows the U.S. to
Nukes, not
continually
nudes.
nukes, not nudes, Polly. But basically, what allows the U.S. to continually print money is the fact that people have to trust us, or we're going to come for that oil in your country.
Yeah.
I'm joking, but you get my point there. Basically, how like people just don't want to go against the U.S. Like because every single coin still has some kind of speculatory like aspect. I mean, you could speculate on the dollar too. Don't get me wrong, but like, I mean,
Yeah, but
if
even
you
like taking it to the highest level, like Bitcoin, right? Like the meme is like code is law, right? And like the idea is that the faith it's trustless, right? So like you're essentially like buying into the tokenomics of Bitcoin, right? Like finite supply, like whatever 200 year like unlock schedule in 140 years, but like it's still like you can't hold your treasury in BTC. Like you can't use that as collateral, and you can until a certain point until you get liquidated, right? Or so it's a weird position. But then like if you're operating crypto, like and you're all about this, that, the other, like you can't use fiat because right, like that's against the whole ethos. But now you can't use stable coins, you can't use Bitcoin, you definitely can't use your native token. So
It's just
I don't
belief,
know.
right? Like Bitcoin has
Well,
value because we believe it to have value, right? Like same with any currency. Like if you could if you get enough buy-in from people, you could use whatever you want, but like, how do you get people to buy into it? And then
like yeah, I
well, the
mean, I guess with
difference is
Bitcoin,
right. Like,
yeah.
go ahead. Sorry.
No, go for it. Sorry.
The difference is that what do you buy with crypto, right? Like, do you go and buy your groceries in crypto?
No,
Do you put gas in your car in crypto? No.
no.
And so until it impacts the daily livelihood of the majority of citizens, I don't think you can have true solid stability. And even if they are relying on that currency or that conduit in order to make those payments, that's still not 100%, but it's a hell of a lot better than a cryptocurrency where the utility of it is something that does not provide you with the ability to live, right? Like everything that we do with crypto is typically icing on top of the cakes of our lives. We buy
Yeah.
NFTs, we invest, we use it as an investment vehicle. And so you're not even using the money that you would be using to pay your bills in crypto. And
Yeah, it's
so
like
until
superfluous, like just kind of.
and what people don't realize with the dollar is that like it's the world reserve currency. And so like when one country wants to buy gas from another or petrol from another country or oil from another country, they convert their country's currency into dollar, and then they use that dollar to buy that
And
oil
the same
and that
doesn't the same thing
resource.
happen with crypto? So USD is the like the fiat that off ramp. So arguably that US like I mean to me it just it kind of fits. They're just pulling capital from the space, but they're not going to completely rug crypto. I mean because they do get a lot of action on the US dollar for people trying to get money into crypto.
Yeah, I want to see more use cases
No,
for
no,
it,
I'm not.
right?
Yeah,
Like
no, I hear you completely. I'm just talking about like the benefit. Like there is benefits to the U.S. government for having crypto.
Yeah, and all the crypto that the U.S. government holds currently is just from seizures, and it ends up getting auctioned off in order to pay restitution to victims. I think it's. I've been on spaces before where I've seen people say, "Oh, the U.S. government holds so much Bitcoin. Like I'm bullish on Bitcoin because the U.S. government holds it." And I'm like, they don't hold it because they are investing in it. They hold it because they seized it as part of a takedown of some corrupt or shady operation, and they're going to liquidate that holding in order to pay restitution to victims. And so, like, I wish people would do a little bit more research before assuming things. Just because someone's holding something, it doesn't mean that they willingly purchased it. And I I want to see like, has anybody in here heard of city coins?
Maybe is it like there was some
I have.
politician who like create kind of like a CBDC thing where you pay your like bills and shit for your city in like their own token type of thing, or am I way off?
I pinned it to the top. It's no, it's a group of people from the crypto community that came up with the idea for it. But basically, they were building a fabric for people for cities to develop their own coin that would have benefits to the citizens there. And what really upset me was I this was actually before I even got into crypto Twitter. This was like roughly about a year ago. I went on a space that they were hosting, and they kept telling me about how City Coins was going to make me live a better life and how it was going to make me healthier. And I requested immediately to go to the stage, and to my surprise, they let me up. And then I continued to roast them for 10 minutes. I'm like, why the fuck are you selling me on ideas and hopes and dreams and bullshit? Why are you not telling me that I can save 30% at the parking meter in a city by paying with that city's coin, right? And keeping the money in that economy of that currency of that city, right? Like, give me real fucking things that benefit in a city. Don't tell me that it's going to make me healthier, because I'll promise you right now, money actually doesn't make me healthier. It actually makes me a lot unhealthier, in my opinion, because you buy more stupid shit when you have more money. But
Wait. Hold on, Justin. Did you order your dinner for tonight?
Actually, I ate earlier today because I felt safe ordering at like 4
Okay.
p.m. So I ate a big late lunch. I had two Chick-fil-A chicken sandwiches, no pickles,
Oh my
add
god.
bacon, with fries and a sweet tea, and it was
There you go.
delicious. If you've never added bacon to a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich, do it
Okay.
tomorrow.
What's up with the no pickles though? Are you just not a fan of pickles?
I actually don't hate the taste of pickles. I hate the way they smell. Like, if I have a pickle in a bag and I leave it in a room for an hour, I have to open the window in that room. Like, I don't know. The smell of pickles really fucks with my sense of smell. I don't hate them by any means, but just not really for me. I had people in high school that I went to school with that like to drink pickle juice. I don't know if anybody in here is a pickle juice connoisseur. They would freeze it too, and they would make what's called pickle sickles.
That's
And
fucking vile. Holy shit.
it's one of the most disgusting things I think I've ever heard of in my life. Like, you couldn't pay me to lick on a pickle sickle. Like,
It's good
no.
if you're dehydrated to just chug pickle juice.
Is that
Yeah.
true? Really?
Mm-hmm.
Why do I feel like that's cap? Isn't it salty? Like, what?
Just trust me.
I feel like you're capping, Baron. I don't know. Like,
Hey, J-Bone,
It's
I'm
good for
gonna
your.
unpin this shitty coin thing from the
It's good
top.
for your. It's good for your vision to eat pickle sickles.
I always thought it was weird that like 4 or 3 of the top, 10 cryptocurrencies were stable coins. I thought that was just a little. I wondered if like that was a good thing or a bad thing. Um, it's obviously sort of the tides are shifting, but did anybody had anybody put any thought into that at all, or didn't really cross their mind?
Vincent and Baron, I want to know from you guys, what the fuck is a stable coin? How do you define a stable coin, and what makes it stable?
I don't own any of that shit.
Or Click. I guess Click knows too. What's up, Click?
To me, a stable coin is like it's a token that is pegged to a certain amount, usually like the US dollar. There's like different kinds of stable coins. There's like algorithmic stable coins, which I think I don't know. I don't have a good example off the top of my head, but there's algo coins, and then there's like coins that are in theory like hard backed by like a reserve of some sort. So like in theory, if your coin is hard backed, if everything else goes to zero, there's still like a way for you to like redeem that coin for whatever it's backed in. There hasn't really been like like USDC and like Tether and Dai. Like those are the 3 biggest ones, I think. But like, yeah, it's I don't know as if these things have actually been like stress tested at like a big scale. Like I saw USDC went off peg for a bit today, like down to like 99.5 cents or something like that. And I don't know. It's that, yeah, that to me, that's what a stable coin is, something that's pegged to a particular amount. Generally, like, and they also have like there's also stable coins that are like tied to like the euro or whatever. There's other
It's a
ones
money
out there.
market.
What's that?
It's essentially a money market in a TradFi, but that's what it is. So it's trying to replicate cash, doing it through futures contracts or whatever, but pegging it to, something.
I see them more as like a vehicle for people to like if you're worried about the volatility of like your crypto and you hold a bunch of it, you can, like if I have a bunch of ETH and I think it's going to go down in price, then it would make sense for me to like swap it to like USDC or Tether or something like that. And then it goes down in price, and then you
It's a
buy it
cash
back
like
in with that.
instrument.
Right. I'm just like
And
the basic use case for a lot of it, for a lot of
Right.
like
So
regular
that's
people.
why they're trying to take it down, because they want the CBDC. So it makes complete sense that USDC had all this money at the one bank that's going downtown doo doo brown.
I don't think that like contributed necessarily to the failure. I mean, there could be more that went on behind the scenes that pushed them into the position that they're in. But I want to read really quickly. This is from Fast Company. It was a good little bit. There are 3 main types of stable coins: fiat backed, in which the token maintains equal reserves of the currency it's pegged to; crypto backed, in which the token is collateralized by cryptocurrencies; and algorithmic, in which the token relies on algorithms to regulate supply and demand in order to peg its price to $1. Now,
I think DAI is backed in Ethereum. I think they'd be like a crypto-backed stablecoin.
what about Terra? Didn't Terra lose like $200 billion in 24 hours?
Yeah,
Terra was backed by its own like native coin, I think, right? Like
And
they
Bitcoin.
had like the UST or whatever, like their stable coin was backed in Terra, kind of like the FTX kind of same. I think it's similar to how FTX was fucking around before they found out.
They had a
so
big amount of
UST
Bitcoin backing them.
UST was backed by Luna. So when UST would go up, right, maybe above $1, there would be more Luna. I forget how it works. Like there would be
They'd
UST.
arbitrage it, right? Like
yeah, exactly. So they would sell UST to drop the price back to $1, which would then buy Luna. And then if UST went below $1 to like 99 cents, they would sell Luna to buy more UST. And so like a hedge fund shorted UST, nuked it, which caused sort of a bank run on the Luna token, which caused sort of the spiraling effect of Luna like infinitely printing tokens to buy back the peg, but like loss in confidence in the token made it, drop to zero, which I think is kind of what's happening here with USDC is that people, it's like you see it at 98, 99, 97, you pull your USDC, it just creates a spiraling effect of loss of investor confidence more so than the actual fundamentals of, if they have the reserves or even if they only had 10% of the treasury on SVB, it's like more of a perception type thing. And then now you see UST or USDC at what 94 cents. Like I've completely lost faith in USDC. Right, quite honestly, all these stable coins except for it looks like Tether, right, which is really interesting because I had thought that Tether was like the shadiest of all the stable coins.
dude, me too, bro. Right there with you. Like I thought Tether was the shadiest one as well, and it turns out like they're they seem okay. I don't know. I didn't mean to cut you off, but like
No, it's
totally
weird.
agree with you.
No.
No, that's terrible. That's a terrible take. Terrible take. I'm going to tell you exactly why. There is evidence that USDT told regulators they were asking too many questions, and auditors basically told them to go kick rocks. They're based in the British Virgin Isles. They have very little regulatory scrutiny and oversight. USDT was the first. It is one that people think is the most secure, but there's also I'm not going to say like evidence, because that's, I'm going to get fucking sued for something. But there's strong conviction that USDT did that. There's also strong conviction that USDT uses their deposits to manipulate markets. Very strong conviction toward that. Once again, they have no regulatory scrutiny. Coinbase is a publicly traded company. They hold 100% of their assets in cash and US-backed treasuries that's audited every single month in an attestation. They report directly to the U.S. Securities Exchange, right, the SEC. And when you have liquidity pools that are being in mass swapped for other cryptocurrencies, absolutely, it's going to depeg. I mean, that's an absolute. But that does not mean that they do not hold these one-to-one. That has nothing to do with it. And there is no evidence that USDT does. Zero evidence.
And also just like another point too, kind of unrelated, like the depegging isn't even like the problem per se, because if things depeg, like a healthy market will just simply arbitrage it until it's back to where it should go. Just to be clear. So like the fact that something depegs isn't necessarily bad in and of itself. It's if there's like an inability to correct that price though, that's bad.
I mean, why do you? Okay, so like we saw this happen with Luna, like and Terra. So like, how do you apply that logic to that?
Wait, what do you mean?
The depegging, like the depegging not being an issue.
Well, the depegging wasn't the issue. The depegged, and then it became a spiral effect where the market forces couldn't correct it, and then it all fucking blew up, right? Like if they would have been able to fix it or otherwise not have it blow up, like it probably could have just continued on business as usual.
I like that. It's kind of concerning that Circle is out here retweeting people chilling that the Federal Reserve should come in and back save Silicon Valley Bank. It's usually not a good sign, in my opinion. The guy that tweeted said Circle is currently protecting USDC from a black swan failure in the U.S. banking system. SVB is a critical bank in the U.S. economy, and its failure without a federal rescue plan will have broader implications for business, banking, and entrepreneurs. I don't personally believe that, but I mean, it's. I mean,
Who said that, Justin?
it was a guy by the name of Dante Disparte. His Twitter handle is DDISPARTE. He's the chief strategy officer and head of global policy at Circle. He's also the chairman of Risk Coop, which is a digital currency governance consortium, and WEF, which is the World Economic. He's involved in WEF, the World Economic Forum. But you know, like, so it was confirmed basically from Circle, or Circle claims to have had 3.3 billion of the 40 billion of USDC reserves at SVB, which is a lot. I mean, it's not like,
Like
oh
barely
shit.
10%.
Yeah, but I mean, it's still when it's supposed to be a reserve and then it just completely disappears. That's not a good thing.
Well,
I
it's
mean,
not good.
Thing, right? Like that shakes investor confidence, that shakes treasury confidence, right? Like I would wager that USDC doesn't have like the market cap that, even like last 6 month average market. I would wager that doesn't reach that ever again after this event, if USDC is even around. Like, right, like depegging is huge for confidence for something that's supposed to be a stablecoin. That was supposed to be one of the most transparent and sort of widely adopted stablecoins too, by the way. So
yeah, the
It
market
is,
cap
though.
has shrunk drastically. So
I think it is.
back in June of last year, it was sitting at a $56 billion market cap. And then today it's sitting at about a $39 billion market cap.
I mean, it looks like it's depegged a couple times too. Like in I think this is December 2018. It shot down to like 97 cents.
Fear is causing the depegging right now. That's all. They usually repeg, man.
Yeah,
People trying to get out of USDC, trying to get into something else. It's causing the depegging.
They have 75% in treasuries that are easily liquid, but you have to hold some of it in cash, and you have to keep that cash somewhere. So they kept 3 billion of it supposedly at SVB. Okay, that's an acceptable risk tolerance, right? And even if they don't recoup that money, which I think now, it's expected because of the mortgage backed securities that SVB held, investors will probably get back between 20 and 60%, if not 100% of, they're not going to get 100%, but somewhere between 20 and 60% is a fair estimate for what investors are going to get back. And so you factor that in, or you can go put your money, if you want to take out a stable, in something like Luna that has unproven mechanics on how it holds peg, or to a company that's based out of the British Virgin Islands with no regulatory scrutiny or oversight that, just take our word, we have the money.
I think Circle
has been accused of market manipulation multiple times, pretty confidently.
Circle had 6 banking partners that it used for managing the 25% of the portion that USDC reserves are held in cash. So I think diversifying that across 6 different financial institutions or banking partners shows good intelligence at Circle for how to minimize risk. I personally see that as a pretty good plan. I think diversifying it any further past 6 banks would probably be annoying and would potentially cause more risk than it would in benefit. I what what other businesses is Circle like involved in? Like, what is it just mainly USD coin, or are there other things that people actually use them for? I get that they have other products and services, but like, who uses Circle for anything other than USDC?
I'm gonna remain on topic for a little bit, um, or maybe not. Justin, so let's say, is there such service that provide insurance for situations like happened with a bank or in crypto?
There's the federal government has systems in place. They have the FDIC and the FCIC, or I can't remember what the credit union version of the FDIC is, but long story short, the federal government will back your bank account up by $250,000 or up to $500,000 if there's more than one person listed. I think is the correct way to describe that. Vincent, correct me if I'm wrong. But I don't think that there are any private institutions that will back up your assets that you have in a bank account. There might be someone that does that. Somebody else here, are you aware of a
Yeah, so
private
like,
industry?
sorry, I'm just gonna sneeze. Like at Schwab
Bless you.
Fidelity, you'll have up to a couple hundred million in reinsurance, and then you'll have money managers will have their own. We have a couple hundred million in coverage. So I mean, there's the higher up the ladder you go, then the more you're protected. But
Are those just when you have accounts held with Schwab,
yeah,
or is that? Yeah, that's what I meant. Like that's them doing that as a benefit to their
that's right.
clients, right?
Yep,
Like that's not like if I had money in SVB, I can't go
that's not
to
like it's
BlackRock
not like
and take out.
yeah, exactly.
I can't buy fucking State Farm insurance on my bank account. That would be an interesting situation, though. I wonder if people would actually do that at the rate in which banks have been acting up lately. It would be an interesting thought. I don't, I,
Pricey.
I don't know if that would be sustainable or not, but
So where do we go from here? Like, we just shrug this off, or
If Coinbase fails, if USDC fails, I'm fucking done.
I
I'm
don't
so
think
done.
I don't think Coinbase will.
I'm so done.
You're making me
Like
worried.
I'm leaving. I'm packing the bags. This is not engagement farming. This is crypto is no more. There's no way you can get any more self-regulated and have confidence in an institution that is a regulatory Wild West than Coinbase. They are like a case study into what that would look like. And if they fail, if there's if they're like, hey, listen, the most we can do for you is like 70% of your USDC, 95%. Okay, we get it, right? Like SVB failed, we get it. But you're talking to me about losing 30% on what, I mean, it's over. It's done. We're packing bags.
I mean, yeah, sure, I get that, but like, again, Coinbase, like for most is just, this is ignoring Coinbase like custody, right, for institutions, but Coinbase for most is just a ramp to get from fiat to crypto, right? So like, I don't know. I feel like people say the same exact thing like during Mount Gox, probably. Like, oh shit, it's over. Mount Gox, like, it's fucking done, right? But I don't know.
I think you'd be disappointed to hear that like the vast majority of people who buy crypto on Coinbase simply keep it on the exchange. Like we are very much the minority when it comes to, I mean, I'm assuming most of us in here probably buy on Coinbase and then transfer it out to our MetaMask or some other non-Coinbase entity, but like the vast majority of people are treating this as like a
bank,
like stocks or something almost, where you buy on your app or your brokerage and you keep it there, and that's how you engage with it. But like ideally people would just use Coinbase as like a stepping stone to get their crypto out into the ecosystem, but like for most people it just sits there.
Yeah, I mean, it again, like when and if these like sort of exchanges fall or whatever, like Coinbase is a $12 billion company. I don't know what their revenue is, but like I think it just keeps showing that like these exchanges probably shouldn't be, the most profitable projects in this space. Like they shouldn't be the largest market cap. Like they shouldn't be the most valuable companies, right? Like for reasons that we see now, right? Like, yeah. So what Coinbase does, like 4 billion in revenue. Yeah, I mean that's not bad. Like $12 billion like valuation, but like I think with these recurring things like FTX, Coinbase, all this, like I think it is showing that like with crypto and with sort of the things that are trying to be built here within Web3, like they shouldn't have such a large presence, like both for retail and institutions. Like that's why we have smart contracts, right? And so like we're kind of seeing these centralized exchanges and entities like crumble a little bit at the wayside by way of bad debt, by the way, like which has been catalyzing this whole thing. And I think the market share for these exchanges as black swan events like this happen are going to, I would think, like decrease over time because of these tailwinds that are, or these headwinds that centralized entities are experiencing.
Hey, I just wanted to chime in a couple of things, like what Baron mentioned about reinsurance. You can absolutely get insurance on your liquid assets um, that are above and beyond what the federal government. I mean, just think about in other countries, right, where they don't have that minimum protection by the government. You can, there's markets at Lloyd's and offshore where you can insure those assets. I don't know, Baron can maybe speak to more like the ultra high net worth individuals and how they maybe manage risk better than I can. But I know that they typically don't have it sitting in just liquid. But sure, I'm sure there's billions of dollars of liquid by a family office or a trust or whatnot that has several layers of reinsurance on top of another for an event of a bank failure, which is very like low risk. I mean, relatively speaking, like a bank failing is something that is absolutely insurable because we've had banks around for a really long time. So yeah, I'll just say that. And I think the other thing that's interesting is that I think crypto is being hit by a ripple wave. It's not actually a black swan event in crypto because this is a Silicon Valley Bank, right? Not a primary crypto exchange. Obviously, there's ripple effects, like I said, happening in crypto and with the centralized exchanges and Circle and those kinds of things. But I feel pretty optimistic that this is going to bounce back. So maybe I'm a little naive, but I feel like the Coinbase exposure and the Circle exposure, like I really feel like it could depend on how quickly and how severe the depegging is of USDC. Where are you seeing it like what, 10 cents or 8 cents, something like that? So
like 94.5 cents right now. I got the chart up. I'm looking at it.
okay, so yeah, so 5.5. So really, again, I think that they could repeg pretty quickly, and you're constantly seeing. I don't know the inner workings and the details of their balance sheets and their P&Ls and stuff like that, but I just assume that there's a good chance that they can come up with a liquidity. And I don't think we're going to get away from these big centralized exchanges. Vince, kind of to your point, and Click, you made a good point about us being, like we've said before, we're kind of the minority. We're on Linux, operating systems, and we're into DOS, and we're like kind of behind the scenes, and we're really digging in where people are just going to want an iPhone, right? And that's kind of the Coinbase. And I think there's going to be, like let's just use, well, FTXs won't exist, at least not in the U.S. jurisdictions, right? Because there's gonna be some sort of a back safe, a fail safe, like an FDIC for crypto exchanges, I think, in the future. And I think there's also going to be some kind of white glove services, custodial services as well for crypto that will have fully insured, the assets will be fully insured, et cetera, from things like this. Especially, this is very predictable, like this kind of stuff on the actuarial models in insurance. It's very predictable, and it's absolutely like something that there are products out there for in abundance for financial institutions like this. So again, I just wouldn't be too concerned. I think that Silicon Valley Bank is not dumb. They may have been over leveraged, overexposed, and I actually don't know what event specifically caused this, other than markets go down and they got caught maybe in a bad spot. If somebody can give me some
I read
highlights to that would be great.
duration risk, and then they sold a bunch of treasuries, and then they announced that they were doing a capital call, and that was all it took. Like, fuck this.
Okay.
But I mean, I think the USDC thing, the same thing.
People want out.
Yeah. So when people make a run, you have to sell your highest quality assets first, arguably, to get best pricing. So that's what's happening with USDC, is they're having to sell assets they don't want to, is fixed income, which all fixed income is down right now, unless the bond was issued yesterday, because interest rates have been going up. So I would tell you that, this is not advice, but if you read about the Schwab, like money markets have broken the buck before. That's what they call this when it depegs, and like the Schwab municipal money market depegged at one point, and then it came back, and the people that sold just fucking cost them so much money. So I would just say, unless you need it tomorrow, like, just hang tight. I mean, I have no recommendation at all. I think you gotta do your own research. I can't make a recommendation.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. I do think that it's definitely worth taking a look under the hood, because I don't think it's apples to apples with Lunaterra. I don't think it's apples to apples with an FTX situation. I think it's very different. So I wouldn't, I would do your research before you make an emotional or panic decision. There's even people on the timeline right now. These freaking degens are getting out of ETH, going into USDC.
Yes, you saw this, right? 28 million.
Yeah. They're gonna save USDC, bro, and then they're gonna make
wait. So they're putting
fat bag.
They're putting money
Here,
USDC,
get
right?
this. Get this. They're
Baron,
exchanging.
Just a second, Erod.
They're buying USDC, right?
Yeah, they're getting out of
so
ETH.
smart.
They're buying
They're gonna
USDC.
make a bag on it because it's gonna repay. So smart.
Exactly.
That's just what I was saying.
Not financial. Yeah, I mean, again, this is like speculation. This is what we're here for,
Oh
right?
my God.
This is Web3, guys. We're
Let's
early.
do it.
Like, you're gonna have people. Yeah, go, yeah.
Afro's first.
It's funny. Yugi second, baby. Let's go.
How do I buy puts on USDC? Where do I do that at?
ETH has dropped like 15% over the last couple of days, hasn't it?
Dude, it's actually not even, the global market cap is up by like 0.5%, which is crazy to me. I don't get that right now, but I guess, like, what do you sell into, right? Like, everybody swaps to stable coins, right? So people are taking their staples into like Bitcoin or whatever. Like, I don't know, man.
Yeah, that's why we're seeing a pump, right? Because liquidity is moving out of stable back into
dude.
Yeah, we're up like 4% right now.
Then you got people playing 4D chess, right? Like, they're buying USDC on a discount, bro.
Fucked up.
They're gonna make a 10%.
I mean, if you're confident that USDC is going to come back up to $1, like, it makes sense on some level to buy it.
Yeah, they're confident. Listen, Circle is the one pushing the CBDC, bro. Like, why wouldn't the government bail them out and repeg them to show confidence in their model? Like, I mean, it would make total sense to me.
They'll let them go under first and then buy them out in bankruptcy.
Yeah.
That's not, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. They'll say, hey, listen, the private sector can't do it.
Yep.
Just trust the government,
Exactly
right? That's what they'll do. It's all part of the plan. But anyways, I'll take my tinfoil hat off now. Or
they're not going to need to get bailed out. They're not going to need to get bailed out.
I mean, it would be so easy to launch a CBDC, just literally just $1, dude. That's like, it's, $1, right? Print infinite tokens.
And that's all they want.
Like it,
they just want to have that dollar be protected, and then they'll let us play all we want.
I mean, what's so ironic is that crypto has paved the way for CBDC adoption by way of, thinking we can replicate dollars in a stable manner, then having that fail and using those as precedents for the U.S. government to just launch CBDC. It's quite ironic, to be honest.
It's all it's the plan, man. It's all part of the plan. Like you can really follow the money. Like it's a lot of this stuff was kind of like orchestrated or at least encouraged and kind of set up. So there's a lot of manipulation going on, man, to push a narrative.
It's like Artifact leading the way for Dot Swoosh.
Oh my god! I hope not.
You guys are hey, everything you do is visible on the
That's not
blockchain,
how I
man.
meant it. Like in a good way,
Damn,
like
Baron. Clip that.
no,
Clip that.
like how we showed crypto showed the government how to make money off digital shit. Artifact showed Nike how to make money off digital shit.
Yep, and they came in there like, "Thank you, take the check.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do this."
This is our year, though.
It's gonna be good, man. I hope it's not. I hope Monday's announcement doesn't do anything too crazy because I'm still in negotiations.
Monday's announcement: we're doing an airdrop in USDC. It's worth 18 cents.
Oh my god, 18 cents, bro. Oh man, I will happily admit I was completely wrong if it goes down that far, and that would be really bad, actually. But
would you go in that tunnel that Zap was in?
Dude, you couldn't fucking pay me to go in that tunnel, bro. What the fuck what is that? Some fucking like Vietnam army hole? What the fuck?
No, that's what I was thinking too. I don't want to say it on the timeline, but I was.
It is. That's exactly
this
what
guy's
it
got to
is.
watch out for spikes.
That's exactly what that is.
Yeah, dude. There's no chance, bro. Like, no. I don't know what he's doing. Isn't he like
that's
tall
Sniper
too or something like that?
I messaged him. He said he's coming home right now. I was telling him that shit was so funny. It was great.
So funny. Hey, was that in? So was that in country? Like, was that a live video, or was
he was
that
in Vietnam?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so that's one that he kind of was
for
like,
real, Vietnam.
I'm gonna play off of this tweet with the black hole. Yeah, so that's pretty funny.
Let me just say, y'all, I love the subject change. I subscribe to. I don't talk about anything that I don't know. So I love when people always talk about shit they have no fucking clue about and they just write an article online. But I can't do it, man. You're not gonna catch me slipping on some advice about some bullshit that I just don't have any grasp of. So I've just been chilling. I think at this point, I just come in.
We have to be. We're experts at this point. I mean, this is like the third major stablecoin that's depegged. So, I think all of us in the room here are experts at stablecoin depeg. The it all trends to just don't hold them.
I'm with you.
Personally, like I'm not an expert on this, but like I've been dabbling in like DeFi mechanics and stuff like that for the last couple of years, on and off, and I generally don't talk about stuff that I'm not comfortable talking about either. But like, I don't know, the basics of the fundamentals of this stuff is it's not super complicated.
Hey man, listen, I dabble in making a cake every now and then, but I'm not going on Iron Chef, bro. It's just not about to go down.
Hey, if I've learned anything tonight, that none of you guys know fucking anything about anything, and neither do I. So we all in the same boat together, baby. Oh man,
if you want to find,
let's go.
You want to find experts. You can find experts on anything in Twitter. Okay, I joined a Twitter space. I found an expert in flat Earth. I joined another one, expert in mindfulness, expert in politics, religion. The new Spaces Explore feature is great. You can find experts in just about any category, including right here in this space, experts in being fucking degenerates. So there you go.
Can you tell me more about the flat Earth space?
Dude, do you guys know that I think Erod's someone else?
So we know who Erod is, dude.
Right?
Of course we do, bro.
Okay.
He has the same voice, bro.
All right.
Who am I?
I thought that was that little thing from Invader Zim. That's what I thought his profile picture was.
There's
bro.
only one man that's that well-spoken, right, Vega? Like Erod.
What's that?
Erod.
Is anyone an expert at being handsome?
No, not in here, bro.
Fuck.
Everybody with a clone.
That's actually also me.
Or an ape.
Bro, this Erod guy, man, whatever he's speaking into, he needs to give the ninja because this is the clearest voice I ever heard in my life, bro.
That's what
Yo,
I was trying
he
to say.
finally fixed his mic,
I
bro.
was trying to say that to you. Guy's just perfectly spoken gentleman over here, looking like a complete alien.
The other night he had this thing on full blown, like it was peaking, dude, and we had to adjust his sound settings. You got it better, Erod. Are you plugged in now? You're not doing Bluetooth?
No, we turned down the gain a little bit.
Guys, last night, I found the soundboard during that whole thing, like at the end, and I was like, oh my God. Oh my God.
Does anybody know about this kid called Beast X that they made? Or did the founder get hacked again? Because I've never heard of this, and he's tweeting about it on the timeline. Apparently, a kid called Beast has a DEX that they've launched. It's called Beast.
Is it backed in like a kid called Beast NFTs or something?
It's
What's
it's
the trading pairs?
algorithmic, backed by Beast.
I heard Beast had all his money at SVB.
Yeah, that's what I heard too.
So no one's used this.
Bro, last thing we need
We're
is
all
another
experts here. What are you talking about?
We do not. Oh my God.
Hey, I think, think about this. The last time a large like investment institution, kind of like Silicon Valley Bank, went under, like Merrill Lynch, they were bought out by Bank of America. So there is an opportunity. I think they want maybe a little bit more blood in the water, get a little bit more desperate. I think were they asking for $2 billion? Do you know, Baron? I just defer to you, Baron, because you're in the financial world. So, and you're an expert in what you do. Yeah, baby. So
Can I
I have
pin
no
this
idea.
bullshit from the
I have no
top?
idea. That seems like $2 billion. Seems like a deal. I have no idea.
I don't want to shield fucking Beast Swap at the top up here. I'm gonna take this down. The first comment is someone tried to trade 2 million and only got $1.05 back. I'm out of there, bro. We're going back
I
to
think he's
the
hacked
I'm
again.
putting boring security class at the top. That's what we're gonna stick with the rest of the night. The next two pins are our own Prez live streaming from his loot pod and from YouTube. So rep the squad, baby.
Someone swapped 2 million and got 1.5 back. That's just slippage. That's just comes with the territory, you guys. Don't worry about that.
Say that.
Yo,
That's just normal slippage, right? Everyone, $1 you get 99 cents
25%.
back. 2 million you get 1.5 back. No big deal.
I didn't look at it, but I'm sure they're just using Uniswap pool like the other swap out here.
Is that a real story?
Yeah, it's in the comments and there's a reply. Someone took a screenshot of it. Like, that's really bad.
Yo, Vega,
What's up, gang?
where you driving to, man?
I'm going home now.
Give us a topic that you can talk on, because I can't talk on the topic either. I'm like you, bro. I'm not gonna say shit on some shit I don't know about.
Hey, did we talk about the black hole tweet? I got to go back and listen to the recording, or
What it might be, like speculate on what it might be.
like just why that emoji? I mean, this is my first official tweet with an emoji, like a timeline, like a roadmap with an emoji. Like, that's a thing, right? I just hear the stories, the lore about how the artifact account would give announcements in emojis. But this is my first time as a clone holder, because I'm a relatively new clone holder. So I'm just I'm just wondering, like, is that actual? Should we be taking this at face value? Like
Bro, that wasn't even really a roadmap. That was just like, yo, we're not tweeting till.
Bro, that was a roadmap. Like, what do you mean? There was dates, there was activities, there was something
We're not
happening
tweeting till the
sometime.
13th. I don't know what the black
That's
hole
right.
is,
That's a
so that's
roadmap, bro.
interesting.
Like, yeah. I mean, are we going to Alice in Wonderland? Are we?
That's a tweet plan for the next couple days, and I don't know, dude. I thought it was funny. I like it. I like how
I like it
that
too.
came from the main account. I like
I like how all the
satire,
founders
jokes.
and all the founders had their own little spin on it. Even Samuel had his little spin on it as well. You know, like they all kind of were like, okay, we're free. We can kind of hint at it now. Like maybe they've been like bound up for a while and they just got some approval or something. So yeah, I mean, I'm excited. Hopefully it's not anything too exciting though.
Yo,
Two
you guys are
market
talking about
conditions, we have to push back our announcement. Will be the tweet on the 13th.
That would be epic, dude. The fun will be epic, bro.
yeah, dude. Banks are collapsing and stuff, and I'm just looking forward to Monday. I don't really care about everything else. It might be selfish of me, but my JPEGs weren't held in a central bank, so I'm gonna be all right.
You're gonna be
Bro,
just fine, bro.
Also,
Yo,
like, why even put energy into something we can't change? Like, I'm not going to bail out this bank, bro. I don't give a fuck about it.
That's a
bro.
good point.
Yo, Vega, I love that you just stay in your lane, bro. Like, I love that. Like, that's epic, dude. Like, you produce crazy hits, mad beats. Like, I freaking love it, bro. Like, you don't even need to change. Don't even change. Just stay you, bro. I freaking love it. I haven't met you yet, but I think,
Thank you, bro.
someday, bro. I love it, bro.
I
You
just
got your
caught
lane.
the yellow jacket.
I just can't.
That's what I'm saying, man. You just gotta find the lane, and
Yep.
then everything else is just like, don't be over leveraged. And if you're over leveraged, then, I mean, hey, man, hopefully you learn your lesson this 9th time. But if not, maybe the 10th, right?
Facts, bro. Facts.
But 93 cents right now.
Yo,
Yeah.
93 is a great year.
Yeah.
On to 93, baby.
I was still pretty young, but the 90s was killer.
Bro,
Bro,
we
the
are all
music,
over
bro.
leveraged. We are all over leveraged. Everyone's calculate your profile pictures as a percent of your net worth, and then tell me that most people in this space are not over leveraged. Guaranteed. I'm over leveraged.
What percentage becomes over leveraged in your, like, from your understanding?
0.5%. You keep 0.5% in a single JPEG, that's over leveraged. 1%. Give you 1%.
I don't count my profile picture as having a value.
Same.
Because I bought it for 3 ETH and I sold a monolith for 11 ETH. So I'm like, it paid off. And now it's worth, it has no negative value.
Also,
That's
I
a
just
great
buy
take.
art. I don't give a shit what the value I can get back on any of my NFTs are. Like I buy them because I like them, and if I can't resell them, then well, I guess I wasn't going to resell 90+% of them anyway.
What NFT collection is your profile picture from?
I commissioned an artist to make me a PFP based on a picture of myself. I like his style, and I've collected a bunch of his other artwork he's put out, and yeah, it's not from like a collection per se. It's just art. What up, Kane?
Jerry, what do you think is over leveraged?
I think it depends on your risk tolerance. So
Who here is living the most dangerously?
Compound, I could say that for sure.
Who, me? What was the question? Yo, Vincent just be posting some crazy shit up there. What do you mean Luxo fixes this? Who the fuck would write that? And what the hell is this other thing? Jerry's just posting anything up here.
what?
Mevbot lost. I'm trying to pump this boring security class, and you guys are just posting random things
Well,
up here.
let's talk
Oh,
about it.
there's going to be nothing to secure
Let's talk
on
about it. We
Monday.
can pump it.
Dude,
No, yeah.
I'm trying to secure my JPEGs, man.
We need to recruit like the Silicon Valley Bank administrators and presidents and the VP of Circle and all those people to the boring
God, man,
security
this is like
class,
a
bro.
documentary,
Like,
man.
my,
Literally, we are here right now
right?
witnessing why USDC is needed. Or
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
what is it? The digital bank currency, whatever the fuck that thing is.
The CBDC, bro.
Yeah,
This is
it's
the case
CBD
study
with
for
the
the
C.
for the. Where's Tevington, bro? He's probably out there just freaking running the running the bank, bro, on
Tevington the
USDC.
narc.
Tevington, dude. Oh, that clone, Baron. That freaking Popo, that Fed clone you had, bro. That was just so epic for Tevington,
Did
bro.
anybody see that video that one guy just posted? He always posts like the crypto funny parody videos. He did one on Silicon Valley Bank and Moonbirds. The story ended with Moonbirds. That's all you have to know.
Which video did he parody?
Well, no, he wasn't really parodying it. It was just
No,
comedy.
it was like K Money. Was it K Money?
It was Ash Robin.
Probably.
Ash Robin.
Oh, okay. Don't know that guy. He must not be.
Is it like the Mexican guy laughing without teeth? Because those are always pretty well
That's
done.
the Keck W guy. Like that's the no. No, he was like, what is this whole stablecoin thing? Dude, where do I keep all my money? Wait, there was a bank run, the FDIC shut him down, and like he's saying, oh, I'm gonna move like my ETH into stablecoin, and then basically, long story short, it ended up with him saying nothing is safe. I guess my best investment is in Moonbirds, and then
just post the video. Do you have it or
yeah.
no?
No, put it in the comments. It's not allowed in the nest. We're talking about boring
right.
security class on Wednesday.
Security is boring. Like, drain me, daddy. Like, come on. Like, who cares about security? Who cares about two-factor auth?
Yeah.
Who cares about fucking not
Well,
having your
bro,
seed
look at
phrase
your
printed on the hood
PFP,
of your
bro.
Honda
Like, of
Civic?
course you don't care about getting drained. I mean, come on, bro. You can just mint a
Dude,
new one. I mean,
based off his PFP, he gets drained all the time, man.
Okay,
I'm
click that.
confident
That was pretty good,
pulls.
Click. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Based on your beanie, I feel like your bags will be filled this year. So.
Bullish.
Oh. I was saying, I think you guys should go on a date. It sounds like you guys should go on a date.
Yo, who's going on a date? Is Erod fighting with
Click
someone again?
Justin.
It's always Erod.
Bro, Vega,
If Justin and I went on a date, we would pull so many beautiful women. It wouldn't even be it wouldn't even be fun after a while.
Y'all ever see that movie Wedding Crashers? I feel like Click and I would be like the boys from Wedding Crashers.
Easy.
I've got a big nose, so I can be Owen Wilson.
Yo, Vega,
My
I
nose is
just
kind of
DM'd
big
you
too,
a
to be
video.
honest.
I think you'll find it funny. If I gauge you right, I think you'll think it's funny. Hopefully, or it'll be really offensive. I don't know, one of the two, but you should go watch it.
I'm scared to click on anything that you post. Your account is private, and that's usually a red flag.
Yeah, just like the human PFP, bro. Like I just traded one for the other, okay? Like I got rid of my human PFP and I got a freaking clone and I locked my profile down for other reasons. But yeah, it'll open back up someday soon. I got to relaunch my website, dude. I got rug pulled by my hosting service, so my website got completely deleted from my business, which is not
Put
like
it on
it's not like a
IPFS, bro.
e-commerce. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I'm not a tech guy. I probably should start recruiting some help, but it's just not a priority right at this exact moment. So yeah, I'll open it back up, man, and hopefully I'll put an updated photo. I think only Compound has seen me in this space, what I actually look like, and it wasn't even like my previous.
You mean you don't look like your
picture,
PFP?
so.
No, he does.
My previous one, yeah.
Hey, check this out. Somebody just posted that Robinhood, up until about a few minutes ago, was accepting USDC at a $1 rate. So there were degens that were mass buying it at 95 cents and selling it to Robinhood for $1, making 5 cents on the dollar.
Did they suspend
Wait,
that?
where can I do
Easy
that?
living.
I want to fucking do that right
bro.
now.
That's the news. You got to be in the rumors.
Well, I
not
feel
the
like
news, bro.
your FICO score goes down as soon as you download the Robinhood app, so that's why I don't even have it on my phone. But
Robinhood is
worth like
convenient.
5x.
I use it for just fun little things, just to like buy things and quickly.
I just hate the whole bullshit of like invest a cup of coffee a day into Robinhood and you can have generational wealth. Like I don't know. I the average person in
Hey, but
America,
that's kind of
the
true.
average person in America is too fucking stupid to trade on the stock exchange. I'm sorry. I will say it. I guess that'll be my bad take for the night, but like the average person should not be speculating. They do not have the skills necessary in order to not lose their ass.
That's why they have like index funds, right?
Yeah, but
Pretty easy.
motherfuckers will be on Wall Street bets, aping into some shit fucking penny stock on Robinhood, and end up like taking their whole paycheck and putting it into some shitty thing that Robinhood pitches them on.
Listen, don't talk about our penny stocks, okay? We've got each of us belongs to a collection of 10,000 of them. So let's cool it, take it down a notch, Justin.
I guess you can't really lose anything if all you have invested is pennies. So I guess that automatically reduces your risk just in the value of the nature.
But you could still be over leveraged, bro. Like, I mean, it's just relative.
If
right?
you're leverage trading on fucking Robinhood, I don't even want to have a conversation with you. Please just fucking go to Mars or something. Get off the planet. I don't want to talk to anyone margin trading on fucking Robinhood.
We brought up Kane Mayfield. Let's see what they have to say.
Yeah, full disclosure, I was a registered rep, so I have my own weird fucking biases with day traders and the strange cult of I know it all that they subscribe to. But yeah, Robinhood is one of the worst things I've ever seen in my entire life. It's the worst thing ever. It's like ego Captain America shot for stupid people. And they shouldn't be allowed to have it.
Kane, I always joked and said Robin Hood should be called Robin the Hood because that's basically what they're fucking doing. Like they're trying to get people that like basically have no business being involved in trading to extract their money, basically.
Has anyone used Acorns, by the way?
Yeah,
You
I
talk
use
about
it.
invest a cup of coffee a day, like, you know.
I just use it because I enjoy being financially irresponsible, and it's just another couch cushion for me to check.
That's true. I mean, anything that you can hide your money away from yourself in, like how many of you have been like getting your winter clothes out for the year and you put on a jacket that you haven't worn since last winter and you find a $20 bill or like $100 bill in that bitch and you're like, "Whoa, I'm fucking rich." It's like a little Christmas present that you find in the pocket of your clothing item.
I've done that before, and then I get mad at myself thinking like, this is cool. I found $30 in my jacket. Then I'm like, wait, that means I lost $30 and didn't even fucking realize it.
You forget that it was actually yours in the first place, and you just didn't even know that you had it. I don't know. I do that shit like back in the day. I used to get really drunk and go on Amazon and buy shit, and then when I was sober during the day, I would get random surprises, delivered to me, and I'd be like, "Whoa, I don't even remember ordering this. This is like a little Christmas present."
Yeah, drunk me sends me presents. That's fucking awesome. Coasters shaped like vinyl records. Didn't even know I wanted that. Thank you, drunk me. I appreciate you, sir.
The filter of reason just is removed and it's just pure desire.
I wonder, like, I know that there's like staking and stuff in crypto, but like, I wonder if we'll ever have anything like bonds, like savings bonds. Is there anything like that? Any financial? Oh, sorry, double XP. I know you probably want to talk first.
What is good, Deep?
Yo, what's good? Yo, nah, my bad. I don't know, it keeps glitching and it keeps putting my hand up when I keep laughing, but I'm enjoying your conversation. Go ahead. Sorry.
But Baron, or Click, or Erod, or anybody, Kane, that have y'all seen anything like that? Any type of bond or anything like that in crypto?
None of that should exist.
The only bond that
I mean, you
exists
can
in
like,
crypto is the bond between us.
like there's, like there's certain like DeFi apps and stuff where you can essentially you can like lock up your stuff for like an extended period of time to get more rewards at the end, but like all that shit runs out eventually, and I don't really care for any of them. Nothing that I would
And
ever
that's
recommend, but I've seen the mechanics before, but not
that's
really
probably
used any
the
of them.
biggest threat to traditional finance is having a bond related facilities in this space. Um, so you don't really see it. I mean, I think that right now the closest you're going to get is a USDC. It's trading like a zero coupon bond.
What is a zero coupon bond?
You get to buy it below par value, and instead of getting interest payments, you just get the par value back. So you get to buy it at 93 cents, and then knowing you're going to get a buck back. So most bonds you buy it for 100, right? That's your par, and then you get a 5% coupon payment. In this case, it'd be a 7% coupon payment.
Oh, that's interesting. I was a huge, like, my family always gave me like savings bonds for birthdays and holidays and all that, and like I've always been interested in them. Unfortunately, I was not able to ever use those bonds due to some family issues that arose, and a certain family member of mine getting me to cash all those savings bonds in when I was still a child. But regardless of that, I just found that interesting because that was something that I always looked forward to, right? Like, I think everything is so short term in crypto, in my opinion. There's really never anything super long term. I mean, I know there's like staking opportunities for longer terms, but like, I feel like everybody
I
always
think
just
that's a
thinks,
lie, to be honest.
okay.
Um, like, I think everyone in crypto right now is like super short sighted. And if you look at like the macro and look at the charts and you like the macro charts over the last like 5, 6, even 10 years, they're the same patterns constantly appear, right? And um, like for me right now, I've just been DCAing for the last year and a half uh, because of these residual patterns that keep occurring. But right now, like with crypto, especially NFTs, it's super short sighted where everyone is on a day to day basis in terms of information, accumulating information. So it seems like that, but it really matches up with the macro, in my opinion.
How many super big whales do you think there are in NFTs? Not crypto, but in NFTs. Like, how many Franklins do you think there are?
Like 35.
No, there's
We
a couple.
Yeah, no. There's two massive ones that we watch every day, and then a bunch that like have their not don't have their wallet stocks.
Yo, the guy that
Yeah,
got me
there's like
into
Franklin
crypto and
Machi and
NFT,
Dingling.
like in Twitter is like short hindsighted, right? Like one of my best friends, he's a way better trader than me. He owns way more assets than anyone I know. My other friend, he got me into crypto and NFTs in 2017. With NFTs, he was in CyberKongs. He owned 20 Genesis projects. He was collecting bananas every single day, making $9,000 a day. He owns like 60 sewer passes right now, and he's never been on Twitter, right? Like the whales we see are like people that choose to be on Twitter or choose to be on social media. But if I know a few people, like three people like that aren't on social media, that means there's definitely way more people that we don't even know about.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest threats to crypto, NFTs, and just Web3 in general are people's ignorance to the fact that large corporations and industries observe and keep an eye on everything. And the second that they find a way to exploit something, they will do it because corporations don't care about people. They care about profits and they care about revenue. And so you know, when I see like A16Z taking a large enough controlling interest to control DAO voting and things like that, that makes me very what's the word? Whenever you're hyper concerned or like I don't know. I can't think of the word.
Wary.
Yeah, I guess that works. Long story short, but basically, like, I think that people need to be thinking about the corporate and industrial entities that could come in and take advantage of situations in this space. I think that like that's something that everyone should be paying very close attention to.
Why do you? Oh,
Yeah, not only corporations but like countries, legitimately. Like we talk about China, U.S. Like I'm from a country called Zambia, which has huge economic powers that nobody even knows about in Africa, that could put $1 billion down and completely change the market because they're able to, because they have huge movements in infrastructure and technology in that area, right? So uh for me, like in terms of how I invest in the market is like I honestly don't get swayed by what people think, but when people ask me, even like people in real life ask me like, oh, they know that I'm in crypto or NFTs, I honestly can't even give them advice because my situation is completely different in terms of me getting in early on it, right? And me being in profit early on and having that luck. Um, Pretty much like there's market movers everywhere that we're not even able to see, right? On a daily basis. Like it's very narrow centric in terms of what we see on a daily basis. On Twitter, that's where we mainly see a lot of movement, or even if we're looking at charts, we can't really see the whole picture.
Do you trust? I want to hear the consensus of the room. Who in here trusts CZ and Binance?
fuck no.
Who in here trusts Coinbase?
I've got conviction. I'm fucking. We're buying USDC as we speak. We're buying USDC. I'm converting. I'm freeing up funds. We got it at 93 cents. We're gonna make 7%. We don't even understand. We made money as people were coming out of USDC, and we're gonna make money when people go back in.
So,
and that's what it is. That's what it is.
My opinion is that I trust Coinbase. I put my trust rating of Coinbase at like 85 to 90%. Binance and CZ, I put it at about a 50%.
Trust is a weird word. Like I trust a snake to be a snake. I trust a wolf to be a wolf. If a tiger acted like a fish, I would be uh, confused and a little let down. So I trust Coinbase to be Coinbase, but I don't trust them to be my friend or do like all that weird hippy dippy shit that I hear daily. You know, the best for the space and everyone just needs to. Yeah, I don't believe in none of that, nor do I think the corporation does or should believe in any of that. I never have. And I haven't been let down yet.
I mean, you see, like, I think people don't even recognize the fact that like CZ is pretty. He sharpens his teeth on things like FTX, right? Like, if he has the opportunity to take out a competitor, I think that he'll do it. But at the same time, like, I understand the importance and the needs of having exchanges, but I almost feel like there's something smarter. There's going to be an evolution of exchanges that happens in the next 5 years that will totally kind of flip it on its head.
I'll tell you right now. So we're working with a company that's a pretty established fiat on and off ramp, and we're doing some really cool things with them. To not only be an on and off ramp, but also to be an automatic DCA tool directly into your wallet. So you just pay the ramp fees. You don't pay any exchange fees. You don't have to swap, from fiat then to ETH and then send to your wallet. It all happens in one transaction, which is super gas efficient, but also like user experience efficient, user friendly. And I'm really excited for that because I will negate the need to ever use Coinbase as a ramp to DCA like ever again. And I think it's going to be super powerful.
What is it you're talking about hypothetically, or there's actually a company?
No. So there, it's a ramp. I mean, there are many fiat on off ramps, MoonPay, Transact, but like this is a company that is their traditional business is in ramping, but we're sort of helping co-develop a product for DCAing directly into ERC20 tokens, other projects as well. So
awesome. Yeah, let us
yeah,
know when you can more information. And yeah, I'm interested. I mean, MoonPay has really crazy fees, right? So like, yeah, you just have to find a much more efficient way to go direct into the blockchain.
it'll be dope.
Awesome.
It'll be super dope.
Yeah, that's super cool.
Is MoonPay even still relevant? Like, do people still really use MoonPay that much?
Stupid people do.
I've
Yeah, I mean,
never used it.
if you need it right now, if you need ETH right now, like, yeah, and it depends on how much ETH, because like I said, it's like a large percentage fee, like relatively.
Oh, sorry, that was my fault. I tried to use MoonPay, and then it took like 4 hours for my crypto to come. It was only like $60, but the fee was like $20, and I didn't even get it. Like the whole thing failed, right? So like for me to test the product out and then it just not even work and still charge me the ramp fee, it's pretty annoying.
Crypto.com is the fastest, but like the spread is pretty high and the fees are
Yeah.
pretty high, especially if you sell. But if you want it instantly, like I use it sometimes for if I really need the money, you really need the ETH, especially if it's like if you're buying one ETH plus, then I would say it's worth it. But if you're buying like 0.1, then I wouldn't even bother.
Like, are there what are the options for people that want to take US dollars and convert them into ETH or USDC? Like, you have Coinbase, you have MoonPay. What are some of the others?
Binance, Crypto.com.
I'm speaking for US, by the way, as well. So
Yep.
MX is another one that's good.
See you later, Jerry.
MX is not Montreal Exchange, is it?
No. It's some weird green shit that
Oh, I found it. MX Exchange. MXglobal.com.my. That's a
looks
sketchy
super.
ass URL.
Yo, son, it looks so scammy. It looks so scammy. It looks
Bro,
bad.
this is the same link I clicked on with I got that Nigerian prince emailing me the other day. Like, that's exactly
Well,
what the website looks like.
he's probably in trouble, and you should hit him back immediately.
Send him your money, Justin. Let's get it going.
I should just send him fucking moonbirds and USDC, and he'll think that he's rich until tomorrow. I'm kidding.
I used it to whack out some of my optimism when I got that airdrop, and click it was Jason that helped me with it, and he was like, "I use this all the time, bro," and I was like, "Yeah, that means nothing to me." So I said,
You could
I feel
an
like two.
alternative to like exchanges this ramp called Kato, and that's actually the company we're working with on this DCA tool. So you can manually ramp. So for instance, if you were to DCA every 2 weeks when you get paid, you'd have to manually do it, right? But the pro of the DCA tool is that you do it on a recurring basis, right? But the Kato is one I've used, and I know the team very well, and we're working with them. So that's just another thing to add to your arsenal. And I pinned to the tweet actually a marketing slogan that I came up for them. I don't work for them, but I know the founders really well. It's pretty hilarious, actually. If you look at it, it's break up with your sex. So like centralized exchange. right? But it's like break up with your sex, break up with your ex. Come on.
That's so naughty, Vincent. I can't believe you'd bring that out here in this space.
Yeah, but it's a great product, so something that I can get behind and I use, in lieu of Coinbase's exorbitant fees and terrible user experience for on ramping.
I know a
Coinbase
guy. If you
is
wanna
bad.
send me a transfer, a wire transfer, and yeah, I'll get you your crypto. Probably, maybe, probably not.
Wait, so you've had bad user experience with Coinbase?
Do I as a ramp? Yeah, I mean it sucks. Like it sucks for just going from cash to crypto. Yeah, it's super expensive. It takes a long time, and you have to, it's not direct to your custodial wallet. It's held on the exchange. Whereas if you have something that's native to your wallet, like what Kato is doing, it's a much better experience, and it's a lot cheaper.
What does MetaMask use? Like, who do they use as their clearinghouse?
I think it's Transact, but I could be mistaken.
They use MoonPay.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, okay.
they've got Coinbase Pay, Transact, and
Yeah.
MoonPay options now. Interesting.
Yeah,
Do you guys have
I've used Coinbase. It
ShakePay
was
in the
easy.
U.S.?
I think all of these are options in the U.S. at least.
Do you guys have ShakePay?
Never heard of it before. Shake Pay, like shake weight, but Shake Pay.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I use ShakePay like
Oh, that's
here.
Canadian. That's
I
Canadian.
think they're in the U.S. They have a Visa as well, and it's instant. I get no fees for withdrawing and enter and depositing. It just takes like 30 minutes. But the fastest is crypto.com for me. Pretty much, if I want to make if I need it done right away, then I use crypto.com. But uh, like there's crypto.com. They have three apps. They have the DeFi app. They have the crypto.com exchange, and then the normal crypto.com. The normal crypto.com has a spread. So if ETH is like 1,400 right now, it'll be 1,600 on the spread. Plus, if you're using credit, it'll be like 5% transaction fee. But if you use crypto exchange, there's no spread and it's just a flat rate. So I use crypto exchange, and it's just as fast as other other
All right,
platforms.
gentlemen, we're gonna catch you later.
Alrighty, Rod.
See you, Rod.
Bye. Fun as always. I love you all. Thank you, Vince Compound.
Later, bro.
Peace.
What the fuck is GameFi? Like when I go on a website like crypto.com and their top menu has coins, NFT, DeFi, and GameFi. What is GameFi?
It's just DeFi with extra steps.
It's just DeFi where you lose more of your money, Justin. I mean, what do you? What?
Defy your expectations of your losses, like basically.
Justin, have you ever used Dragon?
You can drag these nuts across your forehead. But GameFi is a powerful combination of blockchain technology and video games. Gamers are rewarded with tradable tokens as they invest time and effort in these play-to-earn games. The first one is
Could
called
earn these nuts.
Axie Affinity, The Sandbox, Legends Reborn. Like, why do these all look like... Oh my God. Like, it's not just the traders that are degenerates. It's the people who make these fucking platforms who are just like, there's not a bad idea in Web3, apparently. Like, there's never not a good idea in Web3. Like, how are you going to pay someone to play your fucking game? How is that sustainable? Like,
You know
You get
Axie
tokens for
Infinity?
free.
Have you ever played Axie?
Just a Ponzi, Justin. You just Ponzi until you can't Ponzi no more. That's the rules out here, dude.
I mean,
Ponzinomics.
I'm at the point now where I'm just gonna go like I'm gonna put my dick on the table, basically. I'm sorry for the expression, anyone in here, but basically like I feel like it's so easy to make money in this space, you just act confident and you like pretend like you know what you're doing and you say that you're going to change the world and then everyone will give you their monies. Like, I mean, that's like, and it happens time and time again. Like, I get that people are like wanting to support the ecosystems and everything, but like, does anybody ever stop to think whether or not like something is actually a good idea, or do people just FOMO in as fast as possible in order to extract the most value?
Yo,
Yes, yes,
the
100%.
people that make money, any market that anyone makes money is making money off of people that are losing. So, yeah.
Well, I mean,
What's
it's like
up?
the casino. Like, if there was a casino that promised me 30% gains, like that casino would go out of business tomorrow.
Yeah,
Like,
well, if a coin is giving you 30% gains, that means they're inflating by 30%, right? It depends on their tokenomics, but yeah, you're not actually making 30%.
but they promised it. They told me on their slick website, like that's another thing that I do. If a website is super fucking fancy and has a lot of marketing lingo on it, that's usually when I close that tab. But anyways, Kane.
Um, I think it's, I understand, and I'm not going to say I disagree, but I've, for my own just blood pressure reasons, I stopped judging. What is a French word for it? Fucking stupid people by my metric of what they should or should not be doing. People were onboarded to this space for a myriad of reasons. Some of them legitimate, most of them illegitimate, and a lot of them not even grounded in reality. These aren't people who have like any kind of background in the things they're playing with, and they don't really understand them. So like expecting them to act like someone who does understand them, they're like tribesmen trying to figure out why it's raining, and they never get it. It's just that the concept is just way past them. So it's just they're in a room, they're in a Twitter space. There's some guy with 80,000 followers, so he's gotta be, the guy, right? I mean, obviously because he has that many followers, and he's telling them, he's not giving them financial advice. Wait, but he's going to give them financial advice, and they believe what's served to them. There's not a lot of questioning. And those spaces curate for those kind of people. And there's a lot more of them than critical thinkers. Like if I'm on the street and you walk up to me and go, "Hey, stranger, I got this big birthday cake for you. You want it?" I'm a New Yorker. I'm gonna fucking mush your shit in your face. I'm gonna run away from you because you're either a rapist or some sort of cake rapist. You're a cakeist. You're trying to cake me out, and I don't want it. You're gonna crack my cakes open, try to make sweet, sweet love to me. I'm a very handsome man, so I'm gonna run very, very fast away from you. I don't believe you're just trying to give me birthday cake. But there are people who are, well, gosh, thank you, nice man, and they're gonna bite that cake right there. That's a segment of the population. And even though they wouldn't do it with cake, they do it with financial advice. Like there's fake crypto lawyers literally giving legal advice on Twitter. If you take Twitter legal advice, you're fucked. I'm a fat person who eats Taco Bell drunk at 3 a.m. It's like letting me make your diet plan for you. You're going to die. But they don't think of it that way. And expecting them to is just going to give you agina. So I think that's why you see a lot of people retreat. And for going back to kind of what Deep was saying, I think it's Deep. I'm not sure. I don't. You put X's in your name. I went to public school. I
Yeah, you
don't
got it
know.
right. Thank you.
All
Thank
right,
you. I
cool.
appreciate it.
He prefers
I,
double XP, but
yeah, I don't. I went to public school, bro. So when you use letters I don't understand, I'm not gonna.
No, no, you got it
I got
right. You got it right. Don't listen to him. You got it right.
no,
Thank you.
no,
Thank
no, no hate though. My friends are named Born Supreme Wisdom Allah. I got no judgment. So fucking when you got these people who come to the space for these dumb reasons and they're getting onboarded silly, like that's what happens when they're onboarded for the purpose of a transaction. It's the main reason why I'm against onboarding people for the purpose of a transaction. They don't know what to do after. They bought your squishy squid or fluffy ferret or whatever bullshit you were slinging, and now they're super duper stoked. They're a big dick trader. They told their grandkids, "I got some NFTs, and your granddad's a super cool guy." But they don't know what to do. They're just GMing because that's what they think that's how you make money. You make money by GMing, and then you get the crypto bros, and then FTX merges with your Mega Man mask, and you get the Ethereoids. They don't know what they're doing, so they just sit there and wait. And in the midst of their waiting, they're going to listen to whoever's talking. And because the concept of someone's going to lie to you doesn't cross these people's mind. They just buy it from the pulpit. Also, you're talking about people who accountability isn't their fucking love language. So they'll buy snake oil and then want to speak to the manager. And the problem this space really has, the bigger cultural bottleneck, is when a bunch of Karens realize there is no manager to speak to, they're going to want to speak to a governor or a congressman. And you get a couple 100,000 of those people good and frothy in the loins, and you can get some regulatory action. Maybe not right away, but it takes a while. And then, a lot of these people are going to start getting clipped. So I love the influencers because they're my canaries in the coal mine. There's going to be a lot of motherfuckers with man buns and Ugg boots and shit written across the ass of their sweatpants doing the double jump handcuff kick before they ever knock on my door. But yeah, when FTX, and I'll say this last thing before I shut the fuck up. When the FTX thing went down, I'll be very honest, I had no clue what FTX was. I had no clue whatsoever. I was like, what the fuck is FTX? And there was like 90 rooms open, and everyone's like on suicide watch. So I have my own community where, we talk about everything. And I was like, hey, y'all good? I was like, yeah, what's up? No, like these motherfuckers is flinging themselves off of digital buildings. Y'all all right? Oh, yeah. I was like, no, for real. Everyone soul checked on mic. Did anyone get hurt in this FTX shit? Hey, we don't keep our money in exchanges. No, we don't. That's an exchange. We don't do that. Those are people who are onboarded because Matt Damon told them to seize the balls or seize the day or pick up the skirt, grab the balls, whatever the fuck weird stockbroker line he told them during a Super Bowl commercial. And that's where they get their financial information from. Everybody else is fine. But there's a lot of those people and nothing can be done about them. So if you tell them that they can make money playing a video game or whatever, they're going to believe you because why wouldn't they? They just bought magic internet money with a fucking custodial wallet and fiat payment.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of people in this space, like, they all talk about that it's raining, but they don't look up and see that it's people spitting on them and it's not rain. But all these motherfuckers down here are like, oh, it's raining. Oh, yeah, it totally is raining. But no one is looking up to see that they're all getting spit on and it's not actually rain.
Yo, the thing is, like, I have a different perspective on this, right? Like, because like I came from conventional trading, right? I have like the thing is like in crypto, what I believe at least is I'll take your analogy. You're getting spit on in conventional trading. You don't know that you're getting spit on because of the blockchain. You end up finding out that you were actually getting spit on because like these scams are or like he, the validation is a lot easier to understand in crypto. That's why it seems like there are a lot more scams or Ponzi-nomics, right? Like look at like Rupert Murdoch, for example, right? Like there's been scams throughout history in conventional finance, but people didn't understand until later, didn't find out until later with FTX or whatever exchange, etc., etc. Like there's gonna be something new that comes along. It it's because of the blockchain. You can better determine what is a scam and what isn't a scam. Yeah, right now in the bear market, like it seems terrible, right? Like I like to use this analogy where it's like winning. There are no problems when you're winning, right? But there are problems when you're winning. But you don't understand them until you start losing, right? And so like we're losing right now. The whole market is losing, and that's where all the problems are laid out on the table. But once we start winning again, it's roses and flowers, right? So like right now, it's about understanding what those problems are and how to navigate those problems. And it's easier to navigate those problems, in my opinion, at least, in crypto and NFTs.
I mean,
But
the
are we
market,
losing?
I'm not losing. I can say that. I can
the
speak for
majority of
myself.
the market is losing. Like right now, like I tell people this all the time. Go to NFT go to market overview, okay? And then if you look at the last let's see, 30 days, profit and loss. We have 137,820, and this is for NFTs. 137,823 profit, 378,177 loss. Okay.
Are you talking about ETH or are you talking about you're talking about ETH right now, right, Justin?
Yes. So
I don't think that's really. I don't think that's accurate.
I mean, I trust their data. I mean, but
Just based off of my trades, I believe that, to be honest. Yeah. Like, look, in any market, there needs to be. Okay, the people that are winning the most right now are leveraging from the losers. And leveraging from the losers right now, the top percent of people, look at it. Like, your Franklins, your Machis, they're winning big time. They're leveraging the most because there are way more losers. There are way more losers in this market right now, to be honest. And in a
That,
bull market, you can catch on to any wave onto any coin. Bro, if you invest right now, even if you invest into any gaming token right now, I'm not saying don't do this. I'm not saying don't do this or do this, but if you were to invest in any gaming token, the what the economics say is that it's gonna pump, like all those tokens are gonna pump in a bull market in the future. You know what I mean? You, I put fucking like $1,000 into Sheeb last year because I put 10% of my investments into extremely risky things, and then I DCA into the 90% I DCA into things that I believe in. I put $1,000 into Sheeb. It ran to $7,000. I put like another $1,000 into Crow. It went from 9 cents to 70 cents at that time. Everything just runs. You know what I mean? So like, there's way more winners during a bull market, and there's way more losers during a bear market. But if you're able to, in a bear market, that's when the biggest winners are are the people that win the biggest are the people that are able to win in a bear market, in my opinion.
I can't
What's up,
speak
Gary?
for coin speculation, right? But for NFTs, the the vast majority of the market isn't the people who are dice rolling it all on a liquid digital litter. Like that's not most people. They're not up nor down. They abstain.
That's my point, right? The people that are winning the most in a bear market are the ones that really know what they're doing. They have the most capital, and they're leveraging and they're creating losers pretty much. And that's what's happening with Blur and like big players like Machi and Franklin. They're literally moving markets. They can liquidate on your ass any day.
No,
They can pump any market and they can drop any market. And in that case,
that's the opposite of what I'm talking about. Those that again, that's the casino, right? There are way more people outside of the casino than in it. There's way more transactions of an artist making a piece of art, selling it for crypto, a collector buying it with zero intention on flipping it, getting their money back, anything. They bought it because they like it and they're going to hold it. That happens a lot. Whether they're just friends with the person or they like the person or whatever the situation is, there's a lot more of that than there is big dick millionaires dropping that urethra down on the crack table. Like there's way less of that. Most people are broke. Most people, well, most people are fucking Chinese, but most people are not spending hundreds of dollars on JPEGs, much less thousands. Most people are not. This is a very small fraction of the space that's super duper loud because it's a noisy casino. And I think people get onboarded to it. They try it for a little bit. They realize they can't make money, don't make money, lose their ass or get rocked. And then they either leave, FUD, or wander outside to where everyone else is. And that's why it's like, oh, the crypto market's down. It's like, yeah, I don't really think so. Because you can still do fine It's not even about making money, but you can still do fine in your experience, whether you're making money or not, far away from the casino. And that's like where I live. I don't do any of that stuff ever. I've been in this space for 2 years. I have never made money buying and selling something that I didn't make or get for free. So the only money I make is from stuff that I created or stuff that I was either airdropped or got for free.
I
Never. I've
mean, there's
never
different
flipped an
ways
NFT.
to make money, right? Like, well, the way that I think about it isn't people though; it's about volume, right? Like, uh, market is about volume, and the market makers are about volume. In terms of moving and dictating how the market moves is based off of volume, right? Like, if in most markets, a majority of ownership is at the top, and the top dictates the price, and they're able to dictate whether that's why news sells, right? Like, markets crash instantly or they pump instantly based off of news because
Yo, US, real quick, just the update. USDC is now sitting at 90 cents. It's dropped like 2 cents in the last like 5 minutes. Uh, kind of wild. Anyways,
I
carry
think it'll
on.
continue to drop through the weekend, just FYI, until banks reopen on Monday and everything can be worked out. I think you're going to continue to see it depeg further through the weekend. It'll probably recover early to mid next week.
yeah, like right now for me, like I just DCA into ETH. I've been DCAing into ETH for the last like year, not year, like 6 to 8 months. It's fluctuated between the same price, like between 1,000, 1,200, 1,500, 1,600, and I'm very comfortable in buying in those positions and de-risking and flattening my risk basically. So I don't really care about like the price today, in my opinion. No.
When was the big rush? Was that like in February? Like it was around February, March is when it kind of started picking up. Cool.
I'm not, I think it was like January, beginning of the year. I think it was around January when people started talking about how we were back into the bull market, which I thought was kind of wild, but I'm not sure if that's what you were talking about, Justin, but I think it was like January-ish. Could be wrong. Time's so
Volume
meaningless these days.
volume over the past 7 days for NFTs has shrunk by 25%. Just
Yo,
FYI. But I think that was a correction because the 30 day it's up 141%. So I think the 7 day that dropped by 25%, I think that was some market correction.
yo, in the bag take space, like 2 days ago, I was saying the market is bleeding. I was looking at the charts. I called it, and it was. I looked because I have alerts on, right? And in the last 8 months, the volume was down by like 60%, and then USDC news came out, the Silicon Valley Bank shit came out, and even the New York shit came out. I'm surprised it didn't tank even more based off of all that news at the same time. That means, in my opinion, that means we've actually hit the bottom because the people that are in it and um, that have ownership are really in it for the long term, and it's not about quick pumps right now. So I think the bottom has been set in my opinion. I'm not giving financial advice, but yeah, that's just my opinion. Because I expected it to tank even more based off of all of that news. Like it was three large pieces of news in one day. It's insane that we haven't bled out even more.
I just want to know. I like looking at the whales on NFT Go. Some motherfucker has $20,000 or excuse me, 20,000 ETH worth of NFTs in like one wallet. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, those are the Nicky Bonds of NFTs. Those are the flashy flamingos. Most of those guys don't do that. And that's another reason why I don't look at the once I realized how this shit works, I just was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Like I used to be on Crypto Slam and Rarity Tools, and like when I first started, I would stare at that stuff just to look at it, just to see, right? And there's no button you can check to like, okay, well, this is the numbers without wash trading. There's no number, there's no readily available number that will remove wash trading from the metrics. There's no button you can press that will deduct the fluffy ferret guy who said, I'm going to get a bunch of these influencers. This influencer shit is just crazy to me. Like, I'm old, so I would never take like financially, like I wouldn't let Mr. T do my taxes. Like I pity the fool who don't deduct that. I would never see myself sitting in Mr. T's office letting him do my taxes, nor would I take financial advice from fucking Jake Paul. It just seems stupid. But people do it, whatever. Niggas is whatever. I don't care. Point is,
You gotta make that a fucking. That was dope as fuck. I pity the fool that does my taxes. Yo,
all yours,
that
bro.
shit's fire.
It's all yours. But when these guys, I'm running the Fluffy Ferrets, and it's a Fluffy Ferret gang and Squishy Squid Squad, and I got these rubes lined up to fucking dump crypto because I got a bunch of shiny people, shiny, fucking all these shilling villain, and they're all gonna pump my shit. And I've already paid them, and I'm gonna give them some squids and some fucking ferrets, and it's gonna be great. But I'm still gonna pay 10 grand. Right now, the going rate's about 10 grand, 5 to 10 grand, 20 if you want it done really well, 50 if you want it done really well. And I'll put 300-400 grand in, and they're going to disseminate that through about 150 to 300 wallets, and they're going to stimulate my market. And it's going to look super hot, and it's going to look super good. And we're going to quote unquote mint out. But that's just me running my money through the machine. But all of that counts. So when I don't do that, the market looks a little softer. But the market isn't softer. That's just me not employing a deceptive marketing practice, and it's extremely widespread, especially in music NFTs, but whatever. It's extremely widespread. So that's why I don't look at those metrics like they're scripture, because there's no button I can check to remove that from the number.
I know that like NFTgo and others have been working on like algorithms to try to detect wash trading and try to filter it out as much as they can. No system's going to be perfect though. I think when it comes to NFTs, and you guys could correct me on this, this is a statement from an outsider, but basically the way that I see it is that in order to be successful in like day trading NFTs, you have to be trading on inside information. Like you have to understand how many alpha groups are going to pump this project. Like how many, like you have to have all the
It
inside knowledge.
depends. That's if you're short term trading, right? Like if you're long term trading, I don't believe that at all. I feel like
We're
right
not talking
now.
about long-term trading though. He just said make like to do this on like a day trading scale. Like,
Sorry, I misheard. My bad. Go on.
No, I mean, I was just saying basically like, if you were to treat NFTs like day trading and you were to do like the TNA and study all the charts and all this other stuff that people do, like, I think in reality, you have to have your ear to the ground across the entire landscape. Like, the entire landscape is not that big. So if you strategize and get yourself embedded in the communities that really do ape in when someone in that community shouts out that project, and if you have a understanding of what all the groups are talking about, you're able to trade on the information knowing that all these people are going to go into this, right? Like, I mean, I got whitelist for Utopia avatars. I didn't mint it for several reasons, primarily due to their minting site being a complete pile of steaming garbage, and not working for several hours. But um, you know, I feel like they did a decent job of marketing. I just think that the majority of the alpha groups just weren't interested in it, and so that's what caused them to have to cut their supply. And I don't think that should be the case. Like, it shouldn't, like, everybody wants to talk about do your own research. There is no fucking research to do. The only research you can do is embed yourself as in as many alpha groups and basically the wholesale NFT groups, the ones that go in and all buy together. Get yourself embedded into as many of those as possible, because and get the fuck out before everybody else. It's almost like pushing your friend down when you're being chased by a bear so they can get eaten by the bear. But the analogy is that you get your money out before it gets eaten by the bear.
Yeah, you're 100% right, to be honest, because I got included into this alpha con group and I was just watching it for a bit, right? And I was like, what the fuck are they doing? And it was all projects that were I've never heard of. And it was like 0.003. And they're like, okay, enter at this price and flip at 2 to 3x. And I'm following this thing and I started trading it, sweeping it. I've been making profit off of it, but then I was thinking as well, I'm like, yo, there's people that are probably listening to this, right? And they're not be able to. You have to degen hard though. You have to like be at your computer and buy and sell. And if you're not on top of it, I'm thinking like, yo, they're calling alpha, like quote unquote, and for people to buy in and sell at these rates, but there's people that got FOMO and they end up losing out, or people that just don't buy in at the right time and sell at the right time. So their alpha call is literally marketing, right? And it's only the people that are able to buy, like really buy and sell at the right time, right? So like I agree. I agree 100% on what you guys are saying. Like, yeah.
Oh, yikes. So Dan Rubin, from Rubin Investments, used to be on the Chrysler building when I worked there. We were on the second floor. He was on like the 50th or 80th or whatever the fuck. I was there when they kicked his door in. We had a good time talking to Rubin. He was a great guy. Ran pump and dumps. And the concept of how a pump and dump works, I think would dissuade all of this weird alpha group shit. If you don't have the ability to go to Art Basel, buy a painting and sell it later that day, then chances are this ain't that and they're doing something else. They're convincing people to speculate wildly with unregulated, highly illiquid digital litter. And it's just a game of catch the sucker. And if you can look to your left and look to your right and you can't spot the sucker, you're it. It's really simple. Why would I have a group that you can join, someone who I don't know, where we're going to tell you what we're buying when we're buying it? I wouldn't do that because that would be insane. What I would do is I would have my own little personal coffee clutch with my friends and my whales and my guys, and we're going to get in on the ground floor. We're going to have a whole bunch of these things. And then through probably what looks like the project wallet or a community wallet, or a series of dev wallets, we're going to be selling ours to you when we quote unquote pump it. That's the only way to guarantee you're going to make money. That's the only way to stay in the game making money. Now, if we can get the ball rolling fast enough and enough lemmings to push themselves off a cliff, then yeah, maybe even you'll make money, which would be, ideal, because then you'll come back for the next one. But ultimately, a lot of those groups are really just based on running private pump and dumps with people who think they're too smart for the room. If I had tomorrow's lotto numbers, I would never tell you. Why would I? I'd be selling my car so that I could really capitalize on doubling down and getting as much of that ticket as I possibly could. They wouldn't do that. It's just, it doesn't make any financial sense. So the concept of alpha group and all that other stuff, it economically, it's just silly. And NFTs, whether they're art or collectibles or whatever, I mean, they call them collectibles because the flip seems easier when it's collectibles versus art. But even collectibles, this ain't Beanie Babies. There's no demand for the product, which means they're going to launch the product while simultaneously trying to gin up demand. It is an unfathomably improbable long shot. And the only reason that people got good at it, quote unquote, is because in 20 and 21, you could have had the NASDAQ monkey throwing darts at the Wall Street Journal of crypto, and you could have picked a bunch of winners. But I know a bunch of people who sold apes at the top, but were still down for the year because they did buy 90,000 fluffy ferrets and 1,600 flip squishy squid, and they aped into the bored penguin boat organization and the lazy Libras of the zodiac charts. It is a bunch of nonsense. It's all silly. None of it's real. Communities aren't communities. They're just the den of marks, or sometimes they're real, but those move way slower and are less sexy and near impossible to day trade.
Yeah, it's all right now. It's all shit coins, to be honest. Like, yo, I've been tech, right, and I've said this even when I first got into NFTs and crypto, is that this transition of the web is like people are saying like, yo, I'm not gonna name any projects right now because I don't want to, but the top projects, they're like, yo, this is the next big thing, right? I don't agree because I don't even think the marketplace, right, like OpenSea or Blur, is not even, it's not set in stone. The projects aren't set in stone. If you look at Web 0, you look at Web 1, you look at Web 2, we're in a raw phase right now. Like, if you look at like companies like in Web 2, for example, um MSN, right? You look at AOL, um you look at what's it called, MySpace. That was very early on, and it took like an Instagram or a Facebook, but even Facebook failed. Like, they had to get on Instagram to save them, right? And like, what, like, the biggest projects or the biggest technology isn't even out yet right now. Even like in terms of security right now, we people are getting rugged left and right based off of security, and people don't even know about ERC 4337, the next phase of Ethereum contracts, which is gonna revolutionize security. And people are talking about um, I'm working with someone right now that I'm working on the iOS version of it, where he's creating a software development kit where you can literally call six functions and create your own marketplace, which is extremely revolutionary. And this is just, even that, like, it's still very early. It's all this technology is still very early. It hasn't been set. The price hasn't been set either. But like, I think Ethereum and Bitcoin have been set in terms of how the market moves, right? The market moves based off of Bitcoin and Ethereum, and Bitcoin and Ethereum moves based off of the macro. If you look at the charts on a macro sense, and you look at it within like a year to date in the last uh, 10 years, you can see a residual pattern that constantly happens. And that's what I make money off of, pretty much. But in terms of technology, like, we're not anywhere near the top, or we're at the very bottom of the technology, to be honest.
I don't think 4337 is going to be the mass onboarding like tool. A
Oh,
lot of people
I
people
didn't
think
say
it
that.
will be.
I
Like,
just said security. In terms of security, it's the next phase. I said we're still at the very bottom, right? It's just, that was my whole point, pretty much. Yeah.
Gentlemen, I really appreciate all of your wisdom tonight, all your great takes, actually. There were no bad takes tonight. There were different takes, and it was enjoyable actually hearing from all the different perspectives. I encourage everybody to step away from the screens this weekend, touch some grass, don't stare at the charts, don't let the fear mongering on the timeline from people who don't know what the fuck they're talking about get to you. Spend some time with your family, get outside, hit the gym, drink water, and just have a good weekend, guys. Polly, hi. Do you want to send us off with some wise words?
Mm, yes. Let's stay grateful for here and now.
Thank you, Polly. Everybody have a good week. We might run a session this weekend. Much love to everybody who come through.